So is there something below what we're standing on? Not just the ground, but like some type of non-solid surface below us in some capacity? No takers? Appreciate it.
Any flat earthers in the channel? Hello? Yo, Batman. Mr. Batman.
Sleeping time.
Do you want to discuss about flat earth?
Not at 11 at night.
Not what? Okay, let me rephrase it. Oi, Cont. Mate, you want to discuss about flat earth?
Not at 11:20 p.m. when I'm going to bed.
Oh, you're going to bed. Well, too bad. Too bad you're going too bad.
If you hang around, I'm sure someone else will join that'll be more than happy to have a chat with you.
Sure, there will always be a flat earther. Hey, yo, Katos, man. Can you not speak? Can you speak? Oh, you're working, but you can type. Are you a flat earther? You're alright. Flat earthers. Okay, so I have a question. If the Earth would be flat, why is there an horizon, and why wouldn't you be able to see, if you, for example, look at the ocean, to see an infinite ocean instead of just having an edge? Right. Why is that? But you can see until the horizon, right? It's not that you cannot see to it. If it's a clear day, you see the edge. It's not about the air, it's an edge. No, it's not. There's an edge. There's a fine edge. It's not that the edge is blurry or something and it just fades into the horizon. No, it's a clear line on the horizon. And that's an indicator that there is a spheric shape, no?
No.
The edge is much closer than 20 to 30 miles. I think it's like something like 5 miles or something if you stand up straight. It's an optical phenomenon. Okay. And I guess you will say the same about like boats like disappearing behind the horizon when they go far on the ocean, right? It's the same. I knew it. Like, there's no even not a point in like talking about this. So it's okay. That's your opinion. That's fine. Oh, there's a wall there. There's a wall. There's like literally a wall, bro. If this would be flat until eternity, you would actually theoretically see that with your eyes until you cannot see through the air anymore because of whatever, like particles, fog. But on a clear day, you can clearly see the horizon, the edge of the water. It's visible, like
It's
literally.
optical. That's an optical position,
Yeah,
apparent.
it's just an illusion, right?
What about when ships disappear bottom up far too close, far closer than 3 miles?
Yeah, that's called a fata morgana, but it's something completely different, bro. It's
Too close?
basically a mirror.
When they disappear closer than 3 miles? It demonstrates it's optical.
They've sunken, man, I guess.
So that other goober gets a little bit of someone talking back about it, and he quits. That's interesting. Boy, he was talking some craziness, huh?
Do you guys think that if you walk like that, you can walk off the edge of a flat Earth?
Hard to say. Nobody knows.
Why not?
Because you would freeze to death before you even got close.
But I feel like you would be able to see like the edge or something, no? Because if there's an edge, then it goes down, right? So like, I feel like you don't have to necessarily get close enough to like fall off, and by the freezing point, you would probably already notice you're freezing. So I thought it was pretty certain like there would be someone who fell off, or they just wouldn't be.
Yeah, there is no edge.
There is no edge.
So,
Why is that?
because the cosmology isn't what you think it is. The Earth is the bottom of the universe.
So there's nothing below us.
There's nothing. No one's ever seen anything below us now.
Any reason for that?
Because Earth is not in space.
So what's the space stuff?
It's just extra room above us.
So how does stuff float?
Probably because of its electrical charge. Just like you can float stuff using static electricity.
What about the things with that negative electrical charge?
And then they'll be drawn to whatever negative charge is to the positive or whatever. It'll be attracted to it.
I thought they were like
But,
black holes.
but we can make things float without needing anything special. Just motion alone can cause objects to float.
Are we floating?
Are we what?
Are we floating since we're at the bottom and there's nothing below us?
Or, there's no way to determine that.
So you don't know?
Yeah, there's no way to determine it. I've not been outside the Earth to see what's going on with the Earth.
What do you think though? Do you think we're floating or not?
It doesn't matter what I think. It would be pure speculation.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. What would you think?
I don't believe we are floating.
That would make sense with the whole being at the bottom of the pit thing. So what happens if we dig down?
We have dug down, and the most they could get down is about 12 kilometers, and that was it. Couldn't get any lower than that.
Do you believe there's an Earth's core?
There's no evidence for a core.
I've seen a lot of there's been some museums about that. They like to make museums out of the Earth's core. Especially in mine places. I don't know. I feel like I've seen a lot of them in mine places. Cartoon? No, I didn't say cartoon, I said museums. What? Oh, not literally. Like they educate, because usually they educate things in a museum.
Well, they make up stories.
Whatever you think is fine. I just saying I saw it. Like how museums like to have replicas of things, or like how they think things are.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, so not actually evidence of it, just people imagining what it would be like and then showing you a representation of the, like a model kind
If you
of
think
thing.
that's what a museum
cut.
is, sure.
I mean, that's what you're talking about specifically, isn't it? Like,
Museums.
yeah, the
Seen it in a
museum
museum.
has
Mm-hmm.
But what did you see specifically at the museum?
It was a long time ago. I just know they exist. That's all I meant by it. Like the ones that have like
Right.
the whole like little mountains. They like to show like lava, and then they have like a little room for like what they think the Earth's core would look like.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah. And then it's a different story whether that actually exists in reality.
Yeah, I guess so. You can't really get close enough to see it anyway. So.
Exactly. When they actually dug down into the earth, they used
Mm.
the model that they thought. So back, they tried to dig the deepest hole. It was called the Kola Super Deep Borehole in Russia, and I think they ended up getting 7.6 miles deep. And they used the globe model, right? And they made predictions based off that on what they would encounter, what temperatures it would get to, what layers of the earth they would have to deal with as they were digging down, and they got everything wrong the whole way down. And then once they got to 7.6 miles, they just couldn't get any further. They tried for many years to get further, and they couldn't get any deeper than that. They just kept breaking their equipment. It was way hotter than what they thought it would be at that depth, and yeah, they just all their predictions based off the globe model were completely wrong. So that's something to take into account.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Did you say it's 6, how many miles?
7.6 miles deep. It's
7.6
called the
miles.
Kola, yeah, the Kola Super Deep Borehole.
It's not very deep. I feel like
Not really, considering it's the deepest part of the ocean is it's about that deep or a little bit less.
the ocean 7.6.
I mean, it's pretty deep, Kathos says, yeah, but considering how big they claim the globe is, right? It's kind of like the equivalent of getting halfway through the skin of an apple.
Right.
The This is just a glorified fucking AFK room.
Mouth breather.
Everybody's muted or what? So, the world is round. Well, proven, proven. Must be pretty dumb to think the world is flat. Earth is definitely round.
I'm gonna castrate some more of the pizza cutter.
How many flat earthers are fucking Australian, bro? Cool question. Do you guys think like every government in the world is in on the conspiracy? Every government that ever um came to be is in on the globe Earth conspiracy? Hello, guys.
Somebody taking a nap? Mm.
Yeah, fuck.
Anyway, I'm still curious. Do you guys think like every government on the world so far is in on the globe Earth conspiracy? Hey guys, hey, why's why is everyone so quiet today?
What's up, you little flatties? How flat can you go?
Hello, flat earthers. Welcome to the VC.
Hello. What do y'all think about Trump? Flat earthers like Trump or no? Are you American? Team Red versus Team Blue is just to keep people complacent. So that's what was crap, but that's not related to the topic of the room. What's not related to? I mean, I don't think it's to keep people complacent, dog. I mean, we're voting for change. Like, I'm gonna put it to you this way. We've lived with years and years of horrible fucking mayorship in California, especially. We just want someone fucking new and that can actually fucking do the job right. Like, we're tired of Karen Basuda, bro. It's like these people will continue to vote for something that doesn't work. And it's like, that's insanity, bro, when you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. But that's what these people are doing.
Yes, I thought about that yesterday and I came to the same conclusion. But they're doing that right across the flat earth, voting for their demise, basically.
Ask most liberals what they think of flat Earth. They probably think you think you're fucking crazy, or they think I'm crazy, or whoever's talking about. They think they're jack fucking insane. It's just their perspective.
Yeah, I suppose you could ask Democrats, liberals. It doesn't matter who you ask. They do feel that we're saying something way out there, but we're not. But you can forgive them because we all had that same feeling and that kind of thought pattern. Yeah, we exhibited that in no uncertain terms. Yeah.
Interesting.
But I was smart enough never to vote because I didn't see anything worth voting for. Could not see them keeping their promises. I could not see any uplift as a black man growing up in England. Why would I be voting? There's nothing there for me. And as I was growing up, the grown-ups were always complaining that the government's not kept its promise. I used to say, why did you vote for them then?
Yeah, he was kind of fucked. Yeah, but you got people going against the corruption right now. I mean, you got people, journal advocates, like Nick Shirley going out in public and like actually doing the groundwork and research on these fucking illegal Somalian daycares, and it's not. That's just the tip of the iceberg on that shit. There's probably way more we don't even know about.
Meanwhile, back onto the flat earth, the revolution has already begun and we've been kicking ass for the last 11 years straight. Flat earth revolution. Getting everyone to wake up to the truth that the earth is not an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. And yet all the stars are in the same place, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we've been doing for the last 11 years. Yeah. The heliocentric model has died, and the supporters and proponents of that haven't been able to substantiate and prove their model. Now that there is a turnaround for the books. All right, that is weird. that we're living on a flat Earth all along.
Who's trying to keep that information from us?
Those who are educating us that we are on a ball Earth, not the actual teachers, but those who create the education curriculum, the powers that shouldn't be. Obviously, they're there, aren't they? They're there.
Right, but why don't the just politicians come out and say, "Oh, we've been lying to you for years and years"?
Well, don't worry. They will one day. They're going to have to do that because the numbers are steadily growing. It's going to get to that point where, yeah, they're going to have
But
to
why do
admit
you
it.
think they're not doing it right now? Was it out of
Because they're
fear?
getting
Or?
away with it. Because they're just clean getting away with it at the moment. They don't see us as a threat. Do you remember we were talking about this yesterday? The algorithms went against flat Earth. 2018, they kicked in strongly because during the 2016 campaign trail of Donald Trump and onwards, flat Earth was the #1 research thing on YouTube. So because they can easily control it at the moment. They don't have to come out at the moment. It's not got to the tipping point where like at least half the population is saying, what the hell do you think you're doing? When that happens, that's when they're going to have to start speaking out. Until then, they're winning at the moment. They're running with it. Remember, they just put out a deception known as Artemis 2, and they're talking about 2028. They're going to have men on and a first woman on the lunar surface. So they're planning well ahead. That's why.
Right.
Yeah. They're emboldened because the 99% is still asleep. They're waking up slowly. Don't worry, that day will come. But you can't hide this truth. It's out now.
I think the risk is too great. If they come out with something
Oh
as
yeah,
world-shattering, kind of person-changing truth like this, people wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't know.
yeah. I think it'd be better for them to confess it, and rather than people drag it out of them by finding out, because they'll be very angry at this point. It's going to be some serious pushback. If they came out and said it, well, okay, that might be better for them.
I mean, it's like the UFO topic, bro. This shit is slowly coming out, and we're starting to realize, like, oh,
yeah,
it's been
I
around
don't
for
have
years. They've been lying to
I
us.
don't have anything in that. I don't have a man in that race at all. That's all crap. That's junk. That's pure junk. That is. Yeah, come on. I don't waste a single second on that. You never
Have
hear
you
me
listened
talking
to
about
Bob
UFOs.
Lazar's testimonies and stuff? I mean, some of the
It's
shit's
crap.
pretty.
Yeah. The only UFOs that I've acknowledged existing are the new planes that are built from the Air Force. That'll be US, Britain, Russia, Germany, and they fly them around, and people say they haven't seen this thing before, and they call it a UFO, man-made. That's it. Outside of that, I have no interest at all. I don't. Yeah, just doesn't float my boat. Not interested in looking in. Keeping it on the real at the moment where we are. I'm enjoying the discourse, debates, and slagging matches, trying to get across the truth of the heliocentric being a hoax and that we are actually living on a flat Earth. I love that, and all the psychologists therein. When you mention UFO, it's like putting a pin in the bubble and just deflates because there's nothing there. There is nothing there. It's worse than the globe. Wow. It's worse than the globe. UFOs, come on.
But they just did a massive drop of information. I mean,
yeah, it's junk. Another distraction. I'm not going to look into that information. I have no desire. No, thank you. Good luck with that. As long as we've got us proving that we're not living on a spinning ball, all that other stuff is just junk. To try and distract you even more.
If there was a race of aliens that were technologically more advanced than you, so advanced that you could not detect them, or we could not detect them, wouldn't that be interesting to you?
Not really, no, because it's not there. It's a thing. It's just not there. It's not a thing.
Right. They're telling you it's not a thing, just like they're telling you we live on a globe, bro. This is what the point I'm trying to make is, if they're lying to us about one thing, I mean, what else could they be lying to us about? I mean, I know that's not really an argument, but I've done a lot of research on this fucking topic. There's some credible stuff out there. You gotta dig through the weeds, though.
Yeah, you missed it because this is the kind of material that they talk about on Sunday. Yeah, Speculation Sunday. That's where you should have been talking about this. This is during the week now. Reality Wednesday. No speculations here. Facts. Factual
It's not
Wednesday.
speculation. It's science. I mean,
Oh, it is speculation. That is UFO is all speculative. Nothing is real. Nothing has been proven. Okay, don't push the wrong idea here. The listeners are listening. It's a live stream.
Push the wrong idea.
Yeah, you're pushing the wrong idea there. You're trying to say that UFOs are real. They're not.
They are real, bro. Just like
All right.
flat Earth is real.
All right. You carry on with that.
I mean, just because you say something's not real doesn't mean that it isn't real, bro. I mean,
ladies and gentlemen,
not an argument.
the only UFO that we can consider to be real at this point of our lives are those new aircrafts that sometimes come out for their debut test flights.
Those came out much
and
later.
People have looked
those
up
came out much
and
later.
seen these bombers and things and think, "What's that?" And it's moving so fast. Anything else that's being claimed that's coming from some other terrestrial wherever, please, that's nonsense.
Roswell, New Mexico.
That was nonsense. Debunked.
And then that went to Roy Patterson military base, and that's where they're keeping all this stuff.
More junk. But anyway, yeah, never mind. Back to the flat Earth thing. It's quite interesting that the sextant instrument was made for the flat Earth. I mean, that was just amazing to have discovered that. Because it's a nice looking instrument, and it was because of the flat Earth it was created. Now that is an interesting development. And they used to use that instrument to circumnavigate the Earth on the flat Earth, because it's not a globe ball instrument. Fantastic. Who knew? Yeah. Also theodolites, measuring straight lines. No curve there at all. It's a straight line measuring instrument. Another shock, horror, revelation. All those surveyors were always measuring a flat Earth all along. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah. And then when it comes to like supposed space travel, a few years ago, I discovered that aluminium wasn't the material to use because of the supposed radiation in space that's coming off of the sun, for example, the solar flares, they call it. And then you have 3 radiation belts that are out there supposedly in space. And then the whole of space with radiation. Aluminium is not the material to use because supposedly when radiation passes through, apparently it gets an intensifier and it kind of like melts the aluminium as well. So you've got globules of aluminium floating around in your spacecraft. That wouldn't be good, together with the radiation. Yeah, so aluminium offers no protection. And then the thickness that would be required.
Bro,
hang on, let me just get
there's
this point
far
out.
greater materials on other planets that
wouldn't enable
people
the rocket to take off.
than aluminium, Doug.
Yeah, go ahead. Right, I was saying that the thickness that would be required to protect the astronauts in the capsule from the radiation would be so thick that the rocket couldn't take off or lift off, should I say, according to Bill Woods, who was at the time NASA's rocket propulsion engineer, in an interview in a documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," Part 1, "What Happened on the Moon," Part 2 and 3 combined. Yeah. Okay, he stated that NASA could never have fabricated that shielding to protect from the radiation. because the F1 engines wouldn't have been able to lift off the Saturn V rocket. There you go. So aluminium is not the material, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot go to space. Yeah.
Who's claiming that we're going to space?
Ah, good question. You've got all your heliocentric model believers, all those who believe they're on a spinning ball. They all believe space travel is real, don't they? The globers, as we call them, heliocentrists. It's the first thing they go to when you say, "Can you prove that you're on a ball?" Well, we've got pictures from the satellites. You see, it's the first thing they say. Which is really a big mistake because they haven't validated it for themselves that the satellites are there, as they haven't validated the Earth to be a ball. So it's really funny, you know.
I'm laughing pretty hard.
Yeah, they have a justified strong belief, is what they have. They call it justified strong belief. Okay, fair enough. But you're not proving anything with that.
Yo, Reddit, I like your photo, bro. Hey, Lats, you gone to church lately?
Nah, it's been a hot minute for me.
Speaking of space, another problem they have is the what's known as the cosmic.
I'm sure you got a lot. You got a lot of good things to say.
Yeah, I'm going to say it right now.
Cool,
Cosmic ray particles.
It's awesome.
Keeping the people informed. Cosmic ray particles, what are they? These are material that's left behind after a star dies in space, apparently. You know, it shoots this material across the universe at almost the speed of light. Okay. And at that rate, if any astronaut and his spacecraft will be found in that region, that area, the shielding would have to be minimum, was that 2 meters thick. Yeah, 2 meters thick of shielding. That's 6 feet thick of shielding just to contend with the cosmic ray particles. Now, when you look at NASA's vehicles, the rockets, and then the Lunar Command Module, doesn't look like they have 6 feet of thickness anywhere on that thing. Right.
So you're saying it's mega thick?
Mega thin,
oh,
wafer
mega thin. Fuck,
Yeah.
man. I thought it was like mega thick, like my cack. Shit.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, Jen, to add on to that, wasn't it, wasn't the statement that they would require 2 meters or 6 feet thick of lead shielding, to be specific?
That's right. Yes.
It was lead, eh?
Shielding.
That's what made, if I recall correctly, that's what made it seem preposterous to me at the time, because, I mean, lead is fucking heavy, dude.
Heavy.
Like, that's,
right?
Like, it made no sense.
Yeah,
I could be remembering wrong, but was that the case?
No. Actually,
right?
no. Let me get this clear for you. When they said 2 meters thick of shielding, they didn't actually specify what kind of shielding. And the discrepancy that I think we're talking about is from the documentary when they said aluminium would have to be 4 centimeters thick. And I thought, wow, so aluminium can offer some kind of protection with radiation, but you've got to have that thick. That's thick. But with we're talking about cosmic ray particles, which is material that's flying, micrometeorites, that's going to shred your spacecraft at that speed. Yeah.
Okay, I guess because I'm thinking of, I swear to you, I'm thinking of one of the documentaries that specified lead shielding specifically, and like and the thickness for the shielding does depend on the material, right? Various materials available, different ones that require different thickness. And so, yeah, I could swear to you that it was the lead that
You would be right in saying that. And I think you're talking about the documentary called American Moon, because they looked into the thickness. Yeah, because in the documentary that I mentioned, which is called What Happened on the Moons Part 1 and What Happened on the Moons Part 2 and 3, they looked into the protection of the radiation, and they looked at the aluminium side of it. They didn't really go into the lead, right? And then in the Ralph Renee's book, NASA Mooned America, and the information is coming from NOAA, National and Atmospheric Administration, they stated that NASA would have needed a 2-meter thick shielding to contend with the cosmic ray particles. And they didn't say what kind of shielding, but it had to be that thick. And I thought, wow, what's going on there?
I'm sure they would have had to have specified a material though, because they could say, oh, it could be a millimeter thick without specifying a material, but that would mean like it's some super crazy high quality, like next level fucking material that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, I was thinking lead anyway. I was thinking lead, and I thought that would be ridiculous because that would be a massive weight. You see, because it didn't in the material that I had, it didn't specify the material when it mentioned 2 meters thick of shielding. It didn't say what kind of shielding. It really didn't. I looked for it.
That seems weird, though.
Yeah,
that's a bit weird. Maybe they did, but you didn't hear it.
No, I'm reading it. This is something that I was reading. This is reading material from the book called Ralph Renee's book called NASA Mooned America, and the section we're talking about was a section from Noah's document stating that, and it didn't say the shooting. It just mentioned that the 2 meters thick. That's all that was written down. So I was wondering what kind of material would it be? Could it be water, for example, or lead, like you thought, or some kind of polymer plastic, aluminium? It didn't specify, unfortunately. But the thickness is enough to make you think, because you're talking about the velocity, of course, of these micrometeorites traveling at the speed of light. So the material would have to be solid to stop it. Do you understand? And if it has to be 2 meters thick, then that's got to be some kind of solid, because you have to use your own engineering imagination now. It would have to be some kind of solid kind of shielding to stop a projectile traveling at the speed of light. You see? Or almost the speed of light. Let me get that right before I get attacked on that. And this information is coming from the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And the information is held in the book called NASA Mooned America. I think you can get it on PDF and have a look, by Ralph Renee. And it's all in the glossary, index. It's all done nicely, and you can have a look. But yeah, lead is a very heavy material. You know what I mean? There was no way that the rocket would be able to lift off with 2 meters thick of shielding of lead. No chance. Hence, the rocket propulsion engineer said that NASA never had the capability of fabricating such a shielding. They had to run the LEM at below 10 psi, below psi, and the shielding was very, very thin on the lunar excursion module. The LEM itself, you could easily poke a hole through the shielding, he said. So it wasn't of any protection. Offered no protection at all, he said. His own words. That to run it below pressure. Any attempts to put in 14.7 psi would rupture the actual LEM itself. So they had to run it below pressure. Those were his words. Bill Woods, rocket propulsion engineer for NASA. Yeah, so it's quite fascinating, that. Yeah. I was surprised myself when I couldn't find the material that they would need. So I had to use my own imagination. And the only thing that I could come up with would be polymer plastics, some kind of maybe mylar or lead, which like, as you said, that would be an absurdity because, wow, that is tremendously heavy. Then aluminium, okay. And then the other one that I heard, which I thought was weird as well, smart, water shielding, but NASA never had that. And again, when you take water to space now, you've got the outgassing phenomena going on because you're now going to be traveling in a vacuum. And then water evaporates in a vacuum, outgasses. So you couldn't use water. So that would be no good in a vacuum. So these are.
Jin, smart water climb walls. How is that possible? That's incredible technology.
Do you know? I haven't seen that yet, so I don't know. Wow, smart water climbing walls. I've not seen it.
It appears, Jin. It appears that smart water seems to have a mind of its own. Like it can move by itself. I don't know how is that possible.
Yeah, I haven't come into contact with it. And could that be problematic for us, smart water?
I don't know, Jin.
Yeah, I don't know. Because if it's my problem is you'd have to keep that contained all the time. Otherwise, it's going to be climbing everywhere if it's got a mind of its own. And it could get into places that could electrocute and short circuit your house and cause problems, actually, couldn't it? How long has this water been around on the Earth? Because it doesn't sound natural. Go ahead.
Since Earth existed.
Say that again?
It's been around. It climbs the plants of the walls. It climbs the walls of the plant so that it can.
Okay. Right.
So that the plant can live. It's called capillary action.
Yeah, I've never been aware of that.
How do plants get water? How do trees take in water? It has to climb their walls.
Some kind of vacuum. I thought they sucked it up somehow. I didn't think it was the water itself climbing up. I thought the tree would be sucking that up, not the water itself moving up. The plant is alive, of course. I've always known that.
No, Jin, water and smart water is entirely different, Jin.
The water moves itself up.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that.
It's called capillary action.
Capillary action. Okay.
Thing, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So okay, but then I mean, so let's see this capillary water, smart water, sorry, in a vacuum. Let's see what happens to it in a vacuum. I'm sure it would outgas.
You mean like in the vacuum of space, like external
to
the
in a vacuum chamber. Let's put it in a glass and put it in a vacuum chamber.
You mean but do you mean like outside of the spacecraft or inside the spacecraft?
I would like to see this water just placed in a glass, let's say. It's probably going to be crawling around already. And then place that glass in a vacuum chamber, evacuate the air and see what happens to it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. But you don't mean like the water that they actually have on the spacecraft? That's not
the water they have on the spacecraft, yeah, but it's not going to space. That's the thing.
It's going to space.
Yeah, because if it were to go to space, it would outgas. Because when we put a glass of water in space, in a vacuum chamber, it outgasses, it evaporates, and it starts to boil at 37 degrees Celsius.
It's not a vacuum chamber, though. The inside of the spacecraft is not a vacuum. Space is the vacuum.
Yeah, but then where is the tank?
Inside the spacecraft.
Yeah, okay, and then it would have to be pressurized, at least, in order to stop the outgassing phenomenon. It would have to be pressurized to 14.7 psi. Are they doing that? Because I just told you that they're running it below pressure. They have to, because the aluminium isn't strong enough to hold it. That would be the LEM, for example. So there are a lot of anomalies to overcome. No one's gone to space in a rocket to go to the moon. It's never happened. because of the
Definitely been through the
aforementioned knowledge obstacles that are unsolvable. And I would still like to see this smart water in a vacuum chamber to see it outgas. There was this smart water. Never knew it at all. It's the first time. Have you actually touched it yourselves? Smart water? Anyone actually come into contact with it?
What are we talking about? What is smart water, though?
Well,
What are you
the water
defining
that
as smart
climbs up,
water?
apparently. Effie Alaska was saying.
Like, is this like new
Climbs
water
up
he's talking
walls,
about?
apparently.
He's trying to talk
Yeah,
about.
yeah. He says smart water climbs up walls. I said, I've never seen that. So, and then I said it would be interesting if we could capture some of that and put that in a vacuum chamber, see if it outgasses. That's all. We know water, ordinary water does. I've seen it outgassing at 22, 21 degrees Celsius. Boiling away and outgassing, and then the temperature's dropping as well. So as it outgasses, the temperature continues to drop. In the video I watched, it drops to 16 degrees Celsius, and then when they released the vacuum and pulled out the plug, and then the air rushed back in, it dropped a further 2 degrees to 14 degrees Celsius temperature. So, you know, vacuum's a very dangerous place to be for humans and man-made objects.
I disagree
We
with you
don't
on
fare,
that one, brother. Disagree with you on that
yeah,
one.
they don't fare well. Man-made objects do not fare well in a vacuum due
They
to
do.
the phenomenon known as cold welding, and then you've got the outing.
Be honest.
Yeah, yeah, materials vaporizing into gas.
I'll be honest with you, it just sounds like you just listen to a bunch of stuff you don't understand.
No, I understand. You see, look, you make that statement. I've been saying it for the longest of time, and you always, people like you always say that because it's an embarrassing position you hold. When you hear the word outgassing, what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? I'll say it again. The molecules that make up the object, let's say aluminium, begin to turn into gas due to the vacuum of space if you were there. But in this case, vacuum chamber, okay? They start to turn into gas, smoke off. Why? Because there's no air. That the aluminium itself wants to separate. And in doing so, it turns into gas, each molecule. That's what the gassing phenomena is. Okay? It's not a bunch of this and that. I've seen it happen.
And you said before it's kept at low pressure.
No, this would be when the water is evaporating. What happens is that, because normally when we boil water, it boils at 100 degrees Celsius. But in the vacuum chamber, the water begins to boil off at around 37 degrees Celsius. And as it keeps vaporizing away, the temperature seems to be dropping as well, because they have a thermometer in there. And the temperature is dropping. Okay, and I've seen the thermometer drop to 16 degrees Celsius. And then they took out the plug, and then so the air rushes back in now, and the temperature dropped even further as the air was coming back in. The thermometer read 14 degrees Celsius.
And this means that there can't be water on a spaceship.
It means that they cannot go to space because the aluminium and all the mylar and the material would be outgassing as they're traveling through space. So your water would be
And
a
you've
problem anyway
researched and
because
studied this.
of the spacecraft is being compromised, and then the pressure inside the spacecraft would be greater than that on the outside, so that would want to be escaping. And as your outer shell is now being compromised,
Blacks, should I become a stand-up comedian?
you can do that if you want. But as outer skin begins out, that obviously that is a weakness now. That the structural integrity is being compromised, and in doing so becomes weaker and weaker. The pressure inside is greater. You'd explode that thing out. your water's going everywhere, outgassing. Your astronauts are popping and dying, and so a nasty mess in space. That one problem alone in a vacuum. No chance. Nothing man-made can withstand that phenomena. Nothing.
But
That's so
Jin,
foolish, dude. That's
yeah,
so
aluminium is a metal. It doesn't outgas in vacuum.
It does. It does. That's what you
No,
don't seem to
only
understand.
water, like only water and other volatile compounds
No,
will
everything
outgas.
outgasses.
Bro,
Everything outgasses.
that's
Okay,
not true.
I'm gonna have to put. It's true, and I'm gonna have to get you the list. So, okay, I'll get you a list of things that outgas, and then
You're not
you'll just have to shut
understanding.
up. Yes, okay, no
You're
worries.
explaining it backwards
When
though. That's
they
my
when they say
point with
that
all this is.
aluminium
I'm not
outgas,
explaining it
they mean
backwards at
The
all.
information you're using is opposite
yeah.
to the actual thing that it actually does. Like the pressure in
No,
the
I'm not.
spaceship is what keeps the water in the spaceship. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it
they
would
You're not.
outgas
consider
if there was
No,
no
you're
pressure.
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
That's
I'm not
what
putting that forward. No, you're experts at convoluting things.
you
That's
just
not
made a
what I'm saying.
conclusion based off of information that is
No, I've made a
completely
correct
opposite
conclusion.
to what they
I've made a
what is
conclusion
actually
that is
happening.
correct because we're
No,
talking about
no,
the
you didn't.
material, the phenomenon known as outgassing, and how it would affect aluminium thin-skinned rockets and lunar command modules if they're going to be in space. They've never gone there, but if they were to go there, the outgassing phenomena would kill it. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so
That is
what
a
I'm saying to you is that the
nonsensical
skin
conclusion
would be
based on
compromised. The pressure within the spacecraft wants to get out because there's no pressure in space pushing against the spacecraft. The spacecraft is dying due to the outgassing phenomena. The molecules are vaporizing away. The
the
structural
pressure wants to
integrity is
get
being
out.
compromised. Okay, then
You
you've got
don't.
pressure outside pushing outwards.
So
Eventually,
you
you're going
don't
to reach
think
the breaking point.
yeah.
you don't
Bang.
think that they've
So
chosen
Jin,
a specific pressure that allows for this
yeah.
specific phenomenon to occur?
So if you Google Jin, if you Google the vapor pressure of aluminium at 50 degrees, it says it's practically zero. It's
As
negative
far as I'm
minus
concerned,
30%.
they're lying to you.
So why is people lying to you? So now you don't trust these facts that I'm
Oh, of
telling you.
course. Why would I? Why would I trust? Why would I trust when I've seen
So if
outgassing
I fact
phenomena
check
from my
Bro,
you,
screen?
you are
you don't
saying
even know
Excuse
something
what
me.
wrong.
Why would
capillary
I?
action
Hang on.
is.
Let me get this
But
correct
you
here.
are
Why
lying
would
to me.
I? Why would? Okay. You asked the question. Now, do you want a response or not?
Yeah, why are you
Why?
lying to me? Ask me that.
Why would I trust your sources when I live on a flat Earth, and the people who said have gone to space are just a ball Earth, first and foremost.
You don't live on
And
a
then the
flat Earth.
experts that I'm quoting are telling you they couldn't, and are telling me they could never have gone because they didn't have the required shielding and preparation in place to go. They've never made the tests. Of course, you're going to have documents to the contrary. I don't accept what you put forward. The engineering is there to see for itself, and tests have been done.
So then
They've done it here
basically
on
your
Earth
mind is
on
living
a
in a
smaller
vacuum where
scale,
you don't do
proving that
research.
NASA was never prepared to go to space. They didn't do the test. How do you test for 10 to the minus 12 torr on the lunar surface when you don't have a vacuum chamber to that standard? Because you would have to, and then you'd have to prepare your equipment
Brother,
to
you're
withstand
literally
more
just
than 10 to the
spewing
minus
So
12
bullshit.
if they haven't tested
Get out
it,
of here.
how do you know? So
You
if you
just
haven't
spewed a
tested
bunch of
it, so
nonsense, my guy.
I'm
so
telling you
Jin,
the truth. You people are believers. You guys are just
Jin,
believers. Just want to believe.
And what are the what's in
so Jin, if they haven't,
hang on a second.
Jin, if they
Wait.
so Jin,
Hey guy, hold the fuck on for a second. I want to clear the air on something. Jim, what's in contention from their side?
Oh, on their side, they're saying that, they're saying space travel is possible. That's what they're saying. And that outgassing is not a problematic problem for NASA and their spacecrafts. That's what they're
No,
saying.
what I specifically stated though is that the information he provided was completely contrary to the actual scientific phenomena that happens when you go into space with water. It's the pressure in the cabin that keeps the water in there. It's not
But he's
that's
not
not
talking
the
about
thing
water though,
that's
right?
what he was talking
I
about
mean,
earlier. That's my specific
yeah,
statement.
but he was okay. The water thing maybe he talked about, but he was talking mainly about the aluminum. Right?
That's
the aluminum.
right.
But that's related to the water, though.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
what he was
not.
relating to.
No, it's
No,
not.
He was.
He
He's
thinks
saying it's an off gas.
aluminium.
No. They're two
No,
separate things, dude. They're two
he's
separate things.
saying that saying aluminium will literally boil in space. That's what he's saying.
That's what it means. Exactly that. It heats up and turns into gas. That's what outgassing means. Due
More
to the
specifically,
temperature coming from the sun, and there's no air in that vacuum, the heat cannot be vectored away anywhere. So the aluminium vaporizes. Okay?
more
So
specifically
how do you
too,
know?
right?
So I
Hold on,
wonder.
you guys,
So
hold on. Dude, let me
You know
yeah,
actually.
that the
what?
temperature would
More
take.
Whatever.
Hey, gentlemen, like, hello, right? More specifically, though, right? Because the aluminum itself is not 100% pure. There are other impurities in the metal, right? Sometimes even gases themselves, right? So under such lack of pressure, the gases themselves too do tend to behave funny and add insult to injury, right? Because they fragment the aluminum around them as they try to escape out, right? And then that further degrades the actual material too, right?
Excellent. That's right.
So, like, if you guys have anything to share on that, you're just talking shit, if you want to back it up with something,
Yeah.
that would be great.
Can we find the actual temperature that it would take for it to boil at in space?
Go ahead,
Well,
Jay.
it would. I'm now going to be looking for my charts, so that's going to take a little while. I don't have it in a convenient place. I'll probably do it this time round. But we're talking about aluminium, yeah? Do you have anything that you can say it can withstand the outgassing phenomena? Or would you like to go to the
Go
site
grab
where you
it.
can learn? Go to the apollodetectives.com. Hang on, I'm nearly there. You go to the apollodetectives.com. You go to their site and you look up videos, and you look up all the videos dealing with the vacuum. That's what you're going to learn. You're looking for a guy called Scott Henderson. He's the expert on the vacuums and what actually happens. There's another guy called something Demos from Greece. He's also there because he's working at MIT. He'll talk you through how outgassing and off-gassing is such a problem, and NASA never surmounted that problem. But go ahead, whilst I get the charts.
So
The charts I'm going to post are
yeah.
coming from those guys.
Yeah. So I'm wondering where you got the data on what the vapor pressure is. If you're saying it's impossible to test it in a lab, so how do you know what the vapor pressure is?
You see, I don't know why you have to be this very low in intellect. I want to send my spacecraft to a region that's known as 10 to the minus 12 Tor, where the moon is meant to be. So I'm going to make sure that my spacecraft can withstand 10 to the 18 Tor, let's say, just so I've got redundancy. Right, but I'm not able to test my spacecraft on Earth at 10 to the minus 12 Tor. No chamber exists that I can test my equipment. So if I'm going to send someone to space without testing to those, I'm taking a massive risk. Am I not? Am I not?
If you're
Now you have
you
to
can
show
test
me.
for.
So what you're going to have to show me is where NASA
Okay.
actually tested their equipment to the levels required to go to space, 10 to the minus 12 Tor. Show me where they tested this equipment to that level and they survived it. Show me.
Well, you're saying that it won't handle
You're
it.
now answering
So
my
that means you
question, boy.
have data.
You're not answering my question. That's
But
what you're not
you
answering
said
at all.
you know it will boil. So how do you know it?
I've seen. I can put the videos in later on. Okay, I've seen it with my own eyes. Water
What's the
boiling
temperature it
at
needs to get to?
37 degrees Celsius in a vacuum chamber. I've
Aluminium.
seen that.
What's the temperature that aluminum needs
Listen.
to get
Right
to?
now, with
Everybody knows.
aluminium,
Aluminium.
I don't have
Please.
that number in my head.
Well,
But
find it.
But
how
it
do
will
you know
outgas,
that?
no
Go
doubt.
How do you know?
use one of your sources to find that number.
Okay.
I want to know what
I'm
your
actually
sources
trying
are
to get
saying.
I am actually doing that as we speak. You heard me say that I'm going to post to you some charts that have the outgassing values for certain elements and materials. That is what I'm searching right now in my collection. Okay, I said that now. This will be like the 5th time. So wait your turn and it will come. In the meantime, can you please show me where NASA tested the equipment to 10 to the minus 12 tour so they know they can go to space and nothing's going to happen?
No.
Right. There you go. Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
not doing your.
I don't even have to show you. I'm pretty sure they tested it by sending rockets to space.
Pretty sure it doesn't cut it here, mate. You're asking for
Yeah,
information
I'm
and
pretty
proof,
sure
and that I'm asking the same.
you're using worse than pretty sure is right now. So
I'm
let's be
pretty
clear
sure
about
it's
that.
not good enough for me, mate. You show me,
They
because
sent the
I'm
rockets to space.
absolutely
That means they tested
certain.
them in
I
space.
am absolutely certain NASA never went to the moon. There's just so much information against such an atrocity
Even
of
if
an
they didn't go
idea,
to the moon, they
right? They
still
didn't
put
go to the
rockets
moon.
in
They don't
space.
go to space, okay? And the equipment would have
They put
failed
rockets
in
space.
space. So you've got
So
to show
where
me.
did the rockets
Yeah.
go when they went up into the sky? To heaven?
They go up and come back down to Earth.
So they went to
Bermuda
heaven.
Triangle is a place.
They went
Go
to
have a
Bermuda
look.
Triangle, even though we
Go
recovered
check
a
it
lot
out.
of
The
those
Bermuda
rockets.
Triangle's there. But we have Jeff Bezos supposedly rescuing one of those boosters from said region. Jeff Bezos of Amazon. It's all on YouTube. It's there.
What
No
about
BS. We don't
SpaceX
have to
rocket?
BS you,
What
man.
happens with SpaceX rocket when it goes to space and it comes back and
SpaceX
lands?
rockets go up and come back down like everything else. What goes
So
up must come
where do
down.
they
They don't
sit
go
there?
to
Where do they
space.
sit?
They don't go
Where
to
are they
space.
when they're in that little dark area with all the stars?
They must be in some kind of studio somewhere, perhaps.
So they launch them into a studio?
You never know. All I see is a rocket going up and coming down. A giant firework. That's all it is. Nothing fantastic, nothing spectacular. They can't go to space because there's no air there. And rockets need air to propel themselves off of. Okay? They need to be they need the air for their propulsion. No air, you go nowhere. Yeah.
Last time you talked about outgassing, I tried frantically to search for it, and all I could find was a table about where outgassing was a problem. It was in terms of electronic and certain surfaces being contaminated by the outgassing. Nowhere did it say it would like damage the equipment or make it like not safe for use or anything like that. It said it was with electronics.
Why don't you go
Or
to the
maybe it was rubber.
ApolloDetectives.com site? Go to the ApolloDetectives.com.
I went to the source. I went to the
No, you
primary
didn't
source.
go to the site at all. And then go to the
I went to
videos
the primary
and
source.
look for the videos that have the vacuum data and everything. To go there. There's
You really
several
don't
videos.
think
It's a
there's
I
any
went to the
form of
primary
propulsion in
source.
space?
Yeah. I went to the primary
No,
source, Jim.
yeah, that's the problem.
You really
see.
believe that you can't propel yourself in space?
Yeah,
Because
no
there's
way
air?
of doing that at all. There's no air there.
So there's no form of propulsion without air.
No
is what
form
you're
of
saying.
propulsion because you need air, the medium to push off of. The medium is not there in the vacuum of space. Rockets don't go to space. That's why they return to Earth.
So if there was an object to push off of, you still wouldn't be able to push off of it because there's no air.
Why
Is
would
that what you're
I
saying?
answer that? Why would I answer that question? I said the air
Because you're
is not in
ignoring
space.
the
There's
reality.
no air in space to push
There
off
are
of.
objects in
That's
space,
my
right?
statement. That's my statement. There's no air
But are
in
there no
space.
objects in
So,
space?
excuse me. That's all I'm interested
If you had a spaceship in space, doesn't it
in. You
have
couldn't have
objects
a
to propel
spaceship
off
in
of?
space. There's no air there.
Wouldn't it
The
have
end
something
of
to propel
story.
itself off of?
Sorry, you can't have a spacecraft in space. There's no air there. Thanks.
Wouldn't it
And then
have something to
the
propel itself
vacuum of
off of,
space will
though?
kill the spacecraft. Sorry, there's no. That's it. There's no if
I'm pretty
this or
sure it would
that.
have something to propel itself off of because
I'm
it's a
sorry, there
spaceship.
is no if this or that. The rockets don't go to space. One, there's no air there. Two, the vacuum of space will kill it.
I don't know.
Simple.
You just seem like one of the dudes that just looks up one source and then believes it. Don't call people
Doesn't matter
believers,
what
my
you
guy.
say, sir. I'm quoting experts. Okay?
You're not.
Giving you the experts here, which I keep leading you to go and have a look. But everyone, I'm going to the primary source. You're not going to the primary source of where I'm getting
Brother,
my
you
information
use one
from.
source.
But your
I'm giving you
primary
the source at which I
the
got my
Apollo
information.
Exactly. You
Not the
use
Apollo
one
detective,
source.
your primary analysis.
The Apollo detectives are the experts in question, yes.
But
And
they
then
are
the
not
guy
expert
we're talking
in
about is
vapor pressure.
Scott
They definitely
Henderson,
aren't
to be
experts.
exact. Scott Henderson, who is an expert in vacuums and that.
Sorry.
And together with Robert J. Williams, and they subjected the NASA film, supposedly the Ektachromac 100, to a vacuum chamber of 10 to the minus 3 torr for 4 hours, and the film was destroyed. Now, when I say destroyed, I don't mean blown into pieces. The emulsion, that is the light sensitive material that captures the image, this material bled into each other. So the colors ran. They used that film to take pictures, and then you could see the results that the colors were definitely not correct as to what we see in nature. Mixed up colors. Very interesting. So the question was, how did NASA take such perfect pictures in an environment much worse than 10 to the minus 3 torr for much duration of time? Days, 8 days, 12 days. And yet the film was not compromised at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what the vapor pressure is in 10 to minus 3 torr for aluminium? It's on Wikipedia, Jin. Do you know what it is?
I didn't hear your question.
Do you know what vapor pressure? Sorry, do you know at what temperature you need to have vapor pressure for aluminium? When you have 10 to minus.
Well, don't forget, space is different than that. I'm going to get it. I don't have it to the tip of my tongue.
He's about to tell you.
Could you guess?
He's going to tell you after you guess.
No, I'm not going to guess. No, I don't like guessing. If I don't know, I'm not going to be guessing. I said I don't know.
It's 1200 degrees Celsius. That's 1200 degrees Celsius. So
I
you
don't
need to
accept
have,
that at all. I don't accept that.
Why not?
Because I'm going to check it out for myself. Thank you.
Well, it's on. If you Google, if you look up Wikipedia vapor pressure of the elements, you'll find a list.
Yes, okay. I'm going to be looking at it for myself because the way I'm saying is this:
he doesn't trust your
things
source,
change.
Eddie. Your source.
Yeah, things
your
change.
source isn't valid. It's Wikipedia.
So
it's
if
invalid.
this is correct, would you change your standpoint on
no, not at all, because then I'm going to have to conduct my own tests on top
Your
of it. There's a lot
source
of
would not
steps
be
we'd
correct
have to go
because
through.
he has to use his sources of information
So
to
why don't you
validate your
trust
sources.
this
And if they
Wikipedia
don't match up,
why don't you trust the article?
I don't, because I've learned over the last, especially the last 27 years, that fraudulent documentation is everywhere, from the newspaper you read, the TV that shows you, and on the internet. So no, I do not
so you're
trust
just not a
your
trusting person.
sources,
That's really what it boils down to.
especially when you're measuring the Earth flat, and then you're getting given a perfectly spherical blue marble ball image made from Robert Simmons, for example, which is a composite photoshopped image, CGI image.
Hey, Jen.
So why would I then trust your documents? Thanks.
It's not my document. It's Wikipedia, by the way.
The documents that you are offering to me. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's
Hold on a second.
Wikipedia.
Hey, hold on. Just to clear the air on something, right? What is it that you, a guy, are bringing up that contradicts what that Jin said?
He is claiming that it will affect the integrity of the air for the spacecraft if it were to go to space, because the pressure is so low that the aluminium will boil.
Okay, and in what did you bring up that goes against stated? Because you talked about temperature, right?
It will not boil. I brought up that it will basically not boil because it's not hot enough.
Okay, here's the problem, right? What you're bringing up is a unit of temperature, right?
For a specific pressure.
Oh, okay. What was the other What was the pressure value?
10 to the minus 3. 10 to the minus 3 torr.
Okay, so Okay, very good. So 10 to the minus 3 torr is higher. Is a higher value than the anticipated pressure in outer space, right?
Yes, I know.
So anything lower than that, right? It'll start to affect it, right? Okay. What is the value that Jin said?
He has never given any value. He's just saying
Oh,
that saying that it's boiling.
and he's got it all
Yeah,
mixed up. I've given
yeah, you're dead.
several values actually.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah. So
if
let's
you're
let's
talking about the lunar surface, let me give it to them
wait,
again.
wait.
If you're talking about the lunar surface, okay, apparently that's 10 to the minus 12 torr. Okay,
Okay,
that's on the
let's go
lunar
with that then.
surface.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
with that, right? So just so thank you. So a guy, it clicks, right? 10 to the minus
Yeah.
12 is a lower pressure value than 10 to the minus 3, right?
It's a lower pressure, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So everything is consistent, right? Why are you
No,
guys?
it's not.
What is it? Okay, what's not consistent?
Because he's saying it will boil, and when it doesn't boil at 10 to the minus 3, it needs to have 1200 degrees to
Okay,
presume that it will boil.
This is
To
where you're
presume
fucking
it
up,
will
right?
boil.
Yeah,
This
and
is
I
where you're
didn't use
fucking
the
up,
word
right?
boil. I
Yeah,
didn't use
yeah,
the word boil.
yeah,
Thank you.
exactly. So he's fucking up twice, right? He's fucking
Yeah,
up using the term boil with off
yeah,
gas. They sound like they
yeah.
might be related, right? But
It's
here's
a
the
It is
thing,
vapor
right?
related.
pressure.
So just
It is
because,
related.
shut the fuck up for a second, man. Just because, right? The pressure is not exactly 10 to the minus 3, right? It doesn't mean all of a sudden it's subject to need that specific temperature. Normally in that case, right, when people talk about stuff like that, okay, it's if the pressure was higher than 10 to the minus 3, so like 10 to the minus 1, for example. Oh, it's not enough. The pressure is not low enough to start the off gas. So let's, we're gonna have to throw in there the temperature to, of that value, right, to really jigger things up so then it starts off gassing, right? This 10 to the minus 12, 10 to the minus 17 is far beyond 10 to the minus 3. Therefore, the temperature is less required, right?
Thank you very much, 20 cups. And I've got to
God
add on
damn,
to
man.
that, but carry on. You
God,
see, the thing is,
crazy.
right? Aluminium will outgas at 10 to the minus 1 torr, albeit it will take longer because the pressure, the actual pressure itself is low, isn't it? It's a low torr value. They call it a soft vacuum, but it will outgas. It just takes longer. So when you go to 10 to the minus 3 torr, that's still a soft vacuum. But when you go to 10 to the minus 12 torr, that is orders of magnitude much worse. The words they use is accelerated. That's the words they use, the experts. So that the outgassing phenomena is accelerated. And then if you've got your spacecraft going to the moon and back in an 8-day, 12-day journey mission, they wouldn't have made it there, yet alone get back. So, I mean, you people just don't understand, you see. Actually a problem.
So I provided you data on the
You
outgas on
provided
the
me
vapor
nothing that I'm
pressure.
looking at here.
I
Thank you.
I provided you the Wikipedia. I told you where to look for it, and
And I
if you
told
don't
you
want to
point
look at,
blank.
if you
What
refuse
did
to
I
look
tell
at
you
it,
point
that's
blank?
fine for me. I don't give a shit.
What did I
So
tell you point blank?
I don't care. I don't care. You said you didn't believe it. So
Thank you. I said I'm
anyway,
not going to accept it, is what I said. Thanks.
yeah,
Get it right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So you don't
And the
believe it.
reason why I
So
don't accept it is because my knowledge
so
is superior to what you're putting down on the table. That
that's
is
great.
exactly
Thank
why.
you.
And
Thank you.
here's the thing,
Really
Edgar, right?
helpful.
We already acknowledged that.
So
Here's the thing,
can
though.
I please fucking talk?
Hold on,
I was in the middle of
hold
a
on,
sentence.
dude. Nah,
Gina
but
cut
here's
me
the
off,
thing,
and
right?
now you're gonna cut me off. What's wrong
Dude,
with you?
we gotta clear the air on something, right? You're jumping
No,
down
you
Jin's
can do
throat
it
again.
after I am done.
Shut your fucking mouth. Why are you critiquing Jin still when you acknowledge that what you said before was all convoluted? You got the numbers wrong. You interpreted the meaning wrong. Why are you still forcing Jin like this citation as if like, oh, he has to go read it to understand better? I mean, he might be able to understand some more things. That's fine, but you're asserting it like if it's like a win for you. It's like, calm down, bro. Go ahead.
Next time, if Jin cuts me off, can I finish after he's done? I don't like being cut off while I'm talking, and then you also cut me off, which is also fucking annoying. Yeah.
Well,
So
you're
I
fucking
just
annoying when you don't listen.
Address my point, dude, or go on mute.
Brother.
Yeah. So I brought him a table. I brought him actual data. He refused to accept it. That's fine. What did I get from him? He hasn't provided anything. That he says that it will outgas, right? He says that it will basically lose its structural integrity. He has not provided any evidence of that. He tells me to watch the Apollo YouTube. I want primary sources. Wikipedia has a table on. Can you shut up, please? So I gave him a table on what what temperature you need. It needs to be. This is for aluminium that is unprocessed. I'm sure they have actually. It's an alloy which probably is even stronger than pure aluminium, right? But this is just for pure aluminium. You haven't provided any data. So what am I going to go on off on when you're saying it will boil? Please show me data.
Right.
Please.
Have you finished? Are you looking in the side chat? Look in the side chat. Posted 2 charts already whilst you're gabbing on. 2 charts was posted for you. And I'm trying to get the 3rd chart as we speak. So go and have a look. And then you will notice that the Tor values don't even go to 6 and there are problems. Okay? My point is this. NASA never tested the equipment for the Tor value that they were going to go to. That's 10 to the minus 12 Tor. I said, if you can show me where they're testing all the equipments to that value, because remember this, when you build a skyscraper building, you build it to withstand the forces of nature, and then you build more redundancy. So if I'm going to have a spacecraft that can sustain itself in 10 to the minus 12 Tor, I'm going to make it do 10 to the minus 14 Tor. That'd be my redundancy, okay? Because I want to be sure that my spacecraft is sound and my astronauts are going to be safe for the duration of the mission. But they didn't do those tests. I haven't seen anything in 24 years. I've not seen that material looking. So you show me where they tested to 10 to the biggest vacuum chamber on Earth is the NASA Space Power Facility in Ohio. It can only pull 10 to the minus 6 Tor. That's it. Done.
Hey, Jen, you know what's funny about that, right? As much as that's all well and good, right? It seemed, what you just said there probably will have gone over his head, because what I said before, which is a lot easier and palatable, and aligns with what he was bringing up before, except for the fact that we mixed up or misinterpreted his stuff, right? It seems to have not sunk in. Bro, okay?
So can you show me in the list where aluminium is, please?
Hold on, I'm not done, dude. We let you talk. Okay, I gotta respond. Okay, you already acknowledged that beyond 10 to the minus 3 or below 10 to the minus 3 torr of pressure, right, there's going to be problems with aluminum, as your citation stated. Okay, we already acknowledged that.
Continue.
Hold on, did you not say that your thing said either X temperature or 10 to the minus 3 torr? There's going to be stuff going on?
No.
What the fuck, dude? What did it say? You're changing what you said then.
No, I can restate. If you didn't understand exactly what I said, that's fine. I can restate what I said. To know what the vapor pressure is, you need a temperature and you need a pressure. You need both of them at the same time. So I said at 10 to the minus 3 torr, the vapor pressure is at 1200 degrees Celsius.
We're not talking about vapor pressure, bro. That was the other issue.
So are you saying if there's vapor pressure, that's when you have outlet?
Can you find for me where the term vapor pressure or whatever you're talking about, where you're using the term vapor pressure, is synonymous with off-gassing?
Yes, that's when it starts to evaporate. That's when it's evaporating.
Yeah. 20 cups. That's exactly right. They're talking about the vapor because that's what happens to the aluminium or mylar or any material. It starts to vaporize. That's what the outgassing phenomena actually is. Okay.
So
it's evaporating.
It's not very good. Okay, so they're synonymous. Okay, great. So your chart states at certain temperature and a torr value or a pressure value, right? Yeah. Like they have to be. Okay, great. In outer space, you have 10 to the minus 17, 10 to the minus 12, what have you. Yeah. And when exposed to sunlight, it's allegedly what temperature?
Oh, that would depend on the material because it's all kinds of temperatures. It's fluctuating, isn't it, this thing? It depends on the material and the duration of time, of course, okay? Because things are just going to get hotter. They're not going to get colder at all. They're just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. That's the danger part of the vacuum.
Jen, the question was, if I go out into outer space and I'm in direct sunlight, right, with no atmosphere behind me or around me, how hot is the suit I'm wearing going to get?
It's going to get hot. I can't give you that number off the
130
top.
Celsius.
It's going to be hot to burn your suit. Your suit is going to burn up.
Your ship is getting to about 130 Celsius.
130 Celsius. Okay, so if you have the combination of 130 Celsius and being surrounded by a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum chamber, are those like at the same time, right? Are those conditions not ripe for problems with the material itself, according to the chart from AGI?
No, 130 Celsius is nothing.
Yeah,
You
it's
need to
nothing
get to
if
like
we're
500. You need to get to the 600s to thousands degrees Celsius.
Hold on,
for
though.
it to start fucking up.
But here's the problem, though, right? If you have a pressure, right, that is orders of magnitude lower than what is like that one line entry in whatever data table he's looking at, how does that affect the relationship?
That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the temperature at that pressure.
I want you to prove this.
We're looking at that pressure. We're looking at the pressure of 10 to the negative 12 torr. At the pressure of 10 to the negative 12 torr, you want to get to like 600 degrees Celsius. Then you're going to start to see some mouth gassing. But it doesn't necessarily mean the ship's going to melt or evaporate.
Okay, where does it say 600 degrees?
Let me find it.
Yeah.
So
that will be the melting point of aluminium, isn't it? 600 degrees Celsius, something like that.
Under certain pressure.
Yeah.
Now, and it's I just want to say you said you provided tables. There are two things, right? The table the table I told you about, it shows you to about the same. It's the table I told you about in Wikipedia. That one shows the same thing that Jin is posting. So it doesn't provide for that low pressure that you want to have the data for. In addition, he didn't even include the fucking aluminium. So I don't know what I'm
it's there.
looking
The
at.
aluminium is there on the third chart that I posted. I post you to these charts to give you a list of the materials that NASA uses supposedly to go to space. We're giving you a whole list of things.
That's the last
one.
Okay, so there
is it the temperature? Is it the temperature that's listed there? That's what
it's
the
the
number
torr
is.
value and temperature values. Torr values, temperature values.
Okay.
That's what you've got.
Okay, now we got the Now we got a battle of the data sheets going on. How about it, gentlemen? Thank you for the time.
We don't have battle. It shows the same thing that I provided approximately. So yeah.
My one has come from the sources, and that would be Scott Henderson, who is an expert on the vacuums and vacuum chambers in space and the pressures therein. Okay, and that's what I'm posting to you, right? And they're the ones that are telling us that spacecrafts cannot go to space because the phenomena will kill the spacecraft. It will die. Okay, you can't have a spacecraft with a pressure of 10 psi or 12 psi on the inside, okay, and then nothing on the outside, and then the outside is actually dissolving, vaporizing into smoke. Molecules are leaving the aluminium, so your structural integrity begins to weaken, okay, because you're losing molecules. What don't they understand about that? Remember, 8-day mission and 12 days mission. No way are they going to be making it there or back. They would have died there. That's why the phenomena is no good. Hence, you have water boiling. Let me show you the water boiling. Yeah. I'll do that one as well, where water is boiling at 37 degrees Celsius. Let me get that one up for you as well, just so there's no argument.
Wouldn't you say the problem is before you boil, you'll have it turning to liquid before that? That's the bigger problem.
Not because we don't go to space. Number one, we're not in a vacuum. We don't, So you have to go with what nature provides, and it's going to be what nature commands, and it's commanding that it will heat that thing up. The molecule. Remember, they want to separate. Okay, there's no pressure keeping it together. They want to expand and leave each other, the molecules, and as they do so, they become small enough to turn into smoke. Okay, it's a dangerous thing, a vacuum. You just don't understand it. Put yourself in there, you'll know, boy. Tell ya.
If it doesn't, if it's solid, right? if it's solid. If it's not turning into liquid, then I
Everything
wonder.
outgasses.
Yes,
Everything
if you say it
outgasses.
outgassing, but
Right.
but
That means
but it
vaporize it into
depends on
gas.
the. Yes, that's true, but it
Right.
doesn't. The whole ship will. You think the whole ship will evaporate
Well,
immediately,
of
or
course,
how long
because it's
time
made of
will it?
aluminium. Of course, it's made of aluminium. It's in an environment where the outgassing phenomena is unavoidable. It's going to the moon. It takes 3 days to get there. Then they're going to be one is orbiting, let's say, whilst the other one's prancing around, and then they've got to get back in 3 days again. Yeah, they wouldn't have made it there in the first place. The spacecraft would have blown up before they got there.
But
that's what I'm
you
saying.
mean that they have evaporated the whole of
The
it? But how
outgassing
do
rate,
we know
it
the
would be
rate?
would accelerate the destruction of your spacecraft. And then if you do a 12-day mission, well, that's you're just playing silly buggers at this point. They never went.
But you,
okay.
But we actually boil. When they make aluminium, they boil the aluminium.
They're boiling it here on Earth, ladies and gentlemen. They're doing that here on Earth. Space is different. Look, space is different. The thickness of the aluminium is called into question. They didn't have the required thickness to contend with, for example, cosmic ray particles and radiation. NASA didn't have that. And then, of course, if they didn't have it for that, they're going to be killed by the outgassing phenomena. Okay? NASA didn't go there prepared. Okay? They never went because the testing wasn't done. The equipment was substandard. You're not going to go to space with thin aluminium. With the worst material, when radiation passes through, the radiation intensifies on the inside. I've got that on print. Okay? And if you go to the ApolloDetectives.com, look at radiation. The guy is called Gerard White. For his examination paper to pass his exam in radiation, he tells us he had to conduct these experiments. And he told us what he conducted when they released radiation into aluminium and how it formed globules on the other side. Okay? So they've done the tests. Okay? I'm talking
So
about
can
the
you
experts.
explain what I'm looking at in this chart that you posted, Jin?
Did you not look at the chart and see the material and then the temperature
Yeah,
values
it's an
and
image
the
of a
total value?
chart. The temperature values and so those are temperature values. You're confirming that.
Temperature values is what you're looking at,
So
and
at
then
10 to
torr
the negative
values.
4 torr, aluminum
Yeah.
would have to heat to 1,486 degrees Celsius to start
Right,
vaporizing.
and it would start to vaporize. Yeah.
So then what temperature do you think aluminum gets to in space?
Well, it depends on how long it is in space. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? They keep asking the question.
Yeah.
I can't go to space, okay? Because I know it's going to kill me. Okay.
Also,
So the longer,
temperature in space,
hang on a minute, please just listen
is
up, please,
pretty
because you're asking.
pretty much.
The higher the
It's
torr
different than how it
value.
works here.
Yeah, you
So
just
the numbers
Based
are
on vapor
misleading.
pressure.
Yeah, right. So
Based on
the point
torr,
is this.
based on the pressure of the what?
Yeah, the aluminum is just a weak material when it comes to a vacuum.
But
It's going to
this
die.
chart
It
is
dies quickly.
literally like killed your argument because you don't
It doesn't
understand
kill my argument. No, it doesn't kill my. You're reading it wrong way round, mate. Doesn't kill my argument at all. Not at all.
Aluminum
The
is not getting to
outgassing phenomena is a problem.
1,486 degrees Celsius.
Remember, they're going into a torr value of 10 to the minus 12 torr. Okay, and then they didn't go for 1 second or 1 hour. They went for 8 days supposedly, and in other missions 12 days. That's an awful long time to be in an environment where there's no air, outgassing phenomena going on, and your spacecraft is doing nothing but getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. That's what you don't
So
seem
then
to
all you've
understand.
done
That the
is provide a
spacecraft is going
chart.
to exceed the spacecraft will heat up, and there's nowhere to vector away the heat to
So what
radiate
you've
it. You
done is
can't do
provide
that.
a chart that doesn't even contain the evidence that you're alluding to.
It's
It
there.
cuts off
You're
well
misreading
before
the
it gets
chart.
to the
You're
pressure that you're
misreading the
trying to
chart,
argue
sir.
on. I'm not misreading it. Where's 10 to the negative
You're
12 torr on
misreading
here?
the chart, and you don't
I'm not
understand.
misreading it. Where is
Simple
10
as
to
that.
the negative 12 torr on your chart?
It's not there. It's not on that chart.
Exactly. I want to know
Yeah,
what's the
but
temperature that
okay,
it would need to get
ladies and
to at 10 to
gentlemen.
the negative 12 torr. Can
Oh,
you tell me
blimey.
that based on your
You
information?
don't seem to understand, do you? You just don't
I
seem to
understand it
understand.
entirely.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You're
because
arguing based off of
what the
information that you
chart is
couldn't even
giving you,
provide yourself.
what the chart is giving you is the problems that aluminium would have at 10 to the minus 4 torr, etc., etc. It didn't give us 12.
etc. is not a
Yeah,
number.
it didn't
I
give
want
us
your data,
more
please,
than that.
that you
It didn't give
published.
us
wow.
more than that. Didn't give
You
Okay,
were
us
so
more.
hold
so
on a minute.
strong on this data.
Fellas,
Where is it?
fellas. See, this is
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
problem with arguing about things that are unfalsifiable, right? So, what
I
is
agree.
the ultimate contention? If anybody actually has left the Earth to go into a vacuum, that would require some kind of evidence for that claim. Not arguing about whether or not it's possible, but if it's actually been done, and where is this vacuum that we can test it? Where's that at?
Those are the things I put forward. I said
That would
space
be in
travel is not
space.
possible. They never went. That's
That
all
would
I
be
said.
in space. That would be one of the vacuums.
Okay, well
There's
let's
definitely
test that. You and me.
man-made vacuums too.
How do we test that?
We can go to a lab where there's a vacuum.
Okay,
And test
and
different materials at different torrs and temperatures and pressures.
Great. Okay, so can we go down to what would be considered deep space vacuums and then test the
10
materials
to the
that
minus
way?
12 torr. That
Yeah, we
vacuum
can't
doesn't
do a
exist.
lot of things. I can't rent a yacht for a weekend. That doesn't mean yachts don't exist.
No. I'm saying, has anybody done this?
Yes.
Can we create
NASA
this
has done
vacuum
this.
and have we
SpaceX
tested
has
these
done this.
materials? Great. Can you show this to me? Get me the data, please.
I don't have all their data.
Well, you told me they did it. So if you believe that they did it, I want to see when and where they did it. Huh? For a fact. Okay, well, let's see the facts then. Let's see the facts then. Otherwise, it's just a baseless claim.
The facts, I'll show you videos of rockets going into space.
No, that's not the test that we're talking about.
That's not.
Oh, in the videos. Well, then that's back to being an unfalsifiable claim. So it's still going to be a baseless
No, it's
claim.
not. You know
Okay,
damn well
well
that
then
rocket
prove
went
it.
into space, my guy.
No, I don't know it
Prove
at
it
all.
didn't.
Neither do you. You just
Prove
no.
to
It's
me where you
you.
think it went.
This is the problem. You don't understand claim structures, right? So you're making a positive claim. The positive claim carries the burden of proof. So you need to prove it to me.
The problem is you want to live in a false reality.
Now it's going to be an ad hominem. You're going to talk about me and poison the well. So where's the evidence that any of this occurred? And you don't have it. So you don't have it. Is that about right? You don't have any of the
No,
evidence for
you're
the
trying
claims
to
that you're
back up
making.
your guy because I basically showed you that he doesn't have the data and he tried to pull this.
I'm not trying to back up my guy. Now you're still. This is still ad hominem. This is still poisoning the well. I want the evidence for the claims that you're making. I'm not backing up my guy. Believe me, this is not the way I would have actually done this particular conversation by talking about fairy tale places like space. Okay, so.
But they have if it's if it's contention about a vacuum, I think we can create. I'm not thinking it. We can create the vacuum state that we have in low Earth orbit. That's not impossible. We can create that in a lab.
Okay. All right. Now show me that they've tested these materials in that vacuum, and then we're going to go to the next step. If you believe that this happened in low Earth orbit at extremely low pressure, I'm going to ask you how you could prove we could have a vacuum next to an air pressure system without a container.
Testing what exactly? What equipment?
Testing the materials that were used on these particular spacecrafts or whatever.
What do you want to test specifically?
Well, whether or not the structure of the capsule or whatever can, handle those types of pressure differentials and ultimately the integrity of the material.
So to the pressure differential, what's that? What's the pressure differential when you have?
That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. So you have to have a certain amount of pressure within the capsule, right? So those people can breathe. They need to kind of breathe in there. So air pressure, and then the pressure differential between the inside of the capsule and the outside.
Yeah. Also, what is that pressure? If it's 1 bar, if it's 1 atmosphere in the ISS, what's the pressure differential?
Well, you tell me. What is low Earth orbit?
What is 1 bar minus 0.000 or something like that? What's that?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, get it for me, and let's see if we have a demonstration of the differentials.
Sorry, what is that number?
I'm asking you. This is your claim. I don't believe in space.
But do you not know math?
No, this is your claim. So there's a pressure differential that occurs, right? What is it?
The pressure differential. We need to establish what that is. So,
all right. So tell me what it is. This is your fairy tale story. I want to know what it is.
Yeah, what is? Yeah, so 1 atmosphere minus a very low number. That's the pressure differential. So that's 1 atmosphere, right?
Okay, so demonstrate that for me now. Get me a model or something, you know, a mock-up, or how they tested it themselves.
So want to test
show me the
something
data.
can handle 1 bar of pressure?
No, that's not, dude. You don't understand pressure differentials, do you?
Yeah, I told you the math. You take the outside pressure minus.
You haven't even given me a value. What's the value?
I told you it's 1 atmosphere.
1 atmosphere next to what?
Next to 0.
You said 1 small number.
0.
That's not the math, dude.
Yes.
I dare you to do your math homework and write 1 small number.
Yes, it's an extremely small
don't
number.
Understand the math.
Okay.
That is 10 to the minus negative 10 or something like that. That's a very low number. That's an extremely low number.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out the obvious. Now,
yes,
we're going to have to test that. So let's test it.
No. The problem here is that, sorry, we need to, that's why I asked you what the pressure differential, that's a number, right? You get the pressure. It's a pressure difference. It's a pressure between, it's a pressure compared between between the outside and the inside of the aircraft. That's the pressure difference.
Right. Okay, so let's now it's the number is the value is one thing. Let's recreate the actual conditions, not just talk about numbers. This is physical reality, right? So we actually have to have a scenario where we test this.
So you want to test where you have 1 atmosphere of a pressure differential?
No. It's, okay, fine, yeah. 1 atmosphere next to almost 0.
Yes. Or no, you want to test the pressure differential. That's a number, right?
No, I'm not trying to, dude. You can't understand at all what I'm asking you. I want to see in physical reality a demonstration of what they proposed that they did.
You said they needed to test the pressure differential.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, hey guy, hang on. Check this out, right? If you're only going to test a single pressure differential, so 1 atmosphere of difference between the outside and the inside, to say that, okay, outside it's 14 psi, and then on the inside of this thing it's 13 point whatever, right? So you get you get that difference. Okay, to say to say that those conditions, right, the environmental conditions with that pressure differential down here, okay, would behave in the same way as if you go up into your fantasy land outer space, obtain that same pressure differential, right? To say like you're saying that they would behave the same. This is why it's being asked of you. How do they test it down here so it mimics the actual conditions out there in the first place? Right? It's not
by
just
creating the same pressure difference.
This is the problem. It's escaping you that it's not just the pressure differential that needs to be tested.
So you don't want to test the pressure differential. You want to test.
No, you don't want to test it.
We're asking.
The problem is you don't want to test it. We're asking you to get us the results that they did this, right? And how did it work out? Where is that?
I didn't tell you anything. You told me what you wanted.
Well, never mind. I guess you have no claim. Don't worry about it. On to the next.
I didn't make any claim. I asked you a question. You answered me what you wanted.
You realize that you then equally have no claim.
No, I don't have a claim. Obviously, I figure people who believed in space were going to make a claim and then back it up, but I guess they don't.
Yeah, I backed up my sources for the reason why we cannot go to space, and it's in the sidetrack as we speak. I've been
It's
backing it
not.
all up
I
all
just
the way.
disproved it, and then your guy tried to back you up or whatever dumb shit.
You
he
didn't
tried to say.
disprove
I haven't
anything.
disproved
What did you
anything, sir.
disprove?
You're arguing on the basis of 10 to the negative 12 Tor, but you can't prove any information on 10 to the negative 12 Tor.
I
That's
can
Where's your
prove that we
information on
didn't
that?
go
wait,
because
wait,
NASA.
Where's
Jin,
that
hold on.
data
He's right. He's
in that
right.
data?
He's correct. There is no 10 to the negative 12 Tor. That's fine.
That's
So then
right.
no
Give us that data.
space. I got you.
Yeah, that's right.
Give us the
Because
data on 10 to
NASA
the
never
negative 12
tested
Tor.
their equipment to that level. Yeah, they don't have any
Right.
tests being conducted. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
said all
so
along.
now you're just pushing the goalposts.
No,
we're not moving the goalpost. You agree with us, apparently. There is not going to be any data about them testing this 10 to
No,
the
I
negative
don't
12
agree
Tor
with
or
you.
anything.
No, he's not
Oh,
going to
okay.
provide
Where
data
is
from
it?
his source because he doesn't have it.
Now
His
you don't
source
agree
doesn't
with
know
your
what
own.
he's talking
Your
about.
own. Now you don't agree with your own claim. Are you kidding me?
Are you RFK? Is
Oh,
that
wow.
RFK?
He agreed with your claim. It's never been tested. And you're like, I don't agree with you. You're a dunce, dude.
I didn't say
Go
it's
on
never
mute,
been
bro.
tested. I'm saying
Too
he
dumb
didn't
to be in
provide the
here.
data.
I provided enough
What are you
data.
talking about,
It's
RFK?
all there, clean as a whistle, clear as glass. You choose to misrepresent it. You're running away from it, and I backed it up. I've even
You
backed
backed up
when
the numbers that you
listen.
were
You're
talking
interrupting
about.
as I'm speaking. That's why it always goes into a shit show. Because whenever you talk, I have to back down, and I back down, let you finish. So you will let me finish. I've also posted in the server what happens to aluminium in space from the Herald article and the so-called Apollo detectives themselves who tested the film in a vacuum chamber, 10 to the minus 3 Tor. You see how they do it. The results are there and the photographs all laid out. And the question is, if NASA went, how did they overcome all these problems? Carry on anyway. Go ahead. Your turn. Right. We never went to space. Thank you.
So you're saying they have tested it at a negative 10 to 12 Tor or something like that? Have they tested that?
No,
Jin?
I did not say that at all. I said to you, NASA never went to space because they never tested the equipment for the said environment, and they didn't have the required shielding that they would need to encounter the cosmic ray particles, radiation, and then the vacuum of space itself. They didn't. They were unprepared. They never went.
So who was saying 10 to the negative 12 Tor doesn't exist?
That's the Tor value when you go to the moon, apparently, according to the
Somebody said it
cosmologist,
doesn't exist
theoretical physicist.
a
That's the
second
Tor
ago.
value.
Someone said it doesn't
At
exist.
the side hang on the lunar surface that we see, that's 10 to the minus 11 Tor. Then on the far side, it's 10 to the minus 12 Tor. Those are the values they give us.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the ISS is currently if it's up there, currently in 10 to the minus 7 Tor. Okay, if it's up there, it's what they tell us.
But you don't think 10 to the
So
negative
you
12 exists, is what you were saying earlier?
Oh my gosh. In what regards? As far as space is concerned or the actual vacuum that we
You
could
said the
draw?
actual vacuum didn't exist a second ago.
Who said that?
The interesting thing is,
Says
I'm
who?
not even sure I'm not sure they can get down to that particular vacuum on Earth. But if someone has done it, I'd like to see the data.
Yeah, 10 to the minus 6 Tor is what they've done with the biggest vacuum chamber. It's in Ohio. Okay, that's the one where they did the bowling ball and the feathers test, which is like flawed anyway. And then the smaller one was in MIT. They have a smaller one, which is like that can pull 10 to the minus 7 Tor, but it's a tiny one. It's like a fire hydrant in its structure because of the magnitude of the vacuum. Okay, and they put some little, the rolls of films that you put into cameras. I put 2 or 3 in there, very small. Okay, but that's the little film, and that was only 10 to the minus 7 Tor max. I haven't seen any more vacuum chambers than that so far. And NASA would need to have at least
they
been one.
have tested the structural integrity of this equipment in 10 to minus negative 15 Tor.
The Large Hadron Collider in Europe maintains a vacuum between 10 to the negative 11 and 10 to the negative 12 Tor.
Yeah.
So you were just claiming what?
I was saying that NASA never claimed, NASA never tested their equipment. This would be the ones from the Apollo missions. They didn't test it to the values that was necessary to encounter the space of 10 to the minus 12 Tor. NASA never tested the equipment. What you're putting forward wasn't around back in the 1960s. Sorry, mate. you lose again. You just keep trying to. You're begging all the time, begging a question every time. Sorry.
Anonymous, like when you were saying earlier, maybe you're not understanding. Maybe you're not understanding. You were saying earlier, are you saying this thing does not exist, right? So that thing that you're referring to in this case is just a math formula, right? So the math formula exists, and you may have heard this before, right? Like it's like there's a claim that. Sorry, the claim is that the Earth is a sphere with a specific radius. Now, nobody's denying that math exists, right? But then we need a demonstration of the geometric horizon being at the distance it says. So there's a difference there between the math existing and the demonstration of what the math is supposed to uphold existing.
And the fact that you can't present that fact that the Earth is an oblate spheroid speaks volumes, not to mention court cases that have proven that the globe cannot be proven. You know, you're very much in hot water and quicksand at this point. You know, we're just amicably saying that man has never gone to the moon, or we don't have any man-made equipment that's out beyond the solar system, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, for example, or the Ingenuity, Curiosity, and Endeavour, or Discover, whatever, on Mars. These things don't exist there. We've never done it. Okay.
What court cases prove the moon or the Earth is not round? You said
Oh yeah,
court cases proved it
I
wasn't
can
round?
drop a court case in there for you right now. It's again, that was it, Zen Garcia, who put out a challenge of $15,000 for anyone to prove that the Earth is an oblate spheroid and it is rotating more than 50 miles per hour. Now, the proponents who tried to take on the challenge failed, and the judge found in favor of Zen Garcia. Now, point number one, doesn't mean the Earth's flat. That's not what we're talking about here. Their failure to prove the globe, that was the problem. And the main question was, hang on, let me finish now, please. I'm now finishing, concluding. The main points that we take away from the video is not the fact that the judge found in favor of the flat earther, is that educators, scientists, professors, theoretical physicists, cosmologists, and the so-called experts who are teaching this in education institutions were not taking up that challenge and winning that $15,000. Where were they? Okay, carry on now.
because there was two people that didn't come prepared to some like court fight debate. Maybe educated people didn't want to get involved in the courts because that's not something normal healthy people want to do, is get involved in law cases and courts where things get messy and you have to hire lawyers and stuff. Maybe that's just not worth it. Especially for $15,000, which is an incredibly small amount of money. You'd probably spend more on court fees than you would for the prize.
Bro,
No,
you're
that's like a stupid piece of
speculation. Here's what we need. We need the evidence that the Earth is actually. Hold on. We need the evidence that the Earth is actually a sphere. That would be drop over distance measurements.
You don't have the evidence that it's not a sphere either.
Oh, but I'm not making the claim, mate. Oh, I'm not making the claim. You gotta prove it, mate.
Bullshit, dude.
Bullshit. What do you want? Laser tests, surveyors?
Right,
what do you want?
Go to the edge of the Earth. Have you seen the edge of the Earth? Can you present?
Sorry, going to the edge of the Earth is not going to be proof of.
We don't believe in that
dude.
edges. So you're
Can you present to me the information that the Earth has?
You're straw manning the flat Earth, dude. You're
That's not straw manning.
Okay,
he just did the same thing to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Excuse me, what would the edge have to do with flatness? Sorry.
Because if it's flat, then there is an end.
Yeah, prove it.
No. If it's flat,
yeah, prove it.
You think this is a Minecraft? We're just on a Minecraft server that
I'm gonna mute you. Either prove it or shut the fuck up.
Like, bro, common sense.
If you're the common sense is logical fallacy. Now prove it or shut the fuck up.
Logical fallacy, guys. You guys are my Reddit.
So I have to prove it, but you don't.
Yeah, it's your claim. You claim
he just made my claim is counter to his claim. I'm literally saying the opposite of him, and you're getting mad at me. Shut the fuck up.
No. Oh, look, man, you're triggered hardcore. What are you afraid of? You afraid of looking stupid today? It's too late for that, by the way.
When you look up the definition of flat, it doesn't say requires an edge. Okay, it's not a condition required for something to be flat. So stop.
Didn't I just use words that you used?
We know the Earth is flat because the surface of the Earth is not curving. The oceans don't curve into a ball. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, so we know that it's not a ball. It's really simple.
And here we are again, ladies and gentlemen, that they are desperate to say they're living on a ball, but they cannot back it up. They cannot prove it. Can you see this? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening in the live stream here, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on politics, can you see how they are not presenting their case with the proof so we can shut up? They're not doing that.
Let me ask you, how can you prove unequivocally whether the Earth is curving or not curving? Because if it's a ball, the surface has to curve, right? That's a requirement.
Yes, it would still be curved.
Yeah, it has to curve because a ball is equidistant from the center, so the surface has to be curved.
Yeah.
How do you prove which one it is, one way or another? What test can we do?
You can walk on it.
Walk on it.
And look at the parabolic curves of the Earth.
You can try to measure whether that curve exists?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've done that. It don't exist.
Where's your evidence for that?
Laser tests, long distance observations, infrared, radio, microwave, on and on and on. Perfect reflection at the Bolivian salt flats. No, but we don't even need all that though, because we observed the Earth is flat. Now, if you're saying that that's some sort of optical illusion, you need the evidence to demonstrate that it is.
So why, when you watch a ship sail away from you, does it start to sink? The further
I've never
it gets
seen
away
that.
from you.
I never
So
seen that.
you've never been on the beach?
I've been by the
Never been
ocean.
into the ocean?
Yeah, and I've tried to make that observation and have failed every time.
But it still happens.
No, well, yeah, but not because the Earth is curved.
Yeah, because the Earth is curved.
No, then it would happen all the time, which it doesn't.
Have you brought a pair of binoculars when you did it?
I bought a P1000 camera, which has 120 times zoom. I watched the ship for 3.5 hours sail 30 miles away. Never went over the curve of the Earth, never dipped under the horizon, never did any of those things. And we can demonstrate that observation on known flat surfaces. You guys just think that it wouldn't happen on a flat surface, but you're wrong because we can demonstrate that it does. The horizon itself is not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because it moves around, even though you don't move around. So you can watch the horizon for a few hours and watch it get further and closer, move up and down. It's not the edge of a ball. It's an optical effect created by the meteorological conditions in the shallow angle of view. And how do you think we know all this? Experiment. Going out and doing observations. Going out and doing measurements. Not watching TV. Not watching the screen. Not listening to some doofus on TV claim they went to space.
And if you're interested in whether or not India is telling you the truth, in the side chat, I'm posting material backing up exactly what he's talking about. It's there. So please stay tuned to the side chat. Everything you need to know is there.
Also in the side chat is a
Thanks, Jen.
document that disproves that NASA, what you said about NASA not testing at 10 to the negative 12 torr. That's also in the
How did they
side
do
chat.
that
I
in the
doubt you'll
60s?
read it. In the 60s. I doubt you'll read it, but it's there.
In the 60s. Really?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I haven't looked at it. Is it referring to the Sandusky chamber, the one that everybody quotes.
Yeah, that's probably the one. But can it go 10 to the? Hang on a minute. Is that the one in Ohio? That's Ohio. That only goes 10 to the -6 torr.
Yeah, so I was wondering if he was doing the Ohio Sandusky.
He posted a paper from
CERN.
CERN. CERN didn't exist in the 60s.
No, it didn't. That's right. That's
Good
what
try,
I mean.
though.
Fraudulent documents are everywhere. Got to be so careful with these people. Waste my time with fraudulent documentation.
Well, if this guy believes that, it's probably believes that
CERN was founded in
I believe that CERN, as
1954.
they claim, can time travel. So
CERN was
they
founded
worked it
in
out.
1954. What are we talking about? But we're going to keep making false claims.
CERN did not exist in 1969, dude.
1954.
It did not exist in 1954, dude. I guarantee it. They didn't even do the survey yet.
Another lie.
Another lie.
In
So
order
then
to
they've
keep the
changed.
global lie,
So
they
it's as
have.
if they've changed history, and now it's a lie.
No, it's a government project. They fund it, right? So you got all the paperwork. All that's done before it's built.
Do you know what CERN is?
Yes. So Large Hadron Collider.
Wait, hang on. What's your name? Are you talking about CERN as like the organization that runs the LHC, or the LHC itself?
The organization.
Okay.
Yeah, the paperwork was done.
Okay. So to say that you had an organization, with paperwork done, backing them or whatever, publish a document, doesn't seem too far fetched, man. Question is the veracity of the actual material. Like to be frank. Right?
But here's the real problem with the vacuum: the seal. Okay.
Yeah.
Every time you have a high vacuum, you have to use a metal seal. You can't use rubber. You can't use anything like that. And every time you open it, you have to change the seal and insert a completely new one, brand new.
Gasket. It's called gaskets. That's what they call. Those seals are known as gaskets because, as you said, the pressure. They have to keep that vacuum tight. And rubber seals are of no use. They
If you like, I could post the video from people that work at a company that sells ultra high vacuums that talk about how the seals have to be replaced every time you open it.
You know what? I might do that for you. I'll post it. I'll get it up in a minute. I'm just going to go there now and get that one up because that's a very interesting one.
Thanks,
valves
Jim.
and
I
seals.
appreciate what you're posting.
Oh yeah, it's okay, man. I've got to be of some use. It was me. It was because of me all this argument start.
What else is new?
Funny enough, as you guys are talking about this, the guy that we were just talking to leaves.
Because he knows there's more pressure coming. You see, much like the vice. His head was in the vice, and we were turning the handle.
I got a question, Jin or anyone. With the stars or whatever they are, the lights that go down on one side and come up on the other, that means that there's something, it's probably going under us and coming up on the other side, right? So what is exactly below us, in a sense? Not speaking of the solid ground, but
here.
outside of that solid ground that we stand
I understood
on.
what you said.
Nothing is going under, dude.
Accepts that, yeah. No flat
But
Earth.
explain that to me then. I don't understand that. How is it that it's going away on one side and coming up on the other side, and it appears that it is going under us, right? But
Brother, here's the situation. So we're not making any claims about the celestials and how that works. We're not making claims about it. We have no idea. There's no way we could test any of that.
It's just kind of something that goes against our current understanding of physics of the.
Of course it does. Of course
Our understanding of physics. Which physics?
I'm just saying we don't understand it is what we're saying.
Yeah, buzzwords. Nothing but buzzwords, dude.
What, we don't understand it? Where's the
Yeah,
buzzword?
no, you're just using physics as a buzzword.
Okay, physics. I don't understand it. Right? Let's simplify.
Has nothing to do with physics. Physics deals with natural phenomenon, dude.
In Indio, I've simplified it several times now. We don't understand it. Is that what you're saying?
It has nothing to do with physics.
Indio, do you have like a hearing problem or?
Yeah. So you're strawmanning what I said, and I'm repeating what I said. Don't try to be the Indio whisperer. Just go by the words I say. Has nothing to do with physics. We understand things, but in this case, you said how we understand physics and related to what the stars look like they're doing. They're unrelated. When you say go under, you're not making a physics claim. You're making a geometric claim. You understand? They're two different things. You know, I haven't been in politics in a long time. You guys have really fell off. Like literally the speds in English Hub are more intelligent than you guys. That's fucking sad. Y'all are making TikTok overs look good.
Yeah, I would have to say that. It's terrible.
It's like you guys can't distinguish stuff. You can't listen to what's said, right? It's like you reinterpret words into like your own misunderstanding of what's going on. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Because you explained it to them crystal clear, and it's so simple and easy to understand that it's like it just hurts them because it can't be that easy. You know, and they just don't want to accept it, right? You know, all the while they're not able to prove their globe. They're not bringing anything that's proving the globe exists. Not one piece of material that we can actually scrutinize that's not fraudulent, because I know they say they give us things to look at, but for the most part, they're fraudulent documentation. And of course, they exist because they're there to prop up the lie that is a globe. As I keep saying, in order for the globe to be alive, people have to lie. It's the only way. That's the psychology of the thing. Right.
If you're looking down a mile-long hallway, the ceiling will appear to go to the ground. And eventually, right, it'll reach a point, the vanishing line, the horizon line, and you won't be able to see the ceiling going down anymore. Does it continue to go underneath the floor?
You see? The vanishing point. Oh. Yeah. It's the same with the floor. The floor appears to be ratcheting upwards, and then the walls on the left and on the right seem to be converging into each other right there. So it's all that's the way the optics works. But you know the floor is level. You know the walls are plumb and they're going horizontally along the path you're walking. Yeah. So there you are. You know, it's clearly obvious to those who understand it.
It's another example of saying your explanation is a description of what you see. No, that's why you think you see it that way. That's your explanation, but that's not just the bare bones descriptive of what you see. You don't see the stars go under the ground.
No, you don't. Yeah, that's true. They disappear at the horizon. And that doesn't mean that it's going under the earth. No. Because as I've said before, that a level surface can obscure, okay? Can obscure an object, definitely. Perfectly level surface can obscure an object if it's moved far enough away that you can no longer see it, and you're on that leveled surface. It happens all the time. Wow, man. Yeah. It's part of the living on Earth, a natural phenomena.
Yeah, there's a real problem with, people believing that what is apparently occurring is what is actually occurring, right? So I wouldn't for a moment argue with somebody that says it appears like the sun is going down and being occulted by a flat surface, and it seems like it would be going under the horizon. That's what it looks like. All right, I'm going to grant that. Is that what is actually occurring, and how would we be able to prove that? That's the problem. So you can't just say, well, it looks like this, therefore it is. Well, that's an inference, or that is how you imply the situation to be. You can't prove that.
Yeah, ever since I've been talking about the off-gassing and out-gassing and that being a space travel showstopper, I've had no end of people losing their temper, untold insults. And I started this thing, maybe 3 years ago? Yeah, about 3, 4 years ago, talking about the outgassing phenomena, and people have burnt up. They've outgassed in front of me. Yeah. So I'm not surprised with the pushback, but that's what it's like, because it really does challenge the possibility of going to space.
Their brain matter's outgassing out of their ears.
yeah. And then you give them the material to look at, and then they misrepresent it straight off the bat, and you don't understand the chart. Don't be silly. But it doesn't go to 10 to the minus 12 Tor. It doesn't have to. Look at the problems you're having at 10 to the minus 4 Tor. This is what the experts are telling you. You don't have to go to the 12. That's enough. You cannot go. And then did NASA actually do the tests? Test the equipment. Because you test to destruction. You're not going to run a project where you're not doing tests. You're going to test everything to destruction. Go ahead.
Well, and I know, and maybe these guys don't know, the LEM, the lunar lander, was never tested. Never.
Yes, that's right. It was never
the test
tested.
Was on the moon. That was where the test was.
Right. Now, there's a famous journalist, what they call him, investigative journalist. His name is James Collier, okay? And he did the documentary called Was It Only a Paper Moon? And he was talking about the LEM, and he said exactly what you said, right? That there was never successfully landed on Earth, okay? And yet they went to space with it. You know what he said? Why would their wives allow them to go to space? Because, they never tested it. They crashed every single time. And now you're going to take this thing to an environment where you've never been before, never tested, simulated at all, and land there when you never landed it on Earth properly. Okay? That was a documentary called Was It Only a Paper Moon? Looking at the LEM. He said the guy who invented this LEM should have won a Nobel Prize, a Nobel Prize for his invention. Who was the guy? And the blueprints have been lost, he said. They've lost the blueprints to this stuff. Really? How could you lose such an important document? And then he went to the NASA famous museum in America, is it the Kennedy Center, whatever, or JBL, anyway, wherever they got this LEM, and he was promised a cherry picker, you know, the contraption with a ladder with wheels where you could climb up and do some measuring, and he wanted to measure the size of the hatch, and they said to him he could not measure that hatch and pushed the cherry picker away. He wasn't allowed to measure the hatch, for if he had measured it, he would have measured the thing to be too small for the astronauts to get in and out with the pack, with the what's it called now? The portable life support system, PLSSS, the thing on the back, the PLSS, portable life support system. Okay, if they had that on their back, they couldn't have got through the hatch, and that's what he was trying to verify for sure, and they wouldn't let him measure it. So it's a good thing you brought up that the LEM that had wafer thin walls that you could literally poke your finger through.
Well, then we got the problem of when they put their spacesuits on in the first place.
Exactly.
There's no transcript of any of that. And it's
Yeah.
supposed to take 4.5 hours for them to put the suit on, test it, make sure it's pressurized, and do all the tests to make sure they're not going to die when they open up the door.
Thank you.
No,
Thank
there's
you.
no
And,
record, no transcript of any of that.
right. And sticking with the door, yeah, they said NASA made a schoolboy error because the door should have opened outwards, because inside the LEM was the size of 2 public phone boxes. That's all it was. And if the door opened inwards, where would one of the astronauts go? Because one of the astronauts would be in the way of the door. The door couldn't open properly and you couldn't exit. There was nowhere for the astronaut to go once he's got all his suit on and everything, and the portable life support system. You're ready. You're in your suit. You're ready to go. The door can't open fully, so you can get out. You couldn't
Yeah,
get out.
that giant pack on the back.
Yes.
How are they going to get in?
Right.
Like, okay, like, you know, I watch carnivals and I've seen people do limbo and shit. So, you know, what are those people that fit in like a 12 by 12 box? Those people that like can bend in all these, like squish themselves into small
The
spaces.
contortionists, they call them.
They're
The late
contortionists, yeah. So Neil
Yeah.
Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin are contortionists that like turn themselves into pretzels to get out the fucking door.
Yeah. That one made me laugh so heavy, man. I was serious. That the door couldn't open because one of the astronauts would have been in the way. You know, you think, how could NASA make such a mistake? How? Right? And then there's a very clever trick that they did that nobody noticed. When you see Buzz Aldrin coming down the ladder with his leg kicking backwards, do you remember that one? That would be Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Right. If you look it up and go to where the top of the ladder, that's meant to be all the control. It's meant to be a control console that you're meant to be able to see. But what that was just a cardboard cutout. Wasn't even real. That was brought to my notice from Scott Henderson, from the Apollo detectives. He scrutinized and showed us that was just a cutout.
Well, you also got the honeysucklecreek.net, which supposedly got the original video that came down. They took pictures of the screen with a 45mm camera. The horizon, you can see through the fucking Neil Armstrong's body.
Well, there you go. See, these photographic anomalies that's right. Yeah, I remember that. That you even saw it through live video. When they were bouncing up and down, you could see through the body, see the LEM. Yeah. Which was quite strange. Like there was a ghost. There were like ghosts on the lunar surface.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There is ghosting on those old screens, but that only lasts for like a couple seconds.
Right.
As soon as so he's walking down the ladder slowly. Like once his body blocks the horizon for more than a second, that artifact is going to be gone.
Yeah. So these are the photographic anomalies. You know, when they scrutinize the LEM, and then Scott Henderson again from the Apollo detectives, they've discovered things like spark plugs, belts, engine oil canisters on the lunar surface, buried but slightly protruding where they dropped the LEM. You understand? It's like a junkyard. That's what they said it was. That studio was kind of like a junkyard. Okay, they're finding car parts in amongst the pictures.
I seen an episode of Apollo Detectives where he's going through all these reports where they test some piece of equipment that they're supposed to be bringing, and it doesn't work, and it's broken, and it says, "Hey, this is what we're supposed to do. Follow it up, make a new one, and then test that." And none of that ever happened.
No,
None of it.
because they looked for it. They looked for the actual replacements and the making of, and there's no documents for it at all. None. They said, yeah. And then it turns out they used the broken one. That's what they did. They just used the broken one. Because they dropped the LEM, and the LEM's leg was bent, and in the next mission it was still had that bent was still there. Yeah. Such liars, man.
So that's why, like, when people are like, "Tell me what's fake about the moon landing," it's like, where do I start? Like, that's just like an endless. You just like dig forever. It's like a giant pile of trash.
You can go on for years. No, you've got years. You know, you could easily say 10 years, no problem. Scrutinization. Okay?
Well, if you actually look into it, man, there's not much of it that has substance.
Oh, no, there's 10 years easily of material. Easily.
What about everything we just mentioned?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What about everything we just mentioned?
That's superficially very interesting to look into, but if you look into it and follow the rabbit hole, man, you'll see there is not much left of the claim, you know.
That's okay. Which one? Which claim did I make that if you look into it farther, there's nothing left to it? Which one?
Well, I just joined. I was making a general claim about moon hoaxes, you know.
Okay.
So if you want to make a claim, we can look into
Why
it
do
if
you
you have
believe
time
that?
for
Why
it.
do you believe that if you look into it, there's nothing to it? What makes you say that?
Because I've been on the trail, man, and I've looked into it, and then I found out
Give
that
us
there
an
is not much
example.
to the claim. My
Give us an
example is there
example.
is this guy, Bart.
Art Sibrel.
Art Sibrel, yes.
Yeah, I've looked into it, and he made people like swear in the Bible, and they wouldn't do it. So it was like weird for me. So why would they not
No,
do it?
no one's talking about that. We're talking about the actual physical evidence. We're not talking about what
That's
Bart Sibrel did.
how I started looking into Bart, you know, and then I looked up
Yeah,
all his claims, like the Van Allen belt, for example. It's just not true. You can survive it,
it
you
is
know.
true. It is true. Everything you said about is true.
No, you can
From their
survive it,
own
no
documents,
problem.
dude.
No,
Okay,
he's just wrong.
go on Jared White's website or Jared
Yeah.
White's YouTube channel. He has a 4-part series just on the Van Allen radiation belts, doing all the conversions from Rontgen into REM, right? It goes through all the scientific technical data. You went through all that.
I
Well, just
went into
real
the
quick.
science behind it, not the specific YouTube channel you
So you
mentioned.
went through all the data. You went through all the
well, all
data.
data that's available to someone
Well,
who's like amateur looking into it.
So you never
Please,
actually
fellas,
looked into it.
can I
I've never went
interject
to the
real
moon.
quick?
I will confess to that.
Jay,
Yes, please.
Jay,
No, the
what
Van
are you
Allen
saying?
data.
Jay, are you saying that there's no evidence for the moon landing happening?
I'm
What
saying
are you
if you
saying?
look into the claims, people who are saying that the moon landing was staged or is fake, when you look into the claims, at least the claims I have looked into, there is not much substance. You know, it's not based on like facts. You know, most of the time. Sometimes it's like vague speculation. You know.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So there's a lot of theories out there as to why the moon landings didn't happen. You're saying most of them don't hold a lot of water?
Well, all of them. You know,
He's saying
all of the claims I've heard. Yeah.
yeah. So maybe you were presented with shit arguments on purpose. You ever think of that?
I've listened to Bart Sibrel, you know, and I don't think there is any claim, you know, that's like valuable or valid.
I'm not a big fan of Bart Sibrel for a bunch of
Yeah, me
reasons,
either.
but so that's irrelevant. Like what Bart Sibrel has come up with is he makes sociological arguments, which I think are just dumb to make. Okay. There's you can take the physical evidence and look at that. You don't need to appeal to like what people think, what they thought, what they were doing, and all that shit. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like we can just look at the physical evidence. And
Right.
if you look at the physical evidence, it's wanting. Like what I just brought up one, right? So when so there's a place called Honeysuckle Creek in Australia that supposedly got the video from the moon, and then before it was rebroadcast, I don't know what you know about how the video was broadcast. It came down to Honeysuckle Creek, big dishes. It was transmitted through the AT&T network to NASA Johnson Space Center. That video was projected onto a screen that the TV cameras filmed. Okay. Now the original video, the camera they used, is 10 frames a second scan line interleave. That means it paints a line every 5 seconds. It does the odd ones, and the even ones. So 10 frames in total per second, but actual 5 frames. Okay, first of all, that would be in slow motion. But so here's the fun part. The fun part is people that worked there at the time took a picture with a 45 millimeter camera of the screen that they were looking at. And we have those photos. Those photos show the horizon line cutting, being seen through Neil Armstrong, through him.
You're talking
Now,
about
why
Apollo
can we
11,
see
yeah?
the horizon through Neil Armstrong?
Yeah, I would like to investigate that phenomenon. I would like to look into it and see if the evidence
I'll
is
post a picture
credible.
in the chat. It doesn't. It's their evidence. It's their evidence. Can you see the horizon through a body?
Well, that's something we have to investigate if that's physically possible or not.
Whether you can see through, whether people are transparent, you need to investigate.
Well, whether if you take a picture from someone standing on the moon, if you can see the horizon behind him, that's something. Yeah, it could
No,
be. It's a
through
visual
him.
thing, man.
Through him.
Yeah, yeah, through him.
Through him, not
That's like
behind
an
him. Through him.
optics. That's an optics field,
Okay.
And photons and light. That's a very specific field. That's why I would research it.
So you think that there's a condition where the astronaut would be transparent?
I didn't say that. I think there maybe at least I don't see an intrinsic logical contradiction in saying that you would see the horizon shining through him, as like a visual phenomenon. I don't see a contradiction in it. So therefore, it's not logically impossible. So I would like to investigate it.
Physically impossible.
You are saying
Light
that.
has
That's
nothing
what
to
you
do.
believe, right?
I don't believe it. I know that light can't penetrate solid objects.
Well, if you don't believe it, why would I believe it?
What do you mean light can't penetrate solid objects? Glass
Solid
is
objects.
solid.
Pardon me?
Glass is solid.
You know what I
Glass
mean,
is
dude.
solid.
Stop being pedantic, dude. You know what I mean.
My
I
apologies.
mean transparent or translucent or opaque.
So my answer to this is please post the evidence. I will investigate it and then I'll give you a reply. When you're talking about the evidence before it's on the table.
Yeah, hold on.
I will look into it, man, and I will be here tomorrow or later, and I will confront you with my research, right? Yeah, sister fences, like something like a married bachelor, right? That's a logical contradiction. So I could rule it out and say that's not even possible. But asking me about this very specific thing, that has been captured on camera, I don't know if that's possible or not. At least I don't see it prima facie, on its face that it's contradictory. When I actually look into conspiracy, I've looked into 9/11, and I have a hard time understanding how a building can like pancake into its own footsteps, And yeah, my research is not concluded yet.
They got hit. They got hit by two big ass planes, and the building was set on fire, and the steel was weakened. the metal frame of the building was weakened and it started collapsing. And when the top part collapses, the bottom part collapses too.
The whole building wasn't even burning, you know, it was just the top of it. The
Yeah,
firemen,
but
they
if the
went up to
top
like the
collapses,
70s or 80s store, you know, without any fires. So the
yeah,
steel
if the
didn't
top
burn, man. You
part
can't
collapses,
Look,
pancake
we're
it.
not going into 9/11. This is flat Earth, dude. You guys don't know
Mm.
anything about that shit.
We'll
You
talk
guys
about
don't
it.
know anything about this shit.
You don't.
You don't.
So now you're gonna act childish. What else is new? Well, I mean, I guess it's
You're
just like
being
treating you like a child.
You are being childish.
No, you're talking out your ass, okay? And that's all there is to it. Everything I looked at. Well, what'd you do? Google moon hoax debunk? Oh, they couldn't have faked it because it would have took millions of lasers.
We
Stupid
weren't
shit.
even talking about the moon. We weren't even talking about moon landing.
We were talking about the moon landing.
Some people say the moon has only one side.
Great. Who cares?
Why is the moon a sphere but the Earth isn't?
How do you know it's a sphere? Why would the Earth be a sphere
Shadows.
if the moon was a sphere?
Shadows.
Shadow?
What do you mean shadow?
Yeah, if you reflect light onto a flat surface, it's not going to have a convex shape or a
What?
crescent shape.
What?
Crescent shape.
Okay. Spheres also have specular highlights. Where's that? Specular reflections. So where's the specular reflection if it's a sphere?
What are you fucking talking about?
Why don't we see the sides of the moon either?
Because it's tidally locked.
Ah, yeah. You know that's a special pleating?
What do you mean it's special pleating? No,
Special
it's just
pleating. It's tidally locked.
Mm.
It would act like a sphere, but in this case, that sphere always points the exact same way, so we can't see that part.
Okay,
It's a
so
special
if
pleating.
I spin, it's gravity. That's how gravity works. That's not special pleating.
That's how gravity works is actually not an answer. It's just a platitude.
No, it is.
It's a platitude, dude.
Well, it would be
Yeah.
begging
No.
the question, but it is an answer.
How do you know the moon is tidally locked?
Because
Because
physicists
we only have one
model it,
side. How do you
and
know
they have this thing called gravity. We've had this thing, this mathematical understanding of gravity since like Newton, and it works
Oh my
pretty well.
Jesus Christ!
Einstein also had his own model, which works pretty well too.
This is so freaking remedial. Okay, first of all,
Remedial.
remedial.
What do you think that means? What do you think that means?
Okay, because the way the so-called orbits of the moon are predicted don't use gravity. They use Keplerian
do.
orbital. Nope, they don't. They use Keplerian orbital
You
elements,
can
which doesn't have
use
gravity in it.
too.
Okay, cool. That's a cool story, but that's not how it's done.
Yeah, no, I don't know what you're saying.
And we can
How do you
predict the motions of the moon.
model, or how do you model orbits without gravity? How do you model orbits without gravity?
Keplerian orbital elements.
They take gravity into account.
Kepler's laws existed before Newton came up with the reason, the physics reason, right? The physical reason. And it's not even a physical law, it's a geometric relationship. The inverse square law is the result of Newton noticing the geometric relationship that if you have a force that points to a foci of an ellipse, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It wasn't demonstrated by experiment. He just showed, hey, this geometry, this geometric relationship holds.
Okay, and you can also do an experiment to show gravity.
Oh, really? What's that?
Like the two steel balls experiment. What was it called again?
Cavendish.
Cavendish, yeah.
Lowell and Hardy. Okay.
Whatever does in Cavendish, how do you know that's how the moon works? How are you extending that to the moon?
Because it shows mass attracts mass, and if gravity exists,
God!
then objects that are massive enough are going to crush into spheres.
What is mass?
Mass is mass.
Yeah, what is that?
It's mass.
Yeah, what is it? Define it.
It's mass.
You said things with mass. What's mass?
It's mass, like a physical property.
Yeah, what is it?
Mass.
So things that I can't define attract things I can't define.
No, it's mass. It's like a fundamental physical property.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, what is it?
It's mass.
How do you know whether something has mass or not?
You, many ways. There are
Look
many
for the
ways
gravity?
to do it. What?
Do you look for the gravity? Is that it?
You can do that.
It's pretty circular, my friend.
What do you mean pretty
Someone else
circular?
take
What do you
over.
mean pretty circular? How's that
It's
circular?
so silly.
Well, so far
You're
you still
so
haven't
silly.
defined mass. You said it's mass. Can you describe mass for us?
It's like asking what's an electron. What's an electron? It's an electron.
No. It's nothing like that.
Could you explain what mass
What's
is
negative
for me?
charge?
Because I'm
What's
ignorant.
negative
I
charge?
don't know what mass is.
Electrons have an
It's just a
ontology,
negative
meaning
charge.
electrons have an ontology, meaning they exist. Okay, mass does not exist. It's a unit of
Whatever you
measure.
say, buddy. Whatever
It's
you
a
say,
unit
buddy.
of it's a unit of measure. It's not according to me. It's according to physics books.
No,
It is the
you've read them.
measure. It is the measure.
I trust your word that you've read physics
You don't have
books.
to trust
You
my
being
word.
a
You
flat
can just
earther and
fact check
all.
me.
I trust your
You
word.
can just fact check me.
No, I'm gonna trust your word. You definitely read
I think
physics
he's right.
books. Being a flat
Mass
earther
is
and
a
all.
measurement.
I don't have to read
Mass
physics
is a
books anymore. I
measurement of
already
the
did that.
quantity of matter. Right? Is that what you're
No,
trying to say?
that's not the definition of mass. All attempts to define mass that way have failed. That was Newton's definition, but it's wrong.
I mean, India, isn't it the case that, mass being a unit of measure, right, it can be quantified by the amount of calculating the amount of force required to move it. So it's just a resistance to acceleration, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a
Okay.
measure of the resistance to acceleration. It doesn't attract things. It has no ontology. It's not a thing.
Not a thing.
It's
But
not
does
a
it
thing.
exist though?
It exists as a concept in the human mind.
Does your mind exist?
Yeah. You're talking to
Okay,
it.
there you go. So your mind exists. So whatever is part of your mind also exists?
Well, I have a
Holy
consciousness,
cow,
I think,
dude.
therefore I am. So that's my mind exists. See, you guys are just
no,
falling apart now.
you're saying you think, therefore you are, but how do you know that the thing you're doing is thinking?
Oh my
You
gosh.
might be doing
This
something
is where
else.
we're going?
Yeah, we're getting
Oh,
into
bro, this is sad.
desperation time.
It's like, yeah, eating
We shit on his religion, so now he's just like, pissing in the pool.
Yeah, I feed in your pool. Yay! I know, I'm just being an ass. Sorry. No, I'm seriously here though because this is interesting. But
We're trying to point out, though, is that this whole paradigm, this whole worldview you've adopted because you were told it, was told the same one. It's on shaky ground. It's really trash. It works to give you a Big Bang evolution, materialist worldview. It works for that, but it works for little other than that.
My view is fine, man. We both share a similar view, I guess.
Doesn't matter who shares what. It only matters what the truth is. Truth is not a democracy.
I think people would be shocked, Indio, to find out that most of the things that they learn, even in regards to things like mass, uh, most of this stuff is ambiguous, or it's undefined, or it shares definitions with other things, and it's just been kind of thrown at the public, and the public's supposed to understand it, but they don't, so they repeat it. And in all reality, these things actually don't exist. They're only concepts.
Like time?
But people, yeah, time's a great example of that. Show me time. How much does it weigh? What color is it?
Sort of like the human spirit.
Fair enough.
I don't think most of the flat earthers on here are materialists. So we don't think all reality is simply material.
Yeah, some people do. Some people believe in idealism. You know, but
Well,
a lot of people believe in materialism.
Yeah, well, it's foolish.
Well, don't you
'Cause-
believe that the world is made out of atoms and energy? That's all.
Yes, but
You
that's
think there
not
is
it.
more to it?
That's not. There's more to it than that.
Yeah,
The very
but then
fact
we
we're
don't observe.
talking.
Yeah.
Well, where do the laws of logic exist? Where are they
Laws
existing
of
in the
logic
material world?
that's an abstract, as you would say. You would say that's
It's a
an object.
yeah,
It
it's
has
a
no.
transcendental category that can say true things about the world. But guess what? It doesn't exist ontologically in and of itself in nature as a material object. So things
Well, it
exist,
exists as
which
a
are,
material object.
yeah. Well, the thing is, you're adopting a paradigm. I don't know if you are adopting this to say materialists adopt things which refute materialism. They just want a free
I'd like
one.
to hear that. Okay,
The
because I'm a
laws of logic.
physicalist. The laws of logic, as you said.
Where do I
Yeah,
find
what's the
them with an
problem with the laws of
experiment?
logic?
There's no problem with it. Problem with for you.
Yeah,
Where do
no,
they
according
exist
to
in the
you,
material
laws of
world?
logic, they don't have ontology, and therefore they don't exist materially.
That's right. They don't exist in the material world.
Fine, yeah. They don't
But they
exist.
do
So
exist.
you want me to account for something that doesn't exist? From my viewpoint?
Are you being intentionally dumb?
I would never do that to you.
I wonder about you guys sometimes. It's very hard for you guys to just follow simple concepts.
Yes, I believe as you do, concepts
No, they
exist.
I
follow
don't
it,
have
and then
belief.
as soon as
That's
it makes
you.
sense, they jump off, Indio. They immediately have to abandon ship once it makes sense.
I see that kind of behavior on both sides.
You look at the number one, for example. The number one is a concept. It
I
exists
agree.
as a concept. It exists as a thought in my mind. And my mind is a process of my brain. And all of that is a physical thing.
Well, where can I look in your brain and find the number one?
No, but you shouldn't expect that to happen, because
What does that mean?
it's a mental process. I have this first person experience.
Yeah, but does it exist in a
brain is
material way
like
in your brain?
My brain is like a television, like a
Oh
machine.
my god.
Wait, what's your criticism?
Your brain
Don't give
is
up.
like one brain cell away from dying of loneliness.
Don't give up, bro. Try to
Yeah,
argue,
Jeff,
your position. But
bro,
if you
I think
think you're wrong, then change your view. That's fine. It's no problem at all.
hang on a second. Wait, hang on. Check this out. Right, it sounds
You're
like
talking
you're
gibberish.
conflating. It sounds like you're conflating the terms physical with material. Right, they're not
I don't think
exactly the
so.
same. Right, material encompasses physical phenomena. Right, but there are other physical phenomena that are not exclusively material. Right, so when you say the number one exists in your mind, your mind is made up of your brain, and your brain is material. Therefore, number one is somehow material. That's retarded. Now, you could probably argue that it's a product of a physical process, right? There's chemistry and electricity and shit like that passing through your brain and all that, whatever, but not material, dude.
But none of those
Not
things would be the number
material.
one, Nick.
So
all
are you
those things
saying
would be.
I know.
All those things would be your apprehension, your knowledge of the number one existing, your thoughts about it, but that wouldn't be the number one.
My thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My thoughts.
I was trying to unlock
Are you
this
saying,
guy
following
from
like the other guy?
roadblock there.
Are you saying that my brain creates immaterial thought. Following what you said, I think that's what you believe, yeah?
Your
Brains creating
consciousness, not
immaterial
your
thought.
brain. Consciousness, dude.
Okay, my consciousness creates immaterial thoughts, yeah.
Your
How would the
consciousness.
physical object do that?
What? Dude, are you okay?
It's kind of redundant, dude.
It's
Why are
not
you saying
redundant, bro.
immaterial? Why are you saying immaterial? Why are you bothering prefixing the term thought with the word immaterial when it's inherently immaterial already, like by definition?
I was just replying to your point when you said that number
No, you're not.
one,
You're replying
the
to my
number one is
point,
not a
but you're
physical
asking a
thing.
redundant question. So I'm
Well, I'm
asking you to
trying to
clear
reply
that
to
up.
you right now, actually, as we speak.
Okay, try ahead. Try again.
I'll do it again for you. You said that the number one is like a concept, it's not a physical thing. I'm trying to point out to you that
The earth is shaped like my
number
balls.
one, which is a concept, is a physical object, right? They're only physical objects
Where
in
is
your
it?
brain.
Yeah, the earth is
Not
in
in
the
your brain.
sky.
In
You're
your brain.
confusing mind with brain.
The brain is
Yeah,
responsible for the mind, right? Do we agree on that?
To a
Or do you
degree.
use your ass for that?
To a
You
degree, but
disagree.
they're not synonymous. They're not identical.
What is it? Yeah. The brain is your organ, and your mind is the function of your brain. So the thing we call mind is actually a
Prove it.
physical process
Prove that the
happening in
mind
your
is
brain.
solely function of the brain. Go ahead.
Or like a mathematical proof. You have that level of skepticism. Why would I prove it to you, bro?
It's not
Take
provable.
faith. Use the faith in your heart to find to the
Holy
Lord.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
shit!
You're
Holy
just
shit! Holy
spurring,
shit!
bro.
I just had a
You're
breakthrough.
just
I just had a
trolling,
breakthrough
dude.
thought on all of this.
You're just trolling me, and you know that.
No,
The
you're
Earth is
trolling. You're an idiot.
Schrodinger's Earth.
Schrodinger's horizon.
Schrodinger's Earth. It's both round and flat until it's observed.
Your problem is, Indio, that you equivocate on the term existence. That's most people's problem, you know?
I did
You
not
shouldn't do that.
equivocate. I did no such thing.
Yes, you do. Does SpongeBob exist?
Okay, tell me exactly what I said to equivocate on
Yes.
existence. Tell me exactly
Yes.
what I said. Quote me verbatim.
I don't have a transcript. You
Yeah,
don't
dude,
expect
you're
that from
about to
me,
go
man.
on mute. You say one
Because I
more
don't have a
lie,
transcript.
you're going on mute. One
Hold
more
on,
lie,
hold
you'll
on.
go on mute.
I asked you about the thought, and you said yes, thoughts exist, but
Tell
only
me
in
the
your
quote.
mind, not a real physical thing.
That's right. They
That's what you
exist in the
said.
mind.
That's the equivocation, man. You're
That's
saying they
not
exist, but it's a
equivocation.
different way of existence. That's what you're saying. Yes. You're
Oh,
implying
dude.
it.
No, to you, it's a different way of existence. You think things can only exist in a material way. I do not think that. I think existence transcends the material.
Okay. Do you believe that SpongeBob exists the same way as a tree does, for example?
I like how you're not going to address what I said.
I'm exactly addressing what you're saying.
Okay, no, you're not. Address what
Yes,
I
I
said.
am.
That
Well, we have to
that
disagree on that.
existence transcends the material.
Hey,
Existence
that's some
to you,
esoteric bullshit, bro. This is like from
it's not
Kumbaya shit, you
esoteric.
know?
It's not
Oh,
esoteric.
the world is God.
I hear
Oh.
you spazzing. You're spurring,
What's wrong
bro.
with you, Jay?
Bro, I'm just trying to play along.
No, you're an idiot, dude. You can't play along because you can't even follow coherent thoughts.
That's unfair, I think.
Listen,
Bro,
it's really
please.
simple.
Don't you want to be like a
if I
gentleman, bro? Come on, man.
no,
Are you
I
from
don't. I am only a
Philadelphia?
gentleman with
Or...
honest people. You're not one of them.
Yeah.
You're
From the
way
Bronx,
dishonest.
probably.
So if I want to find the number one in your brain, okay, let's say I have a device that can look at your brain down to the quantum mechanical level, to the level of fucking quarks, okay, in infinite resolutionary detail. Where is the number one?
Yes, I will answer that question right now. Before I can answer it, man, I just want you to understand that I believe.
Where is the number one? We don't need
That's
your
what I'm trying to. Yes,
goddamn
you're asking for my
poisoning the well.
worldview.
You're
You're
trying to
asking for
poison
my
the
world.
well, bro.
Indio. You're asking for my worldview. So I have to explain my worldview to you, right? That's what you want. Right? So that's what I'm
No,
saying.
I want you to
A
tell me
thought.
where is the number one in
That's
the
what I'm
material world.
Yeah, I'm explaining it to you. The number one is a thought, and thoughts exist as a function of an object. Like when you walk, there is no walk in the world, right? There are no walks.
Okay.
Walking is not a physical object, but yet you're
Number
walking.
one
You know,
is
it's
a
a
thought.
function of your body,
Okay,
just like
great.
thoughts are a function of your
Great,
brain.
great. You're doing too much. If number one is merely a thought, right? And thoughts are just products of the brain, you're saying that the number one does not exist, independent of the brain or the mind.
Exactly. You think there is a number one somewhere in Haiti, maybe, or in the forest, laying around? I don't think so.
No, that's what you think.
No, I think it's just a mental abstraction.
Yeah, created by physical processes.
So, dude, you're making our
A mental
argument boring.
abstraction is a physical process. Mental states are
Yeah,
physical
so
states.
that means it could
Uh-huh.
exist in the woods. If the woods could configure themselves in such a way as to create a consciousness that could comprehend the number one, you're saying that number one could exist in the material world.
I believe the number one exists as a physical object, and that's the
Yeah, I know, and
concept
you're
in your
wrong.
mind.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you're
we can
wrong.
disagree on that one, but
It's
there is
not an
no.
agree-disagree thing.
Okay, well, I mean, there are arguments for physicalism. I'm aware of all the counter arguments to it as well. You know, you could have
You can
asked
be.
me what are
You're
like the
not good at
counter
arguing.
arguments to it. Well, you know, if you talk to someone who's honest, you can ask him what are your views and what are like the objections to your view, for example, and he will honestly tell you. You know,
Great for your views, right? You can't. Look. You can't substantiate or justify anything you're saying. The number one and concepts of these transcendental categories don't exist in the physical world. You can't find them with any type of empirical experiment in nature, doing any type of device known to man. Okay.
Numbers are metaphysical by definition. That's like what they are.
Thank
That's
you.
just that's just
yeah,
what they
I
are.
only
I don't
believe
know
in
about
the
the rest of
existence
the
of
point,
the
but
physical.
no, but
Yeah.
you can be a physicalist
You're
and
a
have
sped.
metaphysical understanding, dude. Like I'm a physicalist, but I know
Yes,
that numbers are
yes.
metaphysical. Like
My
I'm not telling.
metaphysical view is physicalism. You could
No,
say.
I hear, but metaphysicalism would just be chemical. As a physicalist, it'd just be neurons firing, but it's still a concept of metaphysical. Like you could have the concept metaphysical as a physicalist. That's not like a position take that you're a physicalist, so you can't have metaphysical concepts. It's like you're basically saying that thoughts
What?
like outside, like you're saying you're a physicalist, right? I'm saying metaphysics is still a field that you can study as a physicalist. I'm a physicalist as well. I'm an atheist physicalist, so I'm just
You,
telling you like.
I don't want to go too deep to so I can tell you my view. I'm a monist, materialist, physicalist, scientific realist. All
Okay,
of them is
I'm a
true.
hard determinist atheist physicalist, but what I'm saying is that metaphysical numbers are a thing, and you have to understand that the
I
numbers
believe this.
So let's do a thought experiment, right? So let's say that all of the concepts of metaphysical are in your brain because of neurons firing, right? It's still metaphysical. That's the label you're using. That's what you're understing it as, metaphysical concept.
It's physical, man. The category, the
Well,
in
but then you could just
philosophy,
assert that
the
everything's
branch
physical, right? You just say you're
metaphysics is just a
physical,
branch of
everything's
philosophy.
physical, your mom's physical,
That's what
your life is
that's what he's
physical.
trying. That's
No.
what he's trying to justify. That
Yeah,
everything is physical.
I don't know if you could do that because then there has to be like a contradiction somewhere where something could be not
Okay.
physical or you could just if I could just at this point I could just assert the multiverse right at this level and just say that there's something not physical somewhere and then there you go.
In
At
every
that
the
level.
existence
Say a
and
lot.
ontologically the existence of everything, anything, no matter what it is, metaphysical things, transcendental things, they would be able to be shown to exist empirically.
You know, in the my view is since I'm a physicalist, whatever exists has to have physical properties. At
No,
least
I'm not
one
disagreeing with
property, you
that.
know, so like
I'm not
length
disagreeing
or
with that.
energy or mass or
No,
dimension.
I know.
At
I'm
least
saying
one, you
that
know.
physical property would be the neurochemicals in your brain
Literally
firing under
self-defeating arguments,
metaphysics.
which is hilarious.
No,
Linear.
I don't understand. So like, are you saying that like metaphysics as an entire field just doesn't exist because one is physical? One is a thought. Is that your point?
That's not my claim. My
No, not
claim is
you.
that
I'm talking to Jay. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying Jay seems to be. It's explaining that one has to be physical or it doesn't exist. But I'm saying one. Are you just saying it's like a neuron firing? Because in that case, I mean that's technically possibly scientific. But to assert that an entire field of study doesn't exist just because you don't feel like it, it's like kind of crazy.
he'll default to emergent property or some
Meta
fucking witch walk.
metaphysics is a field of philosophy where people share their views on that exact topic, and I hold the view of physicalism. That's all.
Yeah,
You know?
I hear you. Okay, you know what? I don't want to debate you, physicalist to physicalist. I think you just need to explore the concepts a little more. But I think just to be honest, I think your origin point isn't too far off as a physicalist, at least. You're not too far off. But I mean, have a good day, man.
India,
Can
okay, thank you. India, would you agree, man, that for something to exist, it has to have a physical property?
No,
Would you agree with that?
I do not
So
agree.
you
What about
believe something could exist and it doesn't have a length or zero weight or zero
what
You're
about
right.
space?
seconds?
Does space
Hmm?
exist?
Space exists as a concept in your mind, but it also exists as a like real object in the world, because the term space has a referent in the real world. That's like you're describing, the thing up top, upstairs, So the concept of space exists in your mind, but also the space exists in the mind. That's what the concept is referencing. So I look at the tree, I have this concept of this tree in my mind, the concept exists, and also the tree itself exists, both
So how
things
about dark
exist.
matter?
Yeah, I don't know. There is not much research about that, I think. I know they can create antimatter. I've
The
seen like
effects of dark
anti
matter are observable, though.
stuff. Well, that's what they say. They observe something and then they account this observation to something else. They call it dark matter. But that's just indirect evidence at best. So that's not viable for actual
So
theory.
are you an empiricist?
Well, I'm a combination of both, like empiricist, rationalist. I think you can use empiricism to determine like stuff, so you can count balls, for example, and determine that they're like 3 balls. But now you can also learn something. You can now
3.
learn
Where'd you
something.
get the 3 from?
Well, they're just on the ground. You just count the apples on the ground, maybe, right?
Yeah.
You count like there are
Well,
3
they don't
apples, and
exist.
you've
Well,
learned
there's no
something.
3. There's no 3 on the
But
ground.
also, I
Yeah,
believe that.
self-defeating.
Also, I believe that vision is a reliable way of understanding the world. So it's like a truth preserving way. So if
Yeah,
I
so
look
the
at the
Earth
tree,
looks
it's
flat.
probably there.
Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. I just made a joke earlier. I said the moon has one side. Some people believe it, but it wouldn't make sense, right? For an object to have one side would be a weird object, right?
Wouldn't
Wouldn't
make
be
sense in
possible.
what context?
It's like saying like there is a coin with one side. That wouldn't work, right?
Well, this is where
That
you
would never work.
this is where your foundation is based upon a subset of empirical observation, basically terrestrial observation, and that when you're just extending it to the celestial sphere, right, to objects in the heavens, you think the same rules that apply terrestrially must apply to the heavens when we know from
Fundamentally, yes.
observation, but they don't.
Fundamentally, so I believe in the uniformity of nature. I believe like natural laws, they are the same everywhere.
Why?
So look, think of this. Do you believe you could go something on the earth and then throw something to the left, and then it goes to the right?
Yeah, but that doesn't work with celestial objects.
It doesn't happen. But can I have evidence it doesn't happen if you go to this place and throw the ball to the left, it will not go to the right? I don't have evidence for that, but I presuppose the uniformity of nature. So if I do an experiment today and I do the exact same experiment tomorrow, it should have the same result. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the fact that the celestial bodies don't appear the same way terrestrial bodies do. They don't have the same properties. You mentioned one. We only see the same side. What you think, hey, that's a sphere. We only see one side. So I'm going to make a special pleading that even though that's a sphere, I'm going to take these physical laws that we know terrestrially, and I'm just going to willy-nilly apply it to space and say, yes, if I apply my understanding the way shit works terrestrially to up there, then nature's uniform. But you're just
I
begging the
believe
question.
that's like it's like a presupposition. So do you not believe that if you go on top of the highest mountain on earth and then throw the ball to the left, that it will go to the left as it is like
Terrestrial.
on the ground?
That's look,
Exactly.
dude. You're making a
It's a different
false
place you
equivalence.
haven't been.
Yeah, but you're making a false equivalence. We have observations of the celestial sphere. We
It's
have
an equivocation.
observations that contradict the uniformity.
No, bro. So if you go somewhere else, you haven't
You're
been.
not
How
actually
do
an
you know the same
empiricist.
rules apply?
You're a
Do
fantasist.
you, bro? Have you been to Germany?
No, that's irrelevant.
Okay. So you haven't been here. How do you know that in Germany the same natural laws exist like in the
I
place
don't
you're
know
living right now?
that.
You don't know that. You don't assume that to be true, at least. You don't.
What?
You're like, hey, let's land in Germany. Maybe I'll fly up the sky. You know, when I jump.
Yeah, maybe.
No, come on, India.
But that's
You,
different. We
yep.
have observations that the terrestrial sphere is different. That celestial sphere is different. We don't have observations that Germany has different physical properties.
Well, actually, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, look at this. This is from someone from your team inside chat. He's conceding to the moon being
My
a sphere.
team? What team is that?
Old dude. Old dude.
All right, but would you
Black
concede to
swans.
the fact that my dick is 3 feet long and it drags on the floor and I get like rope burn like every single time I walk on a carpet? Like
Dude,
all
your
my
balls haven't even dropped. What are you talking about?
Bro, what are you talking about? Like I'll actually shoot you, nigga. Like kill yourself, bro.
Oh
Like
yeah,
lock
you're
it.
just banned from the server now for saying that. So congratulations.
Nigga, you won't do shit. Okay, you ugly ass
I've
big.
already done it.
God, you ghetto.
Okay. I don't care what other people think. I think the evidence that the moon is a sphere is ambiguous. There's properties which would indicate it's a sphere. There's other properties which would indicate it's not. Namely, the fact you only see one side. Namely, there's no specular reflection. Namely, the things that you think look like craters, if you look at a photograph and look at them upside down, they look like domes. So there's other properties. Namely, the faces don't always align with the direction of the sun. Namely, you don't see it when during a solar eclipse. Namely, when there's a lunar eclipse, it's supposed to the Earth's shadow is supposed to be a ball and be a circle and projected onto a thing that's supposed to be a sphere, but you only have circlers projecting on flat surfaces from a sphere, not a curved surface. So there's indicators, observations, empirical observations, which indicate that the moon is not a sphere, and you're cherry picking. Okay, so you're ignoring the observations which say, hey, this idea of uniformity might actually be wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that. Of course, I'm saying this is the presupposition, man. I presuppose that. You know, that's what I
Well,
presuppose.
why are you
But
ignoring
only,
the contrary evidence?
well, the laws are the same. You know,
You're just
the laws
saying
are the
that.
same.
That's what you're presupposing. Okay. But to
Yes, I'm
presuppose
presupposing
that,
it
you have
because
to
there has
ignore.
been no evidence to the contrary
I
ever.
just
If
gave you
there
4
were, I would
pieces.
change my view.
I just gave you 4
No,
pieces.
well, that's not really. If you dig into it, man,
If I
you
dig
know,
into it, there we go again.
no, I would rather about Uranus. How about that? Have you seen the shape of it?
Okay, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. This is just a deflection.
No, Uranus. If you look at it, it has certain properties, but we're able to decipher like the elements on it, you know, by just spectral analysis.
Yeah, that's horseshit. Why do you believe that?
Because you can do it on Earth, you can take a picture of something and determine like its atoms. You can, man.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
technology.
yeah, that's
Technology.
awesome. Yeah, that's it's technology. Just platitudes, dude. That's all you are. It's a bunch of platitudes. It's science, man. It's logic.
You have a phone, man. How do you think they trap the electrons in a certain place for
Oh
your
my
memory
god,
to
dude.
save the data? That's high level
Holy
stuff, man.
cow.
You know.
They're not
Holy
trapping
cow.
electrons. They're using magnetic fields.
No.
This is just
Memory
no.
works by magnetic alignment. Yes.
Electromagnetic, maybe. Yeah.
No, just magnetic. Works the same way as a freaking magnetic tape works.
Okay. Are you guys will? Let me just ask this since you're a modman. Are you
So
guys also willing to dive into like other topics other than flat Earth, or is it just flat Earth? And for
this
how
is a
long are you
flat
going
earth
to do
room.
flat Earth only?
We've already been in other topics. We've been talking about other topics for like 40 minutes now.
No, I
We
mean, like,
haven't even
actually
talked
dig
about flat
into
Earth
something. I've never heard you guys dig into 9/11, and I don't get it why you wouldn't do that. You know, it seems so obvious.
because
It
this is a
seems,
Why?
flat Earth. Because we can
I
do
don't
that
know.
other places. This is dedicated to flat Earth.
What would be the help of digging into 9/11? I mean, honestly.
It was one of the biggest catastrophes, I think, you know, for the US, and it has like very, very immense and massive consequences for the whole world, you know. And some people they say it was an inside job, you know. I'm not saying I side with them. I'm saying there's some people claim it. So you should at least investigate it, and if you find out that it was an inside job, you should put the people before a judge, you know, and have them convicted.
What if the
You
We
crime
have to
scene
make
has
sure
been
this can't happen
what if the
again.
crimes hold on, what if the crime scene's been contaminated?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about two massive towers. I mean, it was like a whole city district, you know, as like a exhibit.
Brother, I feel you're whistling past a graveyard already. I think everybody's completely aware that people in places of authority, high authority, government, whatever, are already fraudsters, liars, scam artists, whatever. So we haven't gotten anybody arrested. Like, no one's gone to jail for all the things that we find the most atrocious. Where's Hillary's emails? Where's all these Epstein files? You name it, whatever. Where are all the
Anthony
people that
Weiner's
are
laptop.
supposedly, huh? Yeah, you just name it. So when they're not going to jail, even though the evidence apparently is already available, 9/11 is just going to be another drop in that bucket. So they're already fraudsters, they're already scumbags, they're already fleecing the public, they're already enslaving and oppressing people. This is not news.
You can't let that slip, man. That's what I'm saying. You can't let. You have to make sure this can't happen. They might do this to your kids, you know, and fly fucking planes
They're
into
already
their
doing it.
offices.
They're
Well,
already
you have to
doing
make
it.
sure
They're
they
doing
can't
it
do it
to
again, man.
everyone. Okay, well, how has it worked out so far? We are already aware that this is all going on. Who's going to jail? We have the evidence. We have the people that apparently are doing these things. There's a justice system in place, created by them, by the way. Who's going to go to jail and how are we going to get that done?
You understand that the public, we are way more than them, you know. We have the control, basically, but we are just
Well,
fighting
if
each
we have
other.
the control, we are screwed.
Divide and
Yeah,
conquer. You've
no,
heard of that, maybe.
I think you're 100% correct. We are divided, and we're not going to be conquering anybody. But the point is it's too late, maybe, right? Or it's just going to have to get so bad that there's going to be some sort of revolution. There's going to be
And AI is
violence,
going
and I
to
don't think you
fry our
want that
brains
either.
ultimately, man. You know, it will be a Skynet scenario, maybe. So, or I don't know. It would be nice for you guys to talk about politics. You know, I would find that interesting. Not like politics in itself, but like conspiracies related to politics. And I think a lot of people would join you. You know, they would say, "Oh, look, they have like the balls to talk about a topic like that." You know, and investigate it. I don't know.
Isn't this room like very full?
Yeah. It used to be #1 channel on the server. I don't know if it's still.
It doesn't look like they're lacking for engagement and activity.
Yeah. You may be like the last guy standing, you know, when like AI completely fries our brains and manipulates us. You know, people who don't believe like narratives, they will be like the people you go to, you know, like in 50 years. Hey, what's it like not believing the narrative? Can you tell me, you know, the alternative view? This will be very rare, I think.
Okay, my cell phone died. So, the problem with 9/11 is the crime scene is contaminated, and the method of destruction was novel, meaning it's never been used before or since. So you're never going to find out who did it. So you're never going to find the perpetrators. You have no idea who the perpetrators are. You're never going to be able to identify them. And even if you did identify them, you'll never get a conviction because there's ambiguous evidence that was intentionally placed there so that someone can go, well, like whatever, like you did this, you did that, you did this other thing. This is the method you used. And they just say, hey, well, what about this? This means I didn't do that. It wasn't done that way. Okay, not guilty. Real simple. You
It
contaminate the
should
crime scene.
be.
This is what
It
they did
has
with
to be a jury,
JFK.
man.
Well, that's what they do this with these types of events. They contaminate the crime scene, leave ambiguous evidence, so that people argue about the ambiguity of this is the evidence that proves it. No, this is no planes, mini nukes. This, like, and everybody's arguing about the methodology, and they each have pieces of evidence to support their idea. But some of that evidence is just nonsense. It's been planted. It's been put there to create confusion.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But the very simple way to demonstrate that 9/11 was bullshit is just look at the properties of jet fuel. It's all you have to do. Look at the TWA Flight 800 flight that blew up in New York. Look at all the research they did on the properties of jet fuel. And then look at 9/11, and you'll realize that that was impossible. Jet fuel does not explode at sea level.
They had supposedly people calling their families with a cell phone from 20,000 feet up high. They
Yeah,
didn't have like cell towers back then,
well,
really, and
let's
things
just
like
deal with
that.
the physical evidence and not like
stuff before.
let's just deal with the
It's
physical
funny.
evidence. Jet A does not
Okay.
explode at sea level. Okay, has a known flash point. It was rigorously tested. Okay, it's well known what causes Jet A fuel to explode. Okay, the fuel does not explode unless it's heated up to 375 degrees. That's its flash point. But it's vapor. The vapor is what explodes, but the vapor has to be a very specific mix at sea level. Okay, there's no way that mix existed. So it's something like a 5% air, 95% jet fuel mix at that pressure, then it'll explode. There's no way that existed. Okay, because we know the temperature in New York on that day was 69 degrees. Jet fuel does not vaporize until it's 110 degrees. That was set into the law in 1973 by the U.S. Congress. Technically, Jet A, domestically, is a non-combustible.
Sounds interesting.
So that's all you have to know. You don't even need to know. If the very first part of the event is impossible, you don't need to know anything else. You can't, like, nobody can even pass a plane crash.
Regarding what you're saying, did you see the video a couple of weeks ago? A plane crashed into like a truck on the airfield, and then that thing also like exploded. I think.
No, that's a conflagration. Okay, bursting into flame is one thing. Explosion is another thing. We know there was an explosion. Do you know how we know? Because the plane was coming from one direction, right, at 500 miles per hour, and when it went in the building, the flame shot out in the opposite direction. So the inertia of the jet fuel from going 500 miles an hour was somehow overcome and went the other way. The only way that could happen is that the energy would have to reach a certain amount, and just catching on fire isn't enough. I mean, then there's the other problems, right? I mean, you got the problem of how did aluminum cut through steel? If you think aluminum can cut through steel, I challenge anyone that thinks somehow aluminum is going to cut through steel. Sword fight.
Right?
Let's
If
have
you
a
take a
sword fight.
gun, yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's have a sword fight.
What if you take like an
I get a
orange
steel
one?
sword and steel armor, and you get an aluminum sword and aluminum armor.
And then
Hey,
accelerate the sword to
more
like 1,000 miles per hour.
Doesn't matter.
more
Maybe.
pertinent to
Because
Jay's time. What's the deep conspiracy behind the alpha gal, the tick the tick disease and Bill Gates or
So
whoever
you're
it is causing
interrupting
all
for fucking stupidity. So, okay, Jay, you know that every action has an equal opposite reaction?
Yeah, force equals
Okay,
mass times
so it
acceleration.
doesn't matter if the aluminum's going 1,000 miles an hour. It's physically identical to the steel going 1,000 miles
Would
an
it
hour.
not? Look, if
It's
you
physically.
do you
Listen,
believe?
repeat back to what I just said.
Okay, say it again, word for
Yeah.
word. I will repeat
Okay.
every jot on tittle.
Okay. It's physically identical to the
Physically
aluminum
identical
being
to the
stationed.
aluminum
Why
being
did the fuck did you just
You asked me
interrupt
to
me?
do that, man.
It's physically identical to the steel going 1,000 miles an hour and the aluminum being still. It doesn't matter which one is going 1,000 miles an hour.
I understand that.
Okay.
My point
So,
is,
so check this out. Imagine instead of the plane going 500 miles an hour, the plane is sitting on the runway, and the building is going 500 miles an hour and smashes into the plane. Is the plane going to just cut into the building?
I will say, if F equals mass times acceleration, and you have a very small mass, but it's very, very, accelerated, the force will be very big, and you should take the plane and the acceleration. Maybe the force, independent of the material, just the force was enough to damage the steel. That's one thing.
Okay, that means because of equal and opposite, that means it's irrelevant whether the plane is going 500 or the building is going 500. So if the building's going 500 and smashes into the plane, is the plane going to stay still and cut into the building?
If the force, it's just a force. If the force is strong enough, even if the plane is made out of paper, the building would have an impact, equal to the force, as you're saying, equal reaction,
Yes.
equal to the force. So
Yeah.
there's force from one side, there has to be the same force from the other side, and mass times acceleration.
Yes, that means the aluminum and steel are going to have the same force applied to them. Now, the shear strength of aluminum is way less than steel. In fact, the steel that at that point in the tower was 120,000 psi. That means it doesn't shear until 120,000 pounds per square inch is placed on it. So the airplane, 60 pounds per square inch. And how do we know this? TWA Flight 800, when they did all these tests to figure out why that shit exploded. Because people thought it was shot by a naval fucking missile. So the government and the FAA and the government hired Caltech Explosive Research Lab to look into it. And they did all these extensive testing on Jet A exploding, the strength of planes, all this shit, the proper mix of the fucking jet fuel and the air based upon altitude. There's lots of data on what Jet A does and how strong an airplane is. The strongest parts of an airplane, 60 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, but Indio, at what temperature does steel lose its structural and
We're talking about the
integrity?
impact.
Okay. Well, you
Yeah,
brought up the steel
we're not there yet.
beams.
We're not there
Jet
yet.
fuel
We're
doesn't
talking
bring
about
up
the
or melt
impact.
steel beam.
I'm talking about the impact. The steel beam, there was steel on the outside, right? On the
And-
walls. On the walls. They're made of steel.
Yes. And so India, man,
Yeah, and steel loses 50% of its structural integrity at
Wasn't on
just
fire
600
yet.
degrees.
Yeah, that's great. It wasn't on fire yet.
Not on fire yet.
And
What I'm
that's not
saying, man.
true for composite deck floors, which is what the World Trade Center was. We know this from the Cardington fire tests that were done in 1991, where they tested composite deck floors in the University of Cardington, where they lit the floors at 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit for 8 hours, and they never failed. I'm sure you guys know all this. This dude's asking me about 9/11. I know more
That's
about
structural
9/11
integrity.
than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, I could back you up there,
Who did it?
Indio,
Who did it?
in that the
Who did it?
steel.
I'm
Let's
interested to
just
hear
talk
who
about
did
the
it.
steel quickly. Hang on.
Hey,
Just
yo,
the
who
steel,
did it?
yeah?
That's
According
very
to that,
steel. Okay.
according... Oh, blimey, I can't even speak. I've been listening all this time. Come
No,
on,
go
man.
ahead, please.
Right. What I was going to talk to you about is that the NIST report has stated this, that the fires did not persist in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes. Now, that's an industry standard for Class A buildings, okay? That when they catch fire, the content will have burnt up within 20 to 30 minutes. And remember, building number 7 that wasn't hit by a plane came down in 6.25 seconds. The fires were scattered within the buildings, 6 floors within the buildings. Okay, so in order to initiate this 6.25 seconds drop of a building, you'd have to generate forces up to 630,000 pounds of force per second per floor to remove all these columns in one bang, per floor. Now, fire cannot do that, okay? Fire is not capable of doing that. And I'll leave it there for now.
The other Daniel, stop being a moron.
Like a pancake.
Wasn't Cardington different because they had concrete pillars that saved it? And that was
No.
different in the World Trade Center,
No,
so it's
Cardington.
disanalogous?
Let me explain the Cardington thing quickly. Cardington is a company, a British steel company called Cardington. They constructed an 8-story building high steel frame to fireproof and proof they're still worthy to be bought around the world. 1995 they did this, so it's well before 9/11 because it's a British steel company, Cardington, okay? And their steel building did not collapse and passed their strength test, okay? British steel company called Cardington. Thank you.
You know why? Well, I'll give you the physical reason why this happens. So a composite deck floor has a bunch of studs welded to the tops of the steel beams, and that are on top of
an anchor.
on top of a corrugated fucking steel floor. Then they pour concrete on that, and that concrete hardens around these studs. So when the concrete heats up, it grips these studs so that the steel doesn't deform, because the concrete expands when it gets hot, so the steel can deform.
The white the
Now
towers
the
had like
entire
a
World
elastic,
Trade Center was built with a composite deck floor.
but it also had like elastic, pieces,
Yeah, it's story time again. I'm talking about evidence, dude.
Yeah.
That is
Now we're going to
evidence.
talk about. Let me just talk about
Your
building
story
number
is not
7 again.
evidence, dude.
The studs are connected to elastic piece, man, for it to be possible the towers to move.
We have
but
pictures. They were
swaying.
welded to the top of the fucking beams, dude.
I'll show you the pictures.
So did the World Trade Center also have a robust concrete floor slab to keep temperatures cool between floors?
Bearing in mind what I said about the horizontal beam fires, yeah, and I'm quoting the NIST report. Remember, the building number 7 only had fires on 6 of the floors scattered, and the fires did not persist in any one location. The horizontal beams were fireproof to withstand fires for up to 3 hours. 2 hours. Hang on.
You're missing one key fact, though.
You're not letting me finish the crotch, the crescendo.
Well, you're fucking rambling.
I'm going to finish. The horizontal beams were fireproof to withstand fires for up to 2 hours, and then the columns, the ones that support the floors, 3 hours respectively. And as the fires did not persist in any one location for 20 to 30 minutes, as the fire moved from east to west on the 6 floors that were on fire scattered within the building, there was 40. What would be? There would be 41 floors not on fire. 41 floors, no fire on those floors at all. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. Wow.
So the steel at the bottom was basically cold,
It was in full strength and sturdy. That's why you hear bang, bang, bang,
But
bang,
it
bang.
still collapsed like a pancake.
Yes, because explosions were placed in there to bring the buildings down. That's why.
It didn't collapse like a pancake. It turned to fucking dust.
Yes, that was a concrete. Yeah, the concrete turned to dust because at temperatures of 4,000 to 500 degrees Celsius, which the fires degenerate with the Twin Towers, this is now, the concrete turned to dust.
There's a reason I said the method from which they destroyed them is novel. Yeah. It's never been used before.
That's correct.
It's never been used since. You'll never figure out what they did.
Thank you very much, India. They said with the Twin Towers, it was a first in building demolition, because usually they go to implode, but with the Twin Towers, they were exploding out. First in the industry ever, they said. And in building number 7 was a textbook controlled demolition implosion. That's what they said. Thank you, India. Perfect.
Yeah, and the fact that the dust was so pulverized that people got lung disease from it. Okay. In fact, in
How
the
is the
dust
steel
was
pulverized?
no the dust. Every 100 something floors of 4-inch thick concrete slab, dude. All of that had to get turned into dust.
Yeah, I believe that, but how about the
How much
steel
energy
beams,
does
man? They
that
don't
take?
turn into dust. Where did they go? Just collapse into dust, the steel beams?
The steel beam. Look, well, I mean, it's under the pile. Who knows what the fuck that is?
Yeah. Can I explain that little question you asked there? You will notice that each day that went by, 400 trucks per day was delivering the steel that was perfectly cut to fit the trucks to be delivered to China. Okay. So the way they controlled that demolition, it was the way they did it was perfect enough to load this steel onto trucks. 400 trucks a day. Those are the numbers. Okay.
Yeah, but there's some physics here that is being ignored. Number one, the concrete spray that was supposed to be for fireproofing. When you have an impact, you're destroying that, right? That's the difference between 9/11, the World Trade Center, and Cardington. Number two, when you go to this, like the lower floors were cool and higher
Cardington
floors
tests
weren't.
don't have
Well,
fireproofing.
well, you're ignoring static versus dynamic load and the multiplier effect, right?
Yeah, you're
Those
just making
floors
shit
are
up.
supposed to.
You just made that shit up about fireproofing, dude. I'm not listening to anything after that.
Wait. We're just speculating, man. We're just speculating.
They had
You know?
you brought up the core columns, the core
There was
columns
no
where they sprayed in concrete.
fireproofing used at Cardington, dude.
Cardington had those intact. Those were
They
damaged in the
didn't
World Trade
use
Center.
any fireproofing.
The vermiculite cement spray?
They didn't do fireproofing. It was a test.
Yeah, it was a still test. Can I please get in there, India, just for a second?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
it was intact.
Right, you're not
Right,
paying
so it's not
attention.
an
So look,
analysis.
the company is called Cardington, British Steel Cardington, 1995. They construct an 8-story high building, okay, in order to fireproof their steel so it could be sold around the world. That is what they were testing for. And they constructed this 8-story tower, subjected it to hours upon hours of fire. It did not collapse. Thus, their steel is, what's the word they use? Very, was it graded so it can be used in around the world for buildings and skyscrapers. So you're missing the point with the NIST report.
You're ignoring the point.
Let me give you the NIST report now. The fires did not persist in any one location for more than 20 to 30 minutes as the fire moved east to west. Now, we're talking about the building number 7 that wasn't hit by a plane, but yet came down in 6.25 seconds. Remember, only 6 floors was on fire, scattered within the building. You have 41 floors that was not on fire at all. No fire. And then the steel fireproofing was well within the standard, yeah? Because as the fire did not last 20 to 30 minutes, as the fire moves to the next place to burn, it means the steel was not compromised, okay? So the steel was solid. The fires were out by 4:50 p.m. 5:30 p.m., the building comes down, okay? Not
Doesn't
due
even
to
matter.
fire. Fire was
Because
out.
even if it burnt longer, the composite decking makes the concrete expand and grip the fucking steel, dude. You know what a stud is, dude. They get welded to the tops of the fucking beams. They're spaced 4 inches apart. And they pour concrete on that. So all these little studs that are sticking up are embedded in concrete.
Yeah, they're actually called shear studs. That's what they're
shear
called.
studs.
Yeah. They build the buildings really well. You know what? And the irony is this. Larry Silverstein, with his Freedom Tower, after he received $5.6 billion, okay, he builds his Freedom Tower, the exact same building techniques, okay, minus the asbestos, okay, because that was the problem with the twin towers. There was so much asbestos that had to be replaced. It would have cost $1 billion to replace both buildings, okay. So that's why they came down conveniently there, right? So Larry Silverstein used the same building techniques to build his building. You know why? Because it offered a lot of premium floor space. That was what was unique about the design, and it was solid. You know, look, in order to remove one column, it would require 630,000 pounds of explosive force to knock out a column, one only. Okay, fire cannot do that. And each column in the floor was only supporting up only 30% of its maximum load. You understand that? That means there's 70% more weight it could take. And let's say it was to collapse because of fire, it would never collapse to zero. They still retain 25% structural integrity. If the beam was to collapse, the column, okay, due to weight, it wouldn't collapse to zero. Telling you,
It
man.
just shows you don't know what you're talking about. You're equivocating on vertical and horizontal loads. So World Trade Center 7
I don't know what I'm
had
talking
a
about.
horizontal
We're gonna
load,
go with
and the
platitudes with no evidence.
Cardingan experiment showed that the beams can expand and sag, but they need a concrete slab to keep it horizontally stable. World Trade Center 7 didn't have
What
that.
don't you understand? What is it you don't understand about only 6 floors on fire scattered within the building? So you have 47 stories not on fire. Solid building, no structural integrity hampered or anything. The fires did not persist, as I've said again, for 20 to 30 minutes at any one location where the fire was, as it moved east to west through the building. So it means that the steel that's in place was not compromised, because 20 to 30 minutes only allows for the content of the room to burn up. The steel is not even starting to get burned up yet. Nowhere near.
Well, the steel wasn't burned; it was expanding, right, creating weakness
The fire
horizontally.
never got to the steel. You're not listening. The fire never got to the
It doesn't
steel.
have to get to, it doesn't have to get to it to
Oh,
melt
here
it.
we
It just
go
has to
now.
get the
Now
heat. Just
he's
has to
talking
heat it
silly
to
now.
expand it.
Okay, when the steel expands because there's shear studs embedded in concrete, what happens? What happens to those shear studs? Yeah, what happens to the shear studs?
They weaken.
They expand with it.
They're not. No, Cardington showed that you
know what a
need
shear stud is?
You need a concrete slab to support it.
It was a concrete fucking slab. It's called composite deck floors. The World Trade Center was composite deck floors. There's steel. There's a steel fucking corrugation layer put on top of it. Shear studs are fucking welded to the top of the fucking steel beams. Then concrete is poured on top of it.
Yeah. Each column had 32 shear studs. Each column, 32 shear studs is what they had. That's the number. Each column you're talking about, 32 shear studs.
Well, I mean, the Twin Towers had 4-inch thick slabs, but the Cardingan had thicker ones than World Trade Center 7, which only had 2.5.
Oh no!
Gives a
no, I'm
fuck about
sorry.
World Trade Center 7, dude.
Yeah. And again, British Cardington proved their case. Yeah, yeah.
Look, I have an idea. If you're so sure of this methodology for destroying buildings, just go go buy shitloads of jet fuel and start a demolition company.
Yeah.
It's just when you cite Cardingan, but Cardingan has the 3 things that World Trade Center didn't. You need all 3.
What
right?
things?
You need heavy reinforcement, right? Like a continuous mesh grid when it sags. You need rigid perimeter framing, right? World Trade Center was built on another building.
It was the same type of floor. What are you talking about?
Also, you need short cellular spans, which World Trade Center just didn't have. Cardingan had that.
You're
when
just
you say
talking
Cardingan,
bullshit,
you're showing your competence and not understanding the disanalogies between the two buildings.
Okay, look, you're just making shit up.
You're lying.
They aren't facts from the fucking paper. You're making shit up.
Just make a good argument, just not these. These are trash.
Oh yeah, refute my lie.
I just refuted everything you said.
You just lied, dude.
You just keep moving the goalpost.
You just lied, dude.
You say.
Yeah, you should just ban him.
Again, see what happens to you.
I have not.
You'll
lied.
never talk in this chat again. You lie again.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just go on mute.
Yeah, go on mute, fucking liar.
Yeah. Remember, we're talking about 3,000 people who died on that day. Okay, they don't seem to be having a voice, as my colleague says, who was talking about. Yeah, no one's being arrested. We've had 20. What is it? We're 2026, so we've had 24 years of no justice. The architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth and the plaintiffs and their legal team have pursued justice all the way to the Supreme Court and the Congress, and they've been let down. I've learned a lot about how shitty the judicial system is in America. Totally no confidence in it at all. How can 24 years go by? No one's been charged. No one's been arrested. Many
Okay.
people have died.
Therefore,
Many people are crying. Go
so,
ahead.
therefore, just give up, and don't do
No,
anything.
I'm not
No,
giving
man.
up. That's why I'm standing here speaking today, mate. Never got
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No.
the crime scene's contaminated. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. India's correct.
No, I don't think so, man. They have so much
No, they've messed it up.
communication.
Okay, what if someone says,
CIA,
"Hey,
well, the
dude."
CIA has so
Well,
much,
okay,
man.
so listen. Someone says, "Hey, dude, there was no planes," and then the counter evidence is, "Oh, it's on TV."
Yeah. So India, you don't need the planes if you have like CIA documents having the plan, and then the director signing it, right? If you find a document like that, there would be enough. You don't need like the crime
You mean
scene
the
for that,
director?
Well, I'm saying the CIA, maybe if the CIA did it, they have like documentation on it, and if you find the documentation, that's enough to convict them. You don't have to show like if it was a
Oh,
plane
so
or whatever.
confessions?
Or you can waterboard them in Guantanamo Bay. That's legal,
Confessions.
supposedly. Yeah.
So that's what you're relying on.
No, I'm
Confessions.
relying on documents, man. Having CIA documents.
Yeah, but those
of
are
the
confessions,
project.
dude.
That's not a confession. It's a document.
Yeah,
It's a
that
certificate.
confesses they did that.
Well, okay. Well, I call it evidence. It's just document, showing the
Yeah,
plans, and they emailed, saying, "Hey, when are you going to get the rocket?" And he's like, "Oh, tomorrow, 5
Yeah,
p.m."
I'm sure it's right on their fucking iPhone right now. That's what they did.
It's somewhere on the servers, man. I guess,
Yeah, they wrote it down, I'm sure. Stop being silly, dude.
I guess that's like one of the things Trump took with him to Mar-a-Lago, after he stopped being president.
You guys,
But
I
who
wonder
knows?
about you guys sometimes, how freaking bent you are. Look.
Was it not a coincidence that they found like this guy's passport on the street, like completely
Well,
undamaged?
see, there's another piece of contaminated crime scene evidence.
Hmm.
What is that evidence of? The passport's in the street, unburnt. Is that evidence there was a plane, or is that evidence that was the plane part was impossible?
Well,
what's it evidence
story,
of? Someone could say this is evidence that the passport, that story about the plane is completely fabricated and that there was no plane. But the government can also say this is the evidence that there was a plane and there was some rare luck which the passport flew out of the plane and landed in the street, and that's evidence there was a plane. You see what I'm saying? The crime scene is contaminated. No, look.
No, it's not evidence for anything. It's just evidence for that the passport is laying there on the ground. That's all it's evidence for. Maybe you can
But
find
people
like
could argue
fingerprints.
it's evidence of one thing or the other. I just made two arguments which are diametrically opposed to each other based upon.
No, evidence is something that shows a certain proposition to be true.
No, not in court.
Yes, in court.
No, in court, evidence are facts which tend to prove a proposition.
A claim, exactly.
Facts. But what are facts in court? What are facts in court?
We agree.
What are facts in court?
Well, I don't know, like the common law thing. I have no idea.
Facts are
but in
events
Germany,
or
you have like
occurrences.
in Germany you have like 5 types of evidence. One of them is
My bad, guys. Sorry.
Never mind. But yeah.
Okay. There's facts
What
and there's
happened
evidence.
to the airplane that went to the ground, like completely eviscerated?
Okay, look, we're ending this, dude. No more airplane. No more fucking 9/11. If you feel like finding the perpetrators, go right ahead. You got to go find
Yeah,
me.
but we have to learn from history, right? So you have to make sure this can't happen again, man. Right? For your sake and my sake, I don't want airplanes to fly in the tower where I'm working because some motherfuckers, want to make money or want to go to war. So
There were
we
no
have to find
planes.
a way. There are lots of planes now, man.
Those planes
Drones,
were a TV show.
whatever, man. That incident, let's call it the incident.
Anybody that says they positively ID'd a fucking plane flying at 550 miles an hour, 1,000 feet above the ground, is a fucking liar. Especially if you're sitting on the street in New York City, where you got a very narrow view of the sky. That's 880 feet per second.
Yeah.
Now we
I mean,
know
also,
from testings by the Navy that you have to see an airplane silhouette for a minimum period of time in order to positively ID it. I know this because my friend was in the Civil Air Patrol, and I helped him study. We went through all the manuals. So the minimum amount of time you have to see a plane is 0.02 seconds. Now, if you're at the bottom, say, 40-story buildings, looking from the street up at the sky, it's not going to be visible long enough for you to even ID it as an airplane. So people that said they
Where about
saw
the
an airplane,
videos?
they're liars.
Where are the videos, man? Some people say they even describe the model of the airplane. They would say it's a 737
Yeah, I know.
or
They're
something,
liars.
757.
right. I'm
Well,
now
I
going to
mean,
quote Major General. Hang on now. I'm going to quote Major General Albert Stubblebine III. Now, who is this man? Major General Albert Stubblebine III. He is the top military man, analyzes all incidences that involved the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. He was outside the Pentagon in an interview, talking about the hole in the Pentagon. His first words were, "That hole is too small for a Boeing 757-200 to have made." As far as I'm concerned, he says, the airplanes have two wings. So where are the impact marks and the engine marks? And plus, there's a tail rudder section. Where is that on the impact marks? He goes, I know what it wasn't, but it looks like it could have been a missile, judging by the turbine. But I know what it wasn't, what's going on. That's quoting Major General Albert Stubblebine III, stating it wasn't a plane, basically, that hit the Pentagon, okay? There you
they
are.
found a turbine, somewhere close to the tower.
Yeah, and that turbine don't match the airplanes. So there's another piece of
Thank you.
evidence.
Heard of that. I've investigated it, and I think it matches the airplane, man. After the investigation I've done,
No, yeah.
it's a long time ago,
According
but
to the Boeing representative, they said they don't recognize that as any part of any plane that they manufacture. Quote unquote, their words. That we Pratt and Whitney and Rolls Royce.
Yep.
yeah,
So
if
this is what
it was damaged like that, they didn't recognize it, maybe.
they look different, dude. They have a different number of fins. You just count the fins, dude, and you can count the bolts that you can see, and there's different numbers. They're not the correct numbers to match. So this is what I'm talking about: ambiguous evidence, contaminated crime scene. These things were placed there so that you can never get to the truth. That's the point. It's the same thing with JFK.
Have you heard of this? Like,
Grassy knoll, fucking
yeah,
building, on the street. So if you watch interviews with people of what they saw right after it happened, because they did interview people. I think the first interview definitely within 40 minutes. You can watch. There was actually I don't know if it's still on YouTube. All it did was show what was on the news in chronological order of all the interviews done with all the people, and you can, in real time, listen to the story change. Like drastically change of what the first people witnessed versus what the last people said that they saw. So one of the first people interviewed was a guy that was sitting on the lawn with his family. He said that fucking just like gunfire broke out and everybody was fucking firing. That was the very first interview. And if you know anything about memory, is that memory is most accurate when it is recounted closest in time to the event happening. Okay? So this is right after. All that story fucking changed. That narrative disappeared completely. The point being is that crime scene as well got contaminated. The Zapruder film is complete fucking fake. So that's also tainted the memories of people. People seeing it. Oh, you can see Kennedy get shot. The Zapruder film is a fucking fake. It is a fake film. Proven fake.
Yeah,
It's not even speculatively fake.
Indio, I have proof the world's a globe. I have proof right
Oh
now.
yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so if you look at the United States military artillery training method, okay, they say that depending on which hemisphere on the globe you are in, northern or southern, artillery shells fire either to the left if you're in the northern hemisphere, guarantee, and they fire to the right in the southern hemisphere. Now, on a flat Earth,
Well, you just made that up, but that's okay.
no,
Go ahead.
I did not make that up. I
No,
looked
you
it
did, because that would depend on your
No,
azimuth.
I can put it
It would
in the
depend
side
on your
chat.
azimuth, Gabriel.
No,
It would
no.
depend on your
It's
azimuth,
in the
Gabriel.
U.S. Army
What if you're
field
pointing north
training
versus south,
manual.
dude? What if
It's
you're
in
pointing
the
north?
it's in the manual.
Gabriel, it depends on your azimuth, Gabriel.
No, dude.
What's azimuth, Gabriel?
Dude, I don't shoot artillery. I just found
Okay,
it.
azimuth is
I
the
had to
direction
let
you're
it be known.
pointed. Azimuth is the direction you're pointed. So is it going to deflect a different direction if you're pointing north versus south if the Earth is spinning?
Yes, of course it is.
Okay, so it depends on your fucking azimuth.
But that's like a red herring. Okay.
It's not a red herring.
Because
You
they
made
said
that
it.
shit up that it says
No,
that.
I did not. I
No,
did
you
not.
made it up that it says
I did
that.
not.
I know what it says in the manuals. I've read them. Okay.
I'll put it in the side chat.
I want to see the calculation, and that the calculation, right?
Yo, how do you calculate gravity?
Which gravity?
Like the Earth's gravity.
What's that?
Like, how do you, like, if you want to like launch, like, I don't know, like a little rocket, and you want it to land on a hill like 100
They don't
meters
use
away?
they use Keplerian orbital elements. They don't use gravity, and they would use little g anyway, because they would just use a ballistic formula.
Look at the side chat.
Little g is known empirically.
That's it, Indigo, right there. That's where I found it.
Walter Bislin, an anti-flat earther. Now, you can, like, these diagrams are all nice and fine. They don't actually calculate this.
It looks like they're calculating it to me. They got
Look.
rotational correction, drift correction, crosswind correction.
Okay.
Determine
now,
rotation.
The longest. Okay, so check this out. The longest firing artillery guns are the 16-inch cannons from the Iowa class battleships that were sailed during World War II. They're 16-inch bullets, shells. They have a firing table. They also tested them to test the accuracy. The accuracy of these guns, that means the random spread of the pattern that these shells will land, 3 times greater than any correction from Coriolis or curvature. You don't need to correct for any of this crap. This is not how anything works in the real world. I'm glad that they wrote down on paper that they believe that this is how this works, but this isn't how it works in the real world.
Yeah, but it says these effects of weather, propellant temperature,
Yeah, they
projectile
believe
weight,
that.
rotation of the
Yeah,
Earth.
they believe that. So what?
Corrections for non-standard conditions in the TFT.
Yeah, they believe that. So what?
Dude, this is more than
You
enough
said,
proof for me.
so
The
their
US military.
belief is proof.
Okay. The military's never wrong. Okay? They put too much money. We have
Clip
the
that
biggest
shit.
military budget of hundreds of countries. They're not wrong. They dump too much money in this shit. You're telling me that they're wrong? That's crazy. There's nothing on
no,
this
you're an
planet
idiot. You just
that
proving
is
you're an idiot.
more money than the United States military.
When I was a kid,
And that's a
they
fucking fact.
paid $900 for a hammer and $1,200 for a coffee maker. The military's never wrong.
Never.
You're an
Yeah,
idiot.
well, guess what? You know why they did that? Because they have a budget. And if they don't spend everything in their budget, they don't get the same budget next year. So if they're given $20 million and they only spend 10 million, then they're not going to get 20 million next year. So
Yeah, but
they
they're
do
never
shit like
wrong
that.
because That means they're never wrong because they can lie and still be right.
They would never lie in
Okay, just go
training
on
manuals.
fucking mute, dude. You just lost all your credibility. Dude just said that American military is never wrong and never lies. Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, that's a bit
Holy
wild.
shit.
Outrageous statement. But anyway, in the side chat, I did from our conversation little facts, snippets that I was talking about from the documentary called "The New Pearl Harbor." It's a 5-hour epic. There, everything they go through it like a forensic tooth comb there, right? And your position of it being heavily contaminated comes up in that documentary, by the way. That's why the little bits that I've posted are to trigger questions. Okay, they're there. I just photographed, screenshot some of the stuff. Okay, there you go. Backing up everything that we were just talking about: fire, buildings, parts that are not made by Boeing. It's all there. Okay. The documentary is called "The New Pearl Harbor." It's called. Reason being, the original Pearl Harbor was a my hop and then a lie hop. Okay. Roosevelt knew what was going on all the time. They knew exactly when Japan was going to strike, and I posted the newspaper cutting above all the material that I posted at the very top. You go up, you'll see it. A newspaper, the Honolulu Advertiser, stating that Japan could strike over the weekend. Okay, so they knew when the Japs were coming. No bullshit there. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that documentary, one more time. The New Pearl Harbor. It's 4 hours, 4.5 hours, 5 hours. Really good.
Okay, so anyone who cares his shit about compensating for the Coriolis, here's the firing table for the 16-inch guns. Here's a graph. There's no Coriolis calculation in any of this shit. Here's the actual accuracy of the 16-inch guns as tested up the island of Crete in the 80s to test how accurate they are and what the pattern size is. Now, the pattern, any correction that they would do, the uncertainty of each round caused by quality and dirtiness of the gun, variance in the frickin' shells, variance of the frickin' particular gun the shell actually, particular cannon the shell actually leaves. That variance causes the shell to land in random places. That randomness is larger than any correction. Correcting would be fucking pointless, which is why in the real life they have forward fire controllers, which watch where the shell lands and walk the shell into the fucking target. That's how it works in the real world. They don't punch a calculation into the fucking cannon, push a button, and then the shell lands where they want it. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, they're called spotters, aren't they? Those guys are called
Yeah,
spotters.
spotters.
Thank you. And by the way, I've just posted the challenge from 2019 for anyone to prove the Coriolis and get $20,000. You can make money today. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? There it is. It's been there waiting. $20,000 for any rifleman, riflewoman to prove that the Earth isn't rotating, thus proving the Coriolis, and you win $20,000. It's there. Look at that. The guy's name is Flat Earth Sherman, who is a weapons expert specialist. Okay. He was around with when Madeleine Albright was around, and he was a bodyguard for her, and I think is it Clinton or whoever it was, the president at the time, and he'd been in Japan here. He said he's got a good military career, and he put down that challenge: $20,000. You will win. So if you think the Coriolis is there and you're good enough marksman with your rifle, go and get the $20,000. What are you waiting for? Come on. See, so many challenges have been put down by flat earthers, and the Globers have lost. That's 3-0, that would be, because they still haven't answered this call. So 3 challenge, 3-0 win. Wow. Yeah. Hopefully we're enjoying ourselves. One's learning, even though we had a little bit of a side issue with the 9/11s and that, but yeah, we brought in the facts to the situation, not feelings of emotion here.
You know what's stunning, Jen, is that these guys, they have, you know, they're very confident and very assured on what they think is the case. But whenever we grill them on what the evidence actually is, onto why they believe it, there's nothing there ever.
No, they make it up, like you said. They make it up, and you call them up point blank. You're lying. Yeah, that's what they've done.
Well, what have we done? Hey, here's these tests. They did this here. They went and they did this over here. Here's the exact same thing over here. Here's like, this is when it happened. This is when they did it. These are the people that did it. Like, what we get is, well, if you do the calculation for physics and blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's fucking great, dude.
Yeah. For the last
What
4 hours.
controls is experiment? What controls is the actual, what happened in the fucking real world? Not what's you're imagining in your mind.
Right. For the last 5 hours or so, I could even say 6 hours, all we've done is dropped facts and evidence for the facts. That's all we've been doing. Right? And what we're getting from them is zero, but we don't understand. We're wrong. We don't understand this and that. We're misunderstanding this and crap, just pure lies and making it up on the fly. And you wonder why I end up shouting and then I end up getting muted sometimes. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, these people are definitely lying. And with 9/11, I'm very, very careful. You know why? My number plate's 911. In memory, that's my car number plate, in memory of those who died. I chose that number because I didn't want to forget that event. Okay? So I actually call myself Mr. 9/11 when I'm talking about this topic matter, because those who died don't have a voice. I've listened to the experts. As an engineer / welder, I'm very interested in building construction. So when I'm listening to what they're putting down that I've never heard before for the first time, it's just loading up because it's all making sense. I know how to heat metal and bend it. I've still got the calluses. My hand is like rhino skin. You feel my hands, you know this man has been working in metal. Okay, right. I understand what they put down. That's why I put it in there, and I'll quote them as well. The architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. And you go to their site and you go to their playlist and click on the one with 36 explosions. And you're going to hear reports talking about bombs going off, explosions going off as they're reporting. But yet the NIST says they don't have any record of any explosions going off. But then you've got the 36 separate news reports and explosions are going off. So NIST, which is a government agency, lying to the public, what chance do we have of justice? Thank you.
Well, there's the video of the lobby, right? That there was some explosion in the lobby.
Yeah.
Now, how is that possible? Because the elevators weren't continuous. They didn't go all the way from the bottom floor to the top. They went up like 20 floors, stopped, and then you had to get on different elevators, and go up another 20 floors and get on different elevators. It wasn't a continuous, what would you call it?
Yeah, continuous floor system. It was
Yeah.
They shuttled it. They shuttled
Exactly.
it. It was a shuttle system they
So
operated.
wherever
with.
the plane hit, that shockwave couldn't get to the lobby.
No.
It would be blocked at some intermediate point.
Yeah. 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 If the plane was there. And you know what was odd, yeah? You know what was odd? There's a video of a woman who, you know, the plane supposedly hit the building. You know what she said? That's not an American Airlines aeroplane. Who is this woman? We don't know who she is. Why would she be saying that? That was odd. Right? Me and you, we just seen the plane go in. Are we going to say that's not an American air? Why would we be saying those words? That's not American. He's running away from the scene saying that's not an American Airlines plane, she says. And I thought that was weird. Why would you say that? Who's asking you the question? It's just happened.
Maybe because it's not American.
Why would you say that though?
Maybe it's a remote control. Maybe she's staged.
I mean, no, but the point, yeah, okay, but the thing is, This woman is running away from the scene. She's
Was she
crossed the
Jewish?
bridge. Yeah, I don't know. Again,
How
we
big
don't
was
do
her
the Jew
nose?
bashing. Yeah, we don't do the Jew bashing here. What's that got to do with anything?
I'm
See
not
what I
Jew
mean?
bashing. I was just asking. It's was she Jewish? Was she
It's a
black?
silly question to ask. Why? Was she Indian?
Uh-uh.
Was she an African? Why didn't
I
you
mean, if
say
she was
that?
Indian, I mean, you would smell her.
Why wouldn't
You
you
could
say,
probably
was
see the
she Indian?
curry coming
Be
off her.
Chinese? Was she Brazilian, Jin? Or was she an African? I mean, come on.
I don't think she was a nigger.
Well, there you go. You see what I mean? There you go. You know, you're lucky I'm not a mod because you would have been gone by now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we don't allow that kind of behavior here.
Yeah. Is that what you would have done, big man?
It's not that I'm a big man. It's just that we don't do that here. I would have definitely banned you for now for that word. It goes against the TOS of the Discord. So stop that, basically. And you just deal with the facts and the questions we're raising about things that have happened that are deceptive. Okay, that's all. Deal with the facts. If you have any. So yeah, I found that was quite strange. That's not an American Airlines plane. Who said? Who's asked the question? You're running from a scene. You're mad. That was a mad one, anyway. But there you go. Lots of weird things were going on that day. That's the point. You might remember the porter. Here we are standing next to the New York Fire Department. Okay, and massive explosions, raining debris. We got to get out of the way. You might remember that. Clearly, explosions were going off there because he says, "Huge explosions, flying debris. We got to get out of the way." And then he disappears. He's still alive. That reporter, by the way, he made it. That young reporter is still alive. But yeah, it was a crazy day, man. A day that I never want to forget. And I was hoping that justice was going to be served. So much evidence to the contrary. Inside job, definitely. But of course, they're not going to police themselves, are they? They've got away with it, including the $2.3 trillion that they lost somehow, some way, the day before. Okay, there you are. And anyway, all that happened on a flat earth, by the way. And at that time, I wasn't even a flat earther. But all the time I was, in other words.
And it was miraculous that the part of the Pentagon that got hit was the accounting office looking into the missing money.
Thank you. Yes,
what a
exactly.
coincidence.
And that just been renovated, by the way. It had just been renovated for such an impact, by the way. So convenient. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Same with the floors that got hit on the Twin Towers. They were also renovated to improve their fire prevention.
There you are.
And
Very weird.
They contain servers looking into the whole
Enron
bunch
scandal.
of problems going on there.
Yeah, the Enron.
Well, they're
Number
looking
7,
into a lot of money laundering.
Yeah, and that's why building number 7 was collapsed, because you had the CIA, Mayor Giuliani's bunker, right? Solid reinforced bunker that was there for Mayor Giuliani, and other famous agencies were in building number 7, investigating all this scandals that was going on at the time. The building conveniently gets collapsed. And then the words foreknowledge was certain people knew the building was going to come down, right? BBC reporter James Stanley reporting that the building, this Salomon building, building number 7, had collapsed 20 minutes before it collapsed. So it hadn't collapsed yet. There you go. And then you have
Larry Silverstein said that they needed to pull it.
Yes. I talked to the fire chief and he said, we had so much loss of life. The best thing to do was to pull it. So we decided to pull it and we watched the building collapse, 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 collapse. There you go. Right? That would be Larry Silverstein. And then there was the other one. Hang on a minute. I've almost had it and I've lost it again. Hang on. It's gone. Never mind. But yeah, oh yeah, that was it. Yeah. The first responders and the firefighters on the ground building number 7. Can you clear the area now, please? The building is about to come down. Is it coming down? Yes, it's coming down. Can you move it? It's about to explode. Can you move out the way now, please? Can you clear the area, please? Clear the area. You know what I mean? They knew the building was going to come down. One man predicted it would come down in 5 hours, right? And when they looked for this guy, they couldn't find him. But one man said he was in a suit. He was head of the fire chiefs, I think it was. He had a suit on, and they were asking him, how long have we got left before, how long we've got? I think you've got about 5 hours. And exactly 5 hours, the building came down. How would you know that?
And the
Remember, they were
first
in building number 7.
Yeah, the first building that came down was the one where the fires had almost extinguished themselves.
Yeah, yes. That would be the building number 7 that's coming down after. So you get the North Tower hit first, South Tower hit second, but the South Tower goes down first. And then the North Tower, and then building number 7. And building number 7, as I stated earlier on, only had fires on 6 floors, scattered within the building. So you have 41 floors that weren't on fire. 41 floors. So how does a building of that stature fall into its own footprint in 6.25 seconds? Yeah. 2 important numbers you have to understand. In order to remove one girder, apparently, it requires 630,000 pounds of force. And then to remove, 40 columns per floor, something silly like 650,000, or no, 350 million pounds of force per floor per second. How can fire do that? Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing fire. No, fire doesn't have the qualification to do that. Didn't take the exam, didn't pass it, doesn't want to do it, doesn't know how to do it, fire, to bring down a building like that. Impossible. Doesn't have the precision. Oh, and that was it. Last point. And we have that the world's number 1, who's since passed away, in controlled demolition from Europe. I say the world, I'd have to say Europe's number 1. Europe's number 1 demolition expert. His name was Danny Jowenko. He stated when he saw the building number 7 collapsing, he didn't know that was 9/11 the day. So he was shown the video. He says, "Can you tell us how this building came down?" And he says, "Well, that's controlled demolition." And then the question was, Zegerbeta? Zegerbeta, which means, are you sure? Zegerbeta, that's a controlled demolition, he says. And then he said, they told him that was at 9/11. And then he goes, 9/11? Zegerbeta? Zegerbeta. So he was shocked to see building number 7 collapsing because he didn't even know. And he said that was a textbook controlled demolition. Europe's number 1 demolition expert. He's since passed away after that, unfortunately. Rather young as well. I think it was in his late 50s, early 60s. Danny Jowenko. But it's been a good what? Yeah, definitely good 4 hours, 5 hours of discussing and debating with the Globe. And they've lost every step of the way. Citations and proofs to bear, showering them with gifts. What did they give us? Nothing. Fraudulent documentation. And then making it up on the fly. Okay, I should go on mute now, unless any Globe what we've done today. Yeah, I've done so.
The Earth is actually a donut.
How do you know?
Because I ate it yesterday.
And how are you alive?
It
Did you
tasted
eat
pretty
yourself?
good.
How are you talking to me right now? If you eat yourself.
You are now on living on shit. That's why you're still alive.
So it's not a donut then, is it?
It's not a donut anymore.
Okay.
It's shit now.
Okay. How do you know that?
How do I know it's shit?
Yeah.
Because it stinks.
You're not supposed to
not
put.
everywhere.
Yeah, dude, you're East African Muslim. You're not supposed to put your prayer rug in shit, are you?
You're talking a lot of crap for someone who thinks the Earth is flat.
Well, you're literally talking about crap. That was a good point, though.
Thanks. Yeah. Don't let it hurt your feelings, East African Muslim, that we figured out that we're not on a ball.
I know you're Protestant and you think your made up book is real.
What? English?
Bro, what?
Protestants think the Earth is flat.
One more time.
Protestants.
Okay.
Listen, Amos.
A Protestant I am not.
Yeah, you are.
What? Sorry.
Why are you pretending you're not?
Oh, we just gotta pick stuff.
Dude, I wouldn't even know how to
they are once
define it.
again.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you. I'm not a Protestant.
Did you grow up in a Christian household?
Am I growing up in a Christian household now? No.
Did you?
You had the world was a hold on. So the world was a donut that turned to shit, but now you're going to talk to me about something 40 years ago?
I can tell from the fact you talk like a preacher. Your father was a part of the church.
Bro, what?
I wish my dad was around to hear that. He'd be laughing. I mean, he's alive, but he's not present for East African Muslims shit talk. Pun intended.
I mean, you clearly grew up in a Christian household.
Wait, so I could just call you atheist and it's true because I said it?
Some atheists who probably thinks the Earth is still flat. Don't you think that's kind of funny, though?
I tell you, every day that I come in here, I forget from the other days of the level of mental illness that exists in this server. I'm reminded every time.
These guys are my favorite, though.
I'm telling you right now, I am perfectly
Well, happy
insane.
you enjoy it. Happy you enjoy it, dude.
My favorite. Like he said, the Earth was donut. He ate it, so he ate himself. So he couldn't possibly be talking right now. It's already contradictory within that first statement.
Why do they keep getting mentioned by this
Baloney
Alaskan
retard,
Muppet? I can't respond, bro. I can't type.
Yeah, so how do you know the Earth is a ball? Go ahead, dude.
I know the Earth is a ball because the Jews told me so.
Because the who told you?
The Judah.
Judah? Like, okay, so does that make it true just because somebody told you that it was
Well, the Jews don't lie, do they?
like if I tell you I'm a girl and a Jew, would you believe me?
Damn, bro, you're a girl.
Yeah, with a deep voice, so.
That's insane.
You would believe me? If I was a Judah girl, Jewish girl, whatever you said. Yes, no.
It's funny how no one actually has constructive conversations in this voice chat.
Bro, says the guy that was literally talking about shit like 3 minutes ago. That's the most contradictory, hypocritical shit I've ever heard, bro. I mean, you could ask questions or bring up statements about the actual topic of the room, or you can keep talking about shit if you want to.
It's kind of ridiculous to assume that thousands of people think the Earth is circular in NASA and they're all lying about it. No, the Earth is flat, I mean. How do all these employees get away with it? Wouldn't there be leaks?
Oh my goodness, you gave me freaking Kung Pao chicken, dude. Mother. Oh.
You know, for a fact, if I knew the Earth was flat and I had evidence, I'd be leaking that shit for money.
Well, no one can believe you, dude. No matter what evidence you have, how we know it's flat. Isn't that the craziest thing ever? Like somebody makes some comment, like you said the Earth's a donut. I asked you, how do you know that? The first words out of my mouth. Why don't you ask us the same thing?
I
Wouldn't it make
mean,
sense
I'm
to do
sitting there.
that?
I know. Like you guys have this thing about the measurements and how the event horizon actually doesn't happen
Okay,
at this
well, give
particular
us
point.
hold on. The Event Horizon, the Dustin Hoffman film or Lawrence Fishburne. Okay, dude. If you know all these things about the Earth measuring flat, then give us money. You got it from us.
You know, it could just be the case that they got the measurement of the Earth wrong.
I'm assuming these guys
Who did?
debating you have been doing this for like 8 years in the flat Earth side, and they're gonna win just because it's a flat Earth debate, and they're probably gonna destroy you even if they're wrong. That's just my.
Well, he's just trolling us. The first.
I'm just assuming based off what I'm hearing because I know people like this in real. Like I mean I don't know them in real life, but I've seen the videos. They spend like their whole life. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm just saying like some people in here would spend their whole lives doing this shit, and they have so much fucking science, even if it's not real, right? Like they have so much science that it's like who gives a shit? Like they're gonna win the debate here. You know what I mean? Even if they're wrong, it doesn't matter because they'll win here.
I mean, it's a
So you
bunch
just
of
gotta kind of get used to
pseudoscience.
it, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be
Think-
considered pseudoscience or the secular. I think it's an interesting field, but I mean, I'm not a flat earther, right? I think it's interesting to see how they like what was wrong with their like measurements. But I'm just saying, like, they're gonna win, even if you consider it pseudoscience. They're gonna win here, bro. There's no way.
That's their tactic. Basically, they throw like a mountain of pseudoscience in your face, and
Well,
when
do you
you
have the
retort and
counters
go
to their
through it,
quote unquote
yeah.
pseudoscience, right? Do you
Okay,
have those?
guys. Now you're projecting.
Fair
You
enough.
have to actually go through the
I'm not a flat earther.
pseudoscience.
I'm a rounder.
Prove.
I know
Hey,
the
bro,
round.
your round head just looks like the round Earth.
Yeah, the ball Earth is the one that's propped up by pseudoscience. That's what you need to focus on.
Look, I understand that you do this measurement thing where you check like how far the sun is from the Earth and how long it takes to actually cross the what's it called when it goes over the sea.
Are you educated enough to talk to these guys, bro? In your science? Real question.
I mean, I'm barely like I'm a layman when it comes to this.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like that's gonna be hard. Like I'm not an astrophysicist. I just know what NASA tells me is true because I believe it. But they're all gonna be like, oh my god, you're a retard. But
You
like
just hold on. Did you hear that sentence? You just know NASA. What NASA says
I'm
is
LARPing
true
a little
because I
bit. I
believe it.
believe NASA's true because I like NASA and I've been to NASA actually and
Okay,
I like a
so
lot of the stuff they do.
Pronounce
But like
NASA, not NASA.
I'm not saying the Hebrew thing. I know the Hebrew thing. I'm not doing it. The
well,
point
dude,
is,
I
I'm
used
not a
to.
conspiracy theorist. All right, I believe the Earth is round, but I'm saying in order to combat these guys' quote unquote pseudoscience, you better have some real science, or they'll probably destroy you.
Here's
I'm
what
just letting you know.
says. Oh,
Why
Cipher,
would an
dude.
actual scientist waste his time inside the flesh? He'd be too busy making
No, I have a friend
actual.
that's a scientist that comes in here sometimes. He's been here before. They probably don't know him because he was in here years ago. I mean,
Hey,
he's here
Cipher.
by a different name now.
Cipher. My goodness gracious, dude.
Huh?
Okay, you say you're not a conspiracy theorist. You say I don't even think this young generation even knows what that means. Too far removed, and they've.
No, I know it's like
I
the
just
CIA
keep.
made a journal.
This is why I know you don't know anything because you just keep talking over me. But if you find out that the Earth isn't a ball in reality, and all you've done is believe the NASA and believe the quote unquote science, if you find that out, then you'll realize it was you who's the conspiracy theorist.
Why?
Well, because if the globe doesn't exist, The only existence of the globe is the collected belief that the Earth is a globe.
But why is it not like just a dome, or like a triangle, or like a dome with like a heave in the middle? Like, how do you know it's like completely flat? Like, why is
Yeah,
it not
why
like
do
a
you
triangle?
assume it's completely flat even though the measurements are wrong?
Well, look at water.
Look, I know you say like the circumference of
water
the Earth is
dome?
actually longer than what they say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is flat at that point. It could just mean the Earth is bigger than what they claim, which would make sense.
Well, how about water? How about the nature of water?
But isn't it like per capita, or not per capita, but per one
Per
data
capita.
sample, because you're measuring from Earth, right?
Well, that's
Like, you
what we're
only have one
talking
data
about.
point.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
but
Earth.
but in science you have to have at least 100 to 1,000 data points to make a conclusion. You only have one data point.
Please,
It's way
someone
too hard.
clip that. I don't even know what that means.
Don't clip that. That's not necessary. We don't gotta do all that. Let's just have a conversation. I'm not really here to debate. I'm just
You're
here to
like the
mention, like,
same guy. You're like the guy the other day that says actual science takes weeks to months.
it does.
Then, well,
That's true.
then boil. How long is it? Does it take you a month to boil water?
That's not science. That's boiling water.
I believe that would be science.
How
You
is
come
boiling water
across a
science?
hot spring. You see a hot spring in nature. You say, "Hey, what's occurring here?" You guess, hey, maybe the water's hot, so let's apply heat to the water. The water boils.
Yeah, but that's not how every person has ever boiled water. Sometimes they just tell you to boil water and you do it. Is that science?
Yeah, but you have to look back to the root of when people weren't boiling water and the first person who discovered boiling water. You have
Is
to
that
use
how
your
they do?
You have to use your brain.
Is that how they discovered to boil water? Like, could I fact check that and that come up as true, or is that just like your opinion?
I mean, we invented fire
Well,
for
yeah,
a reason.
I guarantee you that someone in the history of man encountered a hot spring prior to them boiling water.
I think it
in
was
a
because of
pot.
sickness, but I'll check.
You think it's because of sickness? You're talking about people who are walking around in suits, who are like Louis Pasteur and things like that. I'm talking about people who are encountering hot springs in nature.
Yeah, so it's not that. It wasn't hot springs. They would heat up rocks and drop them into water. So you're wrong.
Yeah, but that's an action. That's an action of a human.
No. You just told me that it was from a hot spring, and I just looked it up, and the Neanderthals would literally drop superheated stones from a campfire into a water.
So you're telling me
okay.
you're telling me that you're telling me that prior to people building campfires, they never encountered a hot spring.
I mean, yeah, dude. There's not hot springs everywhere. I don't know, like, what world
It's
you live
actually
in. There's
very
a hot spring
regional,
in like
like mostly in
everywhere
Japan.
place. Yeah, there's like barely hot. I've been to a hot spring. They're adorable.
I've been to a hot spring too.
Yeah, they're rare. You would know that. Then they're not like a spring is not very rare because you have to build colonies around springs. But a hot spring is pretty rare. You have to like
Okay,
find them.
so when someone takes a hot rock and puts it into water and it boils, you're telling me that's not science?
Dude,
I
but
said
you just
you guys
changed.
claim that.
You were wrong, and now you're like going back on what you were saying.
Time
You said it
out,
was a
dude.
hot
You
spring.
told me it took months.
Yeah, it takes months to come up with that stuff when you're a fucking Neanderthal, bro. It takes months to make fire. Like, do you not know like how that works?
It sounds like it took 3 trillion years.
3 trillion years for Neanderthals? What, like, do you know the Earth was only 13.8 billion years old?
Okay,
right?
I'm being a little. You don't know how old the Earth is.
Oh,
It's 13.
come on, bro.
Well,
That's
no,
what
the
science
universe is
tells us.
13.8 billion years old. The Earth is about 6
Okay,
to
hold
7.
on. Okay, this is good. This is a good starting point. How do you know the universe is 13.8
I
billion
mean,
years old?
the Earth could have been
We can
around for
study the
6,000
cosmic
years for all we
inflation
know.
before the steady state.
Just because the universe is around for 3 billion years doesn't mean the Earth was around for 3 billion years. The
I'm
Earth was
talking
probably
about
around.
the people. I'm talking about the guy who picked up the hot rock, according to this guy.
He's a Neanderthal, bro. He's not a person. He's not even a Homo sapien.
He's not even a person.
What? They're not people. They're Neanderthals. Like, Homo sapiens are people in our definition. Like, what? Like, you guys are just like
You guys are
LARPing.
funny.
We're not funny. You people believe the Earth is flat because you saw someone with a laser shoot it at a star or at a fucking piece of water and go, aha! Like that's pseudoscience. Like this guy's right. It's straight pseudoscience. Like it's like, wait, what the fuck? Like that doesn't do anything. Like there's people that go to space, dude, and they go
And
up
that
there and
doesn't
they go,
even
oh,
help
look
them
at
as
that.
well because it doesn't prove the
dude.
Earth is flat.
It's
It
round.
just
Look at that.
proves
You think the
proves the
astronauts were flat
circumference.
earthers, bro? The guys that went to space and saw the Earth being fucking round. You think they were like, oh, okay, yeah, this is flat? Because everyone in here probably believes the moon landing's fake because it's a fucking conspiracy fucking trench. So it's like you're not gonna find anyone in here that even accepts it.
Well, dude, I knew the moon landing was fake almost 2 decades prior to realizing the Earth was flat.
How old
That's
are you,
horrible.
man?
Yeah, no, literally.
I'm probably older than the two of you combined.
That's not a good thing to believe that.
You
at
don't
this
think
age.
so?
Not to
I
believe
feel
that
young.
shit.
I feel younger than I ever have before.
Well, I
He's
feel
in his
younger than I
prime.
ever before, and I'm younger than you. So there you go. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're
I'm in my
naive.
like mid-20s. I'm not naive because I don't believe that
Oh,
the Earth
dude,
landing.
yeah. But listen,
I'm in
I
my
hate to break it
mid-20s
to you.
all.
Yeah, the mid 20s is the peak of naivety.
No, that's just for you. That's just your projection.
No, this
I'm
is your
educated. I
pride.
don't care.
Yeah,
Given
dude.
your mental
When I
development, I
was
would
in
say
my
it's probably your naivety period.
yes, when I was in my mid 20s, I was as naive and gullible and believing that the sun was a star, just like
Yes,
you
you
guys.
found the truth because you saw it on the internet. Congratulations.
You didn't have access
No,
to
I
the
saw it
internet.
at the
That's
beach.
what happened.
I saw it at the beach.
Thing is, you
Saw it
need
at
to
the
understand
beach.
we're more
Yeah, at the
informed as
beach
a
outside.
generation than you guys
Nice,
were. You
nice.
had like what the TV.
Look, you want me to show you an IQ graph of people born in certain years and how since
Who's it?
Why
anyone
the fuck
born
is that
after
relevant?
IQs have fallen since 1973. Anyone born after 1973, IQs have fallen.
Are you
1973 was
older
the peak
than
in America.
1973?
I was born in 1972. So it
Oh
goes
my
up, hits a
god.
peak in 1973.
He got muted.
So low
Shit.
IQ proves he's low IQ.
Well, not everyone that was around then has like my IQ is actually above most normal average. I'm not gonna say what it is. I'm not gonna dox myself, but I have a high IQ, so I don't really care.
Okay, you're low IQ if you think somehow knowing your IQ would dox you.
Well, no, I'm not gonna
That's a
tell you
true
my
statement.
IQ. I'm not gonna tell you my IQ here because you'll all go, "That's not true. You're an idiot."
When,
I'm gonna go, "Okay."
You are an idiot.
It's
You
not
keep
that
proving
high,
it by talking.
dude. Wow, that's really intelligent, man. Did you think about that?
I guarantee you, I guarantee you took an IQ test on a YouTube
No, I took a
ad
Mensa
and think
test.
an IQ test or a Mensa test.
A Mensa test, a Mensa IQ test.
Well, at what
That's
age?
paid. At around 60.
Well,
Yeah,
IQ tests are only good up till the age of 12. It's the way those are
I
designed.
lied. I lied. I
You,
took it at 10.
you lied, didn't you?
No. I took it
As
at
somebody
10
who's
years old.
taken these myself, I know that the
I'll
Mensa
tell you.
ones is crap. You need like the Stanford Binet or the Wixler or one of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
High IQ
Underlick is
society
pretty good.
trash. So what I did is I took it when I was 10 years old, and I retook it at 16. I think
Listen
my
to
point dropped
him.
by like
16, 10. Like you.
No, I was 10 the first. Oh, nice.
The
I was
IQ
10
test?
the first. I was 10 the first time.
Yeah,
but then I took it again at 16 out of interest because I was in like a high
You're
school.
off the charts in the IQ test, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not. I took it at 16. I didn't lie. I just said I was mandatorily taken at 10.
What is IQ? What does an IQ actually test for?
It tests for pattern recognition.
Oh, okay. So you're not completely dim.
Yeah,
Is
I
it?
took one at 10 years old and then at 16 years
Yeah,
old.
but also
That's what
under
I said.
stress and
I
pressure.
was in private school when I was 10, and then I had to go through a different school when I was like
Okay.
older, so I had to take
Now,
one.
do you see that? Do you see the pattern of when you told us when you first took the test and then the next stage?
Yeah,
What
10 to 16.
pattern?
Dropped,
What pattern was that?
yeah,
Was
it
that
dropped 2
a
points.
lie?
No, it dropped 2 points. It dropped from what it was to 2 points before. So I guess children are better at taking IQ tests because they're better at learning languages, right?
Oh, it's just because it's an intelligence quotient, dude.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Chronological age
I
and,
took them. I took one
natural
twice,
age,
and that was the
or
last one I took
intelligence
because it
age.
dropped by 2 points.
So
and I that's
obviously,
the IQ I was
it's
better than.
easy to have a double score when you're to have 200 IQ when you're 4 years old, because then you're only as intelligent as an 8-year-old.
No, it's not
Then
200.
shut up, dude. Stop over talking. Then when you're 50 years old and having the intelligence of a 100-year-old, it's a lot more difficult, right? So that's why children have higher IQ scores.
But I
Because
took
it's
one at 16.
intelligent quotient.
Yeah, I
That's
took
what
one at
IQ
16.
stands for.
Yeah, I took one at 16 though. So what does that mean? It only dropped 2 points.
Fucking low
So, like,
IQ
what the fuck?
motherfucker, bro. I was
Yeah.
right.
So what's your IQ? Out of curiosity, because I
When I
like
was
to see my
tested in
tire.
3rd grade,
Yeah,
you wouldn't believe it.
I'll believe it. What is it?
It was 181.
That's hilarious. Who tested you?
The school.
In 1975, and the school tested you. Okay.
Yeah, the school.
Well,
I was in something called
according
the
to
GATE.
your own
I was in
math,
something
your
called the
IQ would
GATE.
be like what?
I was in something called the GATE program, which used to be a program for exceptional and gifted children
Yeah, I was in something like that too. I had to take mine at 10.
called AIM and GATE.
That's dope. That's dope. I was
Gateway.
in private
Hey,
school. I had to
Indio,
take
did they make you read like the Greek classics in like 5th grade?
Dude, I read George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm in 3rd grade.
It
They
sounds
made me
about
read that
right.
shit.
I read Animal Farm in 4th grade. Yeah, I remember reading that book. 1984 was good. I think I read that in 6th grade. No, I went to a private school, so they forced me to take it. I don't know the problem. I'm not lying. My IQ, I'll give you a range.
I think
it's
he's
between
legit,
120
Indio.
and 180.
Did you say 120 to 180? That's the range?
That's not the range. I lied. It's 120 between 100.
Dude, you've got to stop lying. This is getting weird.
Well,
No,
I
like
don't know.
120
Okay,
to
okay,
130 is.
okay. It was 186 between 120.
Isn't it like every 10 points
Take
is
the
one
under.
standard deviation or something?
No.
I thought that's how they weighted it.
I don't remember, dude. I don't study the IQ test. I just took it.
You don't even know what a conspiracy is, so.
Yeah, no, I know what it is. It's a term. That's the most I'll say because none of the
It's a
conspiracy
term. What's a
You know what it
motorcycle?
is.
It's a term.
No, I'm saying
I
it's a
do know
term
what it
developed
is.
by the thing because of a
No,
thing.
no. The CIA you're talking about is conspiracy theorist. That's the term that they created.
What I'm saying.
Not conspiracy.
A conspiracy just means something.
Dude, what are
that's
you going to tell
happening
me?
that shouldn't be
Conspiracy
happening.
theorists exist before conspiracy?
No, I was never going to say that.
Well, okay.
So,
like I
you know,
said,
the beautiful
I
thing
rest my
about
case. You don't know
IQ
what a
is that it
conspiracy
doesn't
is.
even measure intelligence. That's the cool thing. It just measures.
Well, you're
pattern
the one who
recognition.
brought it up.
I know, but this
I
dude
think
was
I
like, "Oh,
brought it
you
up.
wouldn't believe my IQ," and I was like, "Okay. I mean, that's good. I don't care. I have
It was
a
a
high
definite
IQ.
pattern.
Yeah, it doesn't measure intelligence. It just measures how good you are at solving pattern recognition. That's all it is. It's like there's people that like have a 220 IQ that think God came back last year. So like, who gives a fuck?
So listen, since you're so good at pattern recognition, do you think it's possible that you got swept up in a pattern that were a bunch of factoids linked together to convince you that you're on a ball? And you just fell for it since you said, well, the pattern I'm recognizing shows me that I am in outer space.
No,
Say
I think
it again.
you guys did that with the
Why would you think that about flat Earth?
Because the idea in itself is like literally so brain dead that it has to be proved through
Tell me why it's brain dead.
Because it has to be proved through pseudoscience.
How is it proved to pseudo? You're stacking claims.
No,
dude.
I'm saying all of your
I'm
science
trying to get you to actually
literally, by
bring
definition,
some
pseudoscience.
substance, some meat on the bone of what you're saying, dude.
Most
you
of
just
the laser claims,
you're just
most of the camera claims, most of the sun is this far away.
Most of
that
them.
shit is pseudoscience, if not all
okay.
of it. Or
And
some
what
of it is real science.
what is
mixed with
pseudoscience?
Which becomes steroid pseudoscience.
What is pseudoscience? By definition,
Pseudoscience
you
is,
just proved it wasn't pseudoscience. By definition.
No. Pseudoscience,
No,
is when you
pseudoscience is
mix
defined.
things together by
Nope,
basically creating complete garbage.
wrong. Pseudoscience
making
are
it
claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment. By definition, you say, hey, the
Yeah,
things those camera tests, those lasers are tests, that makes it not pseudoscience.
No, I was saying they mix like parts of real science, like 1 + 1 is 2, or like measurements of very simple
1
things.
+ 1 is 2 is science.
It's
You
a
are
joke.
low
You need
IQ.
to
Holy
like,
shit.
oh my god, you want to lock in and maybe
I was
talk to me
wrong.
instead of just insulting me? What I'm
Your
saying
shouts
is,
to God are heard.
I'm gonna say it one more
Cypher.
time because you people are just like completely brain dead.
Well, you're
Here's the
What
problem.
you're an idiot, and you tried to disparage us,
Here's
our
the
intelligence,
Here's the
and you're
problem,
stupid
right?
as fuck.
Dude, you
Well,
sound
you
like a
shouldn't have
Reddit
said.
mod. There's
You
nothing
shouldn't
you
have
can
came
do.
out of
Your
your
life
fucking
is already
face like
cooked.
that. Shouldn't have
Okay,
came out
here's
of
the
your
problem.
face like that.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. Pseudoscience is when you have false science. Okay.
What is that?
You mix very tiny amounts of real science, like 1 to 2%, with 98 to 99% of pseudoscience, which
You're
makes it
describing
steroid
the globe.
pseudoscience.
So
Okay.
you just defined pseudoscience with the word pseudoscience.
Basically, yeah. You can describe it more carefully, right? Like you can't
We know
test
the
the
definition
claim.
of pseudoscience.
Yes.
The term was coined by a philosopher of science named Karl Popper. It's defined as claims or theories which cannot be falsified by
Yeah,
experiment.
it's actually not. It's actually
So why
incompatible
did you
with the
interrupt
scientific
me?
method because you're wrong.
But
That's
because
what you
I'm
do,
wrong.
apparently. Yeah, it's
So
things that are incompatible with the scientific method. That's what
that
science
is not true. You just
It's
made that
literally
up.
statements okay, I'll literally give you the definition. Hold on, give me a second.
I'm talking about the person that invented the fucking term.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the definition. There you go.
Where'd that come from?
I just found it.
Where?
Doesn't matter.
Not gonna play this game for very long, dude.
Okay, I don't care. What are you gonna do? Mute me and I'm gonna leave and go do better things and debate old flat earthers that don't know anything? Fantastic.
You know, that
All
definition
you have
falls
is
short because it doesn't define what the scientific method is. There's no
Why
critical
would it need
way
to
to
define the
evaluate the
scientific
standard.
method? Do you not know the scientific method and you're
You
claiming to be
don't.
scientists?
Listen, yeah, I do know it, but we talk to people all the time in here who think they know it, but they actually don't.
See, Voider, Yoider, you sound like someone who has like a brain, right? This Indio dude is clearly just trying to flex his IQ and doesn't really know.
No, I'm not trying. No, I'm exposing you as this pretender clown.
You're not exposing me, dude. You're a flat earther. It's impossible for you to expose me. Not everything
Okay.
you believe is a lie.
Well, that's
Literally
cool
all
because
of
that's
it.
a genetic fallacy. So keep piling.
There's no fallacy I can make against you.
It's a
bro.
genetic
Everything you
fallacy,
believe is-
meaning the truth of the claim is based upon the person saying it, where the claim came from.
Yeah, but your whole
So it came from flat
okay.
earther, therefore
There's
it's
a
wrong.
Martian spaghetti monster on.
I don't believe
planet
any of that
Alpha
crap.
7.
So that's a
Okay,
straw
okay.
man.
Okay,
He's a
that's a
bigot.
straw man.
So how many
I'm a bigot. You
fallacies
guys,
are you
so
going
is
to
this what you
stack?
do? Do you just gang up on random people?
How many
that know they're
fallacies are you
right?
going to stack, dude?
There's no fallacies here,
No,
bro. You're a
I
guys,
just
maybe
point
we
them
can
out and
level
told you
set
how
this.
it was
I
a
can't
fallacy
give
tonight.
you a fallacy. You're so insane that there's nothing to comprehend in your
So
brain.
now it's just insults. You got
Maybe
nothing.
we
You've
can,
been doing to me the
Indio,
whole
maybe
time.
we can make this
You've
more
literally been
constructive,
calling me
okay?
an idiot, low IQ,
Let's ask for a deductive
unintelligible,
syllogism or
untalkable.
something for the globe.
Okay, P equal the globe is real, not P equal the globe is not real. The modal connection is the globe isn't real because I say so. There you go.
So Ipsy
See,
Dixit.
but just replace
Here
that
you
with
go.
flat earth. There you go.
So Ipsy Dixit fallacy.
Yeah.
This is so crazy. Yo,
Yeah, it's
anyone who's
crazy
not
that
a
we're
flat
just
earther,
like
I'd like you guys
ripping
to
you
say
to
something.
fucking shreds.
Dude, you're not. You're a flat earther. You can't rip anything
Yeah,
to shreds.
which
Your
you
entire
they should
life is a lie.
it should make you even more
Well, when
embarrassed
I
that
go
you're
to
being ripped to shreds
space
by a
at
flat
some
earther.
point, somehow,
Is
right?
that what
When I
you
go to
did?
space, yeah, I'll go to space. There's
Yeah.
people that have been to space. There's commercial travel. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna
Yeah,
send
you
this
believe
stupid
that?
ass channel a picture from my phone of being in space because I could do that. I'm at the life where I
You
can
know,
do
you
that.
sound like a con artist who's always future faking in order
I'm
to
gonna be able to
mislead
do
people.
that at some point because I'm
This
saving
is
up
an
for it.
appeal to the future. Get
He's
back to the
saving up
sun.
for it.
This is crazy. This is so funny. I've just been
Yeah, like
trolling you guys.
science
like,
will
on
prove me
auto,
right in
my brain is
3,000
raw.
years, and you're
Here we
gonna
go.
be
Now,
fucking a game. I'm
laughing.
not even paying attention to this.
now
What
the
the fuck
game.
is this? It's just
Now the
like
meta
some
game.
fucking.
Now the
This is your
game's
way
trying
to
to
I mean, like,
now
what
it's
do you
coping and
want,
trying
right?
to save face
No, I
after
don't
being
need to cope.
eviscerated.
Dude, your whole life is eviscerated. Nice word. You're being
Eviscerated.
incinerated by
Projection.
yourself. Yeah, you're being
You know what
incinerated by
eviscerated even
yourself.
means? It
Do you know
means
what
your
it means?
guts are on the floor, bro. You've been
Oh
disemboweled.
wow. Yeah, you're a flat earther. Your whole life is being
That's
disemboweled
right,
by
and I'm
anyone
smarter
with
than you.
scientific.
What's that say about you?
But you're
This
not
is what
though. And I
happens
can
when
tire
kids
of
hear
learning.
about us and they come in with their preconceived notions and biases. Just saying. Why
So
don't you
let's
hang
get.
out with us, right, and like listen to what we have to say instead of combat with us?
He
Because
can't.
you won't stop
He's in a
combating.
cult.
So
He's
I'm
a
in a
cultist.
cult. Oh
You're
my
in a
god.
cult, dude.
All right, I'm just gonna go
Okay.
live.
Okay, so
hang out, dude. Come on, hang out
so
with
prove
us
you're
and
not in
listen
a
to what we
cult.
have to say.
So prove you're not in a cult. Okay.
Okay, I'm going live. And
So you're gonna prove you're not in a cult by answering
Okay.
one simple question.
Hold on, I gotta mute. I gotta do something. Give me a sec.
Go on mute then until you're
Welcome
fucking
to the
ready,
stream.
dude.
Okay, all right, I'm back. I just said
So
welcome. Man.
really simple. Yeah, you're gonna stream your embarrassment. This would be great.
Yeah, man.
Tell
I'll
us when you're
stream
ready.
this.
We're
Yeah, I'm
gonna
ready.
prove you're in a cult to your fucking audience.
All right, man. My audience is gonna laugh at you because we're all atheists. Physicalists
Yeah, but
aren't
we could.
doing
That's
this.
cool. We can still prove you're in a cult.
Okay, do it.
Okay. Simple question. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Don't tell me how somebody else knows it. Tell me how you know it from your primary information.
What does that mean? Define primary information for me.
Information that you have that you've accumulated from your own experience.
What does smartphone count as my own experience?
From your own experience.
How is a smartphone not in my experience?
What are you experiencing with a smartphone? Looking at the phone?
No, I'm looking at. So looking at a phone is illegal now. I can't look at a phone.
Okay, this is stupid, dude. You're How just is it an stupid? idiot. No. You You're said too fucking define it from my stupid, dude. primary experience. I said, Yeah, okay, is a smart part of and my then you primary just went to experience. some bullshit, dude. So
You know,
because because we haven't been to
This
space,
is
the
some
Earth's
low
flat.
IQ
That's your
hey,
shit.
guess
argument.
what? Maybe
Answer the
this guy, we have
question,
him
dude.
wrong. Maybe he actually understands exactly how cell phones work and the entire network topology.
Fucking doubt it.
I mean, do you? Do you know what
Yes.
No, I don't.
underwater
I
cables
do.
probably
are?
does.
Do you know that all signals are not sent through satellites, but instead underwater cables underground? Did you know that?
Oh
No,
my god,
probably
there's
not.
lots
Oh,
of
you
ways
want
to
to talk
send
signal
fucking signals.
propagation with me? I'd love to chat with you about that.
No, let's keep on track with the flat earther.
No,
Because
I
this guy's
no,
apparently
we are.
195
You're gonna
IQ.
tell us
This
how
guy's
you know the Earth.
195 IQ. So
You're gonna
okay, I'll
tell
tell
us
you.
how you know the Earth's a globe.
All of science, all the
You're gonna
billions of dollars
tell
went
us
to NASA,
no how
all the
you
billions of
know
dollars
the
went to
Earth's a
the
globe.
Israeli space stations,
Like
all
I
the
said,
people on
he's
space,
he's
all
appealing
the
to his
people in the
priest.
ISS.
Appealing to the
Oh
priest.
God,
Appealing
I'm
to
a
the priest.
cultist.
Appealing to the priest.
Mm.
I asked you how you know.
Your priests are the actual cultists, but you're probably like a
Okay,
Christian.
I'm asking you how you know the Earth's a globe. Prove you're not in a cult. Proving you actually have the information.
Okay, I have the same level of information you do. How do you know the Earth's flat? Do you do the measurements yourself? Or do you go on
Why are
YouTube?
you asking me a question?
No,
How
no,
do you
no,
know
no,
the
no,
Earth's a
no, no,
globe?
no, no.
Yes, I have done the
Because
measurements myself.
there's
That's irrelevant.
professionals. There's professionals that do the measurements.
Answer the
for me.
question. This
That's
is
not
your
what you're saying.
last chance.
I
How
did
do you know the Earth is a globe?
because I've seen it that way.
From where?
By determining that the moon and sun are globes.
That's not the Earth.
So do I just get muted if I don't answer
That's
the
not
question
the
that
Earth.
way?
The sun and the moon are not
Okay.
the Earth. I said, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Because I've seen it kind of through a smartphone.
How do
Someone click
you
that.
know the Earth's a globe?
I'm trying to tell you. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I don't, in your opinion.
You're telling
right? 'Cause
me
I
that you
haven't seen
looked
it
at
physically.
smartphone. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
Earth, not your smartphone.
Yeah, I hear you. What I'm saying is that I don't have any primary in your definition to assume the Earth's
Okay,
a globe.
in my definition, no, primary only has one
but
definition.
why
So
is
you
it the
don't know
Earth
the
with
Earth's a
two
globe.
domes?
You
Why is it the Earth with
rely,
two domes? You don't have any primary.
you rely on the claims of strangers to tell you what your worldview is. You're in a cult.
Nice, good job. Can I say something now?
Yeah, admit you rely on the claims of strangers.
Oh my
for
God,
your
is this how
whole
debates
worldview.
work here? If you don't say exactly to concede instantly, you just get muted. Is I'm assuming that's what you're gonna do?
Well, I just proved you're in a cult.
You didn't prove shit. Oh my God, no, that's
You said you
hilarious.
have
Sorry.
no primary information that the Earth's the globe, and that you're relying on the claims of other people that you trust. That is literally a cult.
That's what you do, though, right? Because
That
you
is
don't
not
do
what
all
I
the
do.
science for flat Earth. You don't do all the science for flat Earth.
Flat
Do
Earth
all
is
the
not a
science for flat Earth
scientific
community?
question. It's a geometric question.
Okay, do you do all the geometry for the flat Earth community yourself? Yes or no?
No, why would I have to?
Okay,
I'm
there
not
you go. So
speaking-
then you
I'm
rely
not
on others for your
speaking-
information too.
I'm not
There you
speaking for the flat Earth community. I'm speaking for me. And I know from my experience, my primary information, that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but what if you're on the moon, right? Your primary information would be
What
the
if
Earth's
I'm on the moon?
Yeah. What if we go to the moon and you see the Earth around, and your primary information
Yeah,
was the Earth is round and
yeah.
the moon is flat? See how that works?
Yeah,
That's how
what
primary
if grandma
information
had a
works.
penis, then she'd be grandpa? Who gives a shit? I have primary information that tells me the
fuck?
Earth's flat. Okay? You have no primary information that tells you the Earth is a globe. You're relying completely
we lock the
on the
scan
claims
or
of strangers. And you just went to the claims of strangers to even think you can go to the moon and look at the Earth from there. Okay? You're just doubling down on the claims of strangers. You're digging into your cult.
Yeah,
double
but you're just
fisted,
asserting
further and further.
that because you can see that the
My
Earth
cult
is
says
kind of
it's
flat
not a
from your
cult, so it's not a cult.
perspective. Why is it not a cult, bro? You're literally in a cultist cult.
You're in a cult, and I demonstrated
You're
it.
in a server that's called Flat Earth, which is a
So
cult.
what? How does that make it a cult?
That's a cult. It's a
Man,
cult.
you need to take a deep breath.
How does that make it a cult? Because we named the channel Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Makes it a cult.
Kinda. Because you believe
So is
the
the
wrong
politics
thing and
server
you're
the
all
cult of
culting out.
so the politics VC is that the cult of politics?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Your IQ
Yeah,
cannot
well-
be 180. You must be LARPing. You are not good at pattern recognition at all. You're like barely tracking with what I'm saying.
Now
at
you're
all.
projecting.
No, I'm exactly
No,
tracking.
I'm not. Oh, you're tracking?
No,
All right,
I
well,
got
explain
you
to
even.
me. Explain to me why the government. You tell me then why the government throws billions of dollars into NASA. Is it because the government's in a cult? Now the whole
What does that
government.
have to do with pattern recognition?
Because I want
Dude,
him
he's
to
all
recognize
over the
pattern.
place. So, like,
No,
holy shit, dude.
no. Oh, so you can't recognize the pattern. This
ADHD,
guy's
dude.
LARPing about his IQ.
You got
No,
total
like,
ADHD.
why should you believe the patterns that you see from the government?
No, don't believe anything the government tells you. Exactly.
No,
You guys
it's a fair question, isn't it?
No, it's not a fair question.
No, so you
Why
should
would you
accept
not believe
everything that they
anything?
show you as a pattern at face
You
value.
accept anything that they show you, dude? Because you think the Earth is flat.
No, it's flat. We know it's flat.
You
Yeah,
know
I
it's flat.
evaluate
Well, I
claims
know it's
based off of the
round.
evidence.
From
I
primary
don't care
information.
about. Go.
Well, I'm just saying, we know it's flat from
I
observation.
love that you keep saying primary information, this type of sophistry, when what you're just saying is I
It's
look
not
outside, it looks
sophistry.
kind of flat, so
You're
it's flat.
using the word sophistry
like
wrong.
baby level sophistry.
You're
It's
you're using the word sophistry wrong.
No, I said it's baby level sophistry.
Okay, it's not
you.
sophistry. You're using that word wrong.
It's sophistry.
No,
Hey,
you're using
India,
the
who's
word
the
wrong, dude.
godfather of direct realism? That philosophical school.
What?
Yeah, direct realism.
Oh, Thomas Reed.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, why don't you Google that
who
guy?
am I debating? Am I debating everyone, or am I debating at least one person?
You don't have
I don't
a
know.
debate.
You think we're a hive mind, so
You're in a cult. It's already
debating
over.
one.
Like a hive. Indio, I'll debate you because you seem to be the only person here with any information. Can you explain?
Oh shit. Okay, so he moved off from me. He's back onto you now. Okay.
No, I wasn't talking to you. You're just
one of us might be a bit knobbier than the other.
You just keep chiming in, and
He's gonna ask me why I can't to explain
Indio, no,
something when
prove
it's
it,
cult.
bro. No, prove it. If you're not in a cult, prove it. Show me the data, and I'll listen right now. Put it in the side chat. I swear to God, I'll look at it. I'll see what it is. Yeah.
Do you know the geometry that the globe? Okay, we gotta start with. Do you know what the globe predicts?
The globe predicts. No, I'm not a flat Earth debater. I'm an atheistic classical theist debater.
What the flat Earth predicts, or what the globe predicts. The globe makes certain geometric predictions of how the Earth should be, and that we can test these. We can test these claimed measurements or test these claimed values to see if they exist in the natural world. So we go out and we do some measurements and see if they exist. If it doesn't exist, then the Earth can't be a globe.
Okay, so what about the measurements they do from space?
Which measurements are those?
Literally almost all of them, bro.
Literally almost all of them.
We do 3D imagery on
This
planets.
is just pure fucking.
No.
This is just pure platitude and bullshit.
Through satellites that are in space, and we determine models from.
Yeah, you're just telling me more of your cult belief.
So anytime I say a point, it's cult belief, but everything you say.
How does a satellite establish a horizontal reference frame?
No idea, bro. I'm not an astrophysicist.
Oh, so you have no clue what you're talking about. Maybe some of us do.
No, I mean, I'm a classical debater. I debate classical theists for fun, but I'm doing
Yeah, well, you're in a whole different category now, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I feel completely safe.
Do you cry to God when you're debating the classical theists?
No.
Well, why do you do it here? I've never heard an atheist chant so much to God than you have in the last 10 minutes.
No, it's in my bio. It says I
Yes.
only debate classical theists. I'm making an exception because you guys are so schizo. It's funny.
Imagine if you actually had an argument. We're schizo, but your whole worldview is based upon the claims of strangers. Your whole worldview is based upon the claims of strangers.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me go on my documents.
Are you guys live?
I am, yeah.
We're always live.
Oh, I was under the impression that you guys was live.
Okay,
Hey,
we
Maz,
are live.
what's up, man? Hey, India,
covered that.
Maz is really cool. I'm gonna endorse Maz over here.
Okay. Maz, just hang back, dude. We're dealing with a sped.
I'm not a sped, man. Chill the fuck out with the ad homes.
You're a sped, bro.
You're ad homing, so you're clearly have.
No, you're using the word ad hom wrong. Do you just like have a
now I'm using
potpourri
the
of?
word ad hom wrong. You're insulting.
Yeah, you are.
Dude. It's a
An
simple
ad hom is when you attack the character of a person to prove a proposition.
That's what you're doing. You're proving.
I'm insulting
Earth.
you. I am insulting you.
Okay,
There's a difference.
job. Nice job. We're debating, so that's called an ad hom. Okay.
Hey, Cypher, no, you said wait. We weren't debating any particular point.
It's one of my old ones. Let me see if I can get it in. There we go.
You're just a time waster, bro.
I'm a time waster. Okay, well you can't debate anything because you're a moron, but that's okay. See, that's an ad hom. I just ad hom.
Well, listen. Okay, so you're coming to the table with basically logical claims and want to debate logic and stuff, but this is actually having to do with material claims. So you're in a category error off the bat.
No.
Yeah, they're completely different.
So your little flow chart is just full of Ipsy Dixit bullshit, dude.
That's right.
Read the other stuff.
Baseless claims, dude.
It's funny that you have your little like Colt in here that like goes on your side and you like live stream.
We're
How does
just
it go down?
applying
You know
basic
what's so
reasoning,
funny is
dude.
I was talking to the guy who said that the Earth was a donut, and then you jumped on my back.
What?
He's a low IQ troll, bro. That's all
I'm
he
not
is.
a low IQ troll at all, bro. Okay,
Well,
you're
you don't
clearly
even
you
know
might
what
okay, Indio. I
lazy
won't say
guy.
you have a low IQ because you might actually have a high IQ when you were young or whatever. But in your own science, you have a low IQ, which is like so
My
funny.
own
'cause you're saying,
science. The shape
yeah,
of the
and you're
Earth isn't a
pseudo.
scientific claim. Try to keep up.
Wow, you guys are just
Is
so
it?
good at
Look,
this.
if I say Earth is a ball, is that a scientific claim?
Kinda. If you have a methodology
So
for it.
geometry is science.
No, geometry's math that we use in
Is
science.
ball a shape? Is ball a geometric form?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a geometric claim. It's not a scientific claim. Science deals with natural phenomenon.
Okay. Well, I
Being
want
a
to let you know
sphere is not
something.
a natural
This is gonna be
phenomenon.
crazy. If the Earth is a sphere, guess what that would be? It would be a natural phenomenon, right? That's kind of
It's
how
not
that
a
goes.
phenomenon. Phenomenon are events, dude. They're occurrences, things that
Yeah, it would
happen.
be an event, dude, because it collected dust over time to form the natural phenomenon
No,
as
the
the sphere.
collecting dust would be the
Oh,
event.
no, yeah,
Collecting
that's
dust
what I
would be
said.
the event.
Yeah, that's what I said though. That's literally what I was saying,
No,
right? So
no.
it's kind of funny that you keep
It,
straw manning
it
my position
wouldn't
because you
be.
know you
It
won't
wouldn't
win.
be the
You
existence
just
or
know you won't
non-existence of the
because you're
Earth
in a group
would
chat
not be
with
an
10
event.
of your
So
friends that
what?
you know life on
Listen to
here.
him. Listen to this shit, dude. It's
He's
funny.
spazzing.
Total spurging. You went down in
Nice.
flames, dude.
Dude, you've been spurging for the last 30 minutes and you still
You went
haven't given
down
me a
in
valid
flames,
argument.
man. Take
Well,
the
maybe
L.
go against the
Be a
argument I
man.
presented. Maybe go against the argument I presented.
Cypher,
You haven't
why
even
don't
read
you
it.
You
have
didn't
the
present an
actual
argument.
discussion and stuff?
This is just claim
Go
stacking
against the
bullshit.
argument I presented. Maybe.
That
Side
thing
chat.
you posted in the chat is just claim stacking bullshit, dude.
You didn't even read it?
It says Southern Cross is geometric failure of the
No,
flat Earth.
The geometric failure of the flat Earth model is to understand why stellar variance, I've read this a long time ago, proves a lot of flat Earth. One must apply these observations to a standard flat Earth map. Yeah, you didn't even read it. You haven't even read the argument, and you're like straight up retarded. So you know what? You don't want to read it? That's fine. That's fine. You don't want to read it? I'll delete it because you know what? We don't want to read the arguments that I
It
present.
says
You want
the
to dwarf
celestial
and talk
argument
like you're
against
smart.
flat Earth. Tell me, as a matter of logic, how looking at the celestial objects can prove the shape of the Earth.
No. You don't want to read the argument.
You're not gonna no me. Go on mute. Okay, when you're ready to actually have a normal discourse, I'll unmute you. But you're not gonna steamroll, kid. That's over. You get one chance, dude. You're not gonna steamroll.
Nice. Back to okay.
So I'm gonna ask you again. That whole thing you posted about the celestial sphere. How does that prove the Earth is flat or not flat?
Well, you didn't read the argument. I don't feel like reading it.
How does looking at the sky prove something about the Earth?
That's what you do, though. That's your whole field
No,
of study. Is looking at the sky
no,
and
it
proving
isn't.
about the Earth. You look up and you go, ah,
We
it's
look
flat.
at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is.
Yeah, how? From the Earth? Is that your primary
exactly.
like source
We look
of
at the Earth
information?
on the Earth, exactly.
So, have you ever gone to space like the astronauts and looked down?
Have
and said,
you?
Oh, that's not. No.
So
but I
right
trust
back
them
into
because
the
they
cult
did.
belief. So
I'm
I'll just piggyback
fucking
with my cult
NASA
belief.
He
scientist.
said.
I've been to NASA, dude. Have you even been there?
You've been to
A
NASA.
building?
Have you been to NASA?
I trust them. I'm not
Have
in
you
a
been
cult.
to Houston,
I
Texas, and
trust
NASA?
A
them.
building. Have I been to a building?
NASA?
No, I've never been to
Have you
that
been to
building.
NASA?
No.
Oh, so you've never seen any of the NASA science at all?
Guess what, kids? So every day for about 10 years, I had a watch list of
kid, I'm
about 10
probably
satellites that I'd have to keep track of every day when I'd log into work with my coffee.
Is the NASA science the
space
coffee
before.
cup or are they the t-shirts?
I am drinking. I'm not gonna say.
I've been to space before.
Hello, friendo. So guys, can I say a piece about NASA?
Yeah, Maz, go ahead. You're going to add some levity to this.
So I recently learned that Apollo and all of these missiles are named after demons in the Bible. So
Yeah, how does an atheist feel about that?
Apollo
I
is
feel
a
like I don't
demonic
give a shit
entity.
because it's pretty cool, and you guys say everything's a false god, so
Well,
anything that's a
well,
god
well.
just
So
It's
here's
not
the
us.
thing, man.
repulsed god.
Sorry
My
to cut
God,
you
you're
off.
just go on fucking mute, dude. You're an idiot.
Sorry about that.
So,
I'll take
sorry.
responsibility.
So, the big thing about that is like the reason why they do that is because one of the co-founders of NASA was a Satanist. I forgot his name.
Jack Parsons.
That is probably his name, man. And yeah, that's just my piece. Continue.
I told you he's a good guy, Indio. Listen. Speaking words of wisdom.
Let me say, bye, Cypher. You're not being unmuted, dude. You're a waste of time. You can't even track, can't follow a train of thought. You just gallop all over the place. And when killing her, you just retreat back to your cult and just make cult claims which you don't even know are true. But if you go to space,
he says he spends his time debating theists. Like what, the last week or something? Like is that how long you been debating? Nothing he
I don't
said
think
made
that's what
any
the
sense.
tag argument is.
incels. I got a lot of kids to be an incel. I don't know how that happened.
You're the cult leader, Indio.
Ooh, where's my money? Send me a check. Yeah, Cypher had to leave. He's not the center of attention anymore. What's up, Timbo? How is it? How you been?
Yeah, good man. Been really busy. So been in the last few days and stuff. I heard you last night. Oh well, it was last night for me. Yesterday afternoon, talking to
Dude.
couple of weird ones.
Yeah, last night was weird, huh? That was
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
Ugh, my God.
That was
Yeah, I
good
saw
fun.
you in here the other day. I was listening on YouTube.
I jumped in last night with Matrix 2 for a bit. But really
Anybody
good, man.
heard from Timbo?
Everything's going well.
Or not Timbo, T-Dub. I did it. I'm sorry. Yo, T-Dub hasn't
That's
been
all
heard
right.
from in a while.
Oh, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And
There's some
we
concerns.
messaged him. He hasn't messaged back. Or
Yeah, some people have some legitimate concerns over him who are seemingly close to him. So wondering if, you guys like in Australia, there are like 400,000 of you. So there aren't that many. Maybe you might know
yeah,
him.
he's a bit far from me.
Maybe you can just like ring the triangle or something, the bell, and say, "Hey, T-Dub!" Ask him if he's okay.
We call it the Bush Telegraph.
Dude, there's so much of a parallel between like Australia and Appalachia in America.
Yeah. Except
Totally serious.
our weird looking guys don't play banjos.
Your guys play like crocodile teeth instead.
Emu hair. But yeah, that's a worry because I've never seen him have a break before. So that's really concerning. Maybe he's just having a break.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I've never seen it before in my whole time that I've been around.
Yeah, me neither. I've taken a
He's
break.
been
He
one
hasn't
of the
taken a break.
consistent. Yeah.
When I was new, he was like one of the legends I used to love to tune into and hear. And he's still doing it. He's been like on board, absolutely consistent the entire time.
Yeah, he was on Miggy's old server, and he came across with Miggy.
No kidding. Okay, I had no
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Did you know that supposedly he has an amazing singing voice, like professional grade?
Who, T-Dub?
Yeah, not joking. Like a couple
No, I
people were
didn't know
telling me
that.
in back chats that he is he might be known for that. I want him to sing one of my songs.
I know he's got teenage kids too, right? So he might be concentrating on that for a bit.
Yeah, he might be
If they're
somewhere
up around
between me and Indio's age.
there.
You're not old, Indio. You'd be like an
I'm
older brother based off of my age.
I'm getting up there now. 45 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like on the cusp of Gen X, and it used to be called
Yeah, I'm
like
81.
Generation Y or something.
Yeah, right on the border because I'm January 81.
Oh yeah, that's right there. So like yeah, so you're affected by the Berlin Wall coming down and by Challenger by proxy, but very close proxy. And then you probably saw the O.J. Simpson trial on TV.
Oh, for sure.
All right, yeah.
Legendary.
Hey, Maz, what's happening, man? Good to hear from you. Welcome back. We had a great chat the other day.
Thank you, man. I have just been drinking and being a piece of shit. So
Don't drink too much,
Oh,
man.
okay. Well, welcome to the club.
here we go, man. This is what we do, eh? Welcome, Mr. Evo.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Nice to see
Hey,
you,
you were here the
guys.
other
Nice
day.
to see you, Yoder.
Yeah, you too. Welcome back, man. I'm so happy that you're hanging out with us more.
Yeah, no, I'm just chilling, just saying, just popping in, see what's going on. Kathos, nice to see
Why?
you, bro.
Hi,
Yo,
London.
have you had a chance to talk to Indio yet? I think I mentioned him to you once. You need to. He's here.
Yeah, we had a little chat. I mean, his brain is just crazy, it really is. But yeah, I picked his brains a little bit. I got a good talk out of him. It was good. Yeah, crazy.
Yep, it's nice
It's
to
good
be
to see
able
you,
to talk to
Indio, man.
somebody who knows about everything that you know, but more.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's an interesting guy, yeah. I mean,
Where you from? Edinburgh?
yeah, actually, I am from Edinburgh. Bang
You
on.
can pick the accent. I used to live
Yeah.
in Prestwick.
The thing about the Edinburgh accent is it's the most mild of all the Scottish accents, right? So people would
I
even
know it.
mistake me for being like English. I've spoke to people who
Yeah.
don't even recognise the Scottishness in me, and it's because Edinburgh is quite diverse. A lot of English people live in Edinburgh, so the accent's been muffled throughout the years.
You know,
It's
you've
a
not
nice,
met Cyclone yet.
nice accent.
Oh, I've met Cyclone. Yeah.
Oh, never
He's
mind.
from Edinburgh too, right?
I think so.
Is he?
Yeah, he's got the same accent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a
Except
posh.
he's like in the legal profession, so he's a bit more posh. But
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, I'm
My
a
shouldn't have
nurse.
said that.
I'm a nurse, so obviously we're a bit rough around the edges,
my,
Yeah,
my dad's from Ayrshire, so
beautiful
you can
place.
tell
I'm
what
telling
his
you,
accent would be like.
I've got family from a place in Ayrshire called New Cumnock. I don't know if you've heard of New
Oh
Cumnock.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's where my granny's from.
it's a
My
beautiful area.
my dad's
Mm.
side of the family's from there.
Robert Burns? Robert Burns was from
Yeah, of course.
he lived in New Cumnock for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he wrote
thought
some
he
of his
was from
poems.
Appalachia. Speaking of which,
Say that again. Sorry.
I thought he was from Appalachia, like West Virginia or Kentucky.
What, Robert Burns?
Yeah.
You're crazy, man. Yeah, New Cumnock.
Any
He
idea how many
actually
Scottish people live in Appalachia in America?
is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's like half of them are Scottish, the other half are Irish. It's the Hatfield versus the
Really?
McCoys.
No, actually, no, they're lying about it,
Wow.
dude. Not a real thing. They're just lying.
I mean, dude,
That's
when I
funny.
think
I've never
Appalachia,
heard anyone mention Nukumnik before you.
Yeah.
That's funny as.
He wrote
I never
his
talk
poem
about
sitting
it.
next to the Afton River, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've done fishing in Newcomnick as well before. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a lovely place, you know.
You ever listen to bluegrass?
No, I can't say I have.
Bluegrass
is that a
sounds like
band?
freaking like Irish river dance music. And
Bluegrass.
bluegrass is old Appalachian music.
I'm gonna look this up. Hold on.
That's the banjo stuff,
Bluegrass.
right?
Do the
Yeah.
diggly dingly dangly doogly ding ding dang
Dances
ding
are the
ding
same
ding.
too.
So are you a flat earther?
Banjo music.
Are you talking to me? Did somebody ask me if I was a flat earther?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I mean, I believe that the
Is
world
that your
measures
name?
flat. Yeah. I believe the world
Yeah.
measures flat. I don't know any more than that, though. You know, I don't know what shape it is. I don't know anything about that. I just know for a fact it measures flat. The evidence is there. You know.
Yeah, Timbo, he's kind of new and he's super honest. It's like a unicorn.
Yeah. Like I've been trying to think about like maybe what shape it is, you know, what you know, all this sort of stuff. I just know that the heliocentric model doesn't work, right? As soon as you measure the world to be flat, the heliocentric model falls apart. So I try to speculate and think, you know, what shape is the Earth and all of this stuff, but I can never figure it out, you know, and there's no evidence.
Yeah,
to
then you
support
need
it. Yeah.
boundary, right? You need a boundary, and no one's ever been to a boundary, so.
What I do know for
No,
sure,
no.
though, and one thing that is quite interesting is that gas needs a container, right? And you know, so there must be some sort of container around the Earth, whatever that may be. But I'll hazard some guesses, but I'm not sure for sure what it is. You know.
Yeah, or it's all you know, right? Or the Earth is all there is.
Yeah.
What about that?
I mean, that's probably the
There's
most
nowhere
plausible
else.
of all the solutions, right? Is that the Earth is it? I mean, we are in the Earth, you know, and the Earth is the. I did hear a cool theory from a DJ a couple of days ago, where he said, was it DJ? It might have been DJ. It might have been somebody else.
Aussie guy?
Yeah,
Aussie
forgive
guy
me.
that lives in Poland, yeah?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
DJ.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but he if it maybe wasn't him, but he said that another speculation could be that the Earth is the bottom of the system, and then you can go up, and there's more above, you know, like planets and things like that. I mean, I don't know. That's a cool theory as well, I think. But you know, all that I'm interested in is convincing people that the world measures flat, right?
Yeah, well, that seems to be the most important thing, right? Because then that throws out all the bullshit that you've been taught, and you know that's why we're in this mess in the first place, right? People believing they can be men and women. It's got to do with the globe.
100%, Timbo. You bullseye, bro. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What religion is that, right? What religion is that?
Well, it's the religion of Baal, all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, you got it.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate you, Ito. I read you wrong when you first started coming in here. But you've come back and you're doing good stuff. I thought you were like on the like Peter level, kind of like weirdness at first, but yeah, I've changed my tune. You're doing that stuff, dude. Appreciate you.
Peter level. What does Peter level mean? I don't get that.
Peter, this Peter guy, he's been around for a long time in the argument, and then at some point he flipped. Now he's flat Earth. But I don't know, dude. The way he speaks, I have a hard time.
I don't believe him.
I don't either.
You mean
he says the right things. He's a little arrogant, so it's just Peter though. But it just comes off weird too, But that's neither here nor there. I wasn't
He's
sure.
been around a long time, dude. He recently started LARPing.
Do you think it's a LARP too? Yeah.
I think it is, man.
Well, he came out with a video on like a TikTok or something, and he said he's like turning over a new leaf, and the camera is like set on the ground, looking up at him, very up the nose.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, and he said he like works for Microsoft as a developer, and then he has a huge background in material science as a physicist. Talked about DARPA. Look up his name, and there's like a famous person at a university in his area that is Polish and spent time in Germany and has expertise in material science.
So he's a top G, supposedly.
it kind of looks like he's been LARPing like all over the place, and not going to say. And you can only look this up because he posted this information about himself. This is not technically doxing at all.
Yeah, it's open source, isn't it? I mean, if he wants to put
Maybe he
it out
just maybe he just
First
took
and
on
last
that
name.
persona,
Yep.
right?
Yep, and there's a picture of him on the university profile. Took it down. Yeah, so
it's kind of
he
unusual,
mentioned
isn't
he mentioned once in here that like DARPA paid his salary for a while, and I saw on his university profile page of the same guy with the same name, similar face, where he's like, yeah, and I forgot what year it was. He's like, yeah, he invited DARPA to come do this thing at his university in that particular year, just a few years ago.
It's even worse. Remember when he started that group? He started a Globe group. They were called
Yeah, GF6.
Yeah, Globe. What did that stand for? Something
Globe
Globe
Force
what?
6, like SEAL Team
Globe
6. Like
Force
he thinks
6.
he's one of the tiers now doing counterterrorism on the internet.
And his main mission was to destroy Flat Earth. Just a weird guy, but
So he sounds like one of these nerds that, people hire to maybe on a contractual basis to help augment some of their missing or lacking capabilities.
oh, he's highly intelligent.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like if I was interested in some kind of counterinsurgency, I'd probably hire someone like that had an in with the target group that I was after. But what do I know?
Yeah, what do you know, mate?
That's the thing about the internet, right? You get a bunch of people, and you don't know what the truth, what's fugazi and what's real,
Dude, man, you said Fugazi +1. That was a great band.
Man, it's kind of like a monopoly of people, right? And you might meet the wrong one and go to jail, right, man? Speaking in monopoly terms,
Where are you from, Mass? What country?
Denmark.
He sounds like he's from the Caribbean, right?
Yeah, I thought he was like a Mexican living in the US.
Listen, I scoped him out. He's absolutely legit.
You scoped me out. What the
Dude,
fuck?
yeah, like because I spent some time in Denmark because I used to live in Rostock, Germany, which is on the Baltic Sea, and I used to take ferries into Denmark to hang out on weekends and stuff. So I've been to Gedser, Nykøbing, I've been to Copenhagen, been all over the place, man. Jutland.
Oh yeah, you did tell me about this.
Denmark's my favorite country in the world, to be serious. So, and you checked out, so I'm good.
My favorite place is Australia.
Man, so you like Australia, man? So
love it.
Don't you guys have like a ton? It's the meme, right? You got bugs, like spiders, and
Yeah, but
like you.
they keep to themselves, man.
Okay. So you never got like attacked by a crocodile and a snake and a spider at the same time, and then got knocked out by a kangaroo?
I live down south, so we don't have crocodiles down here.
Oh.
Yo, Timbo, you ever meet Endless?
No, I never met anyone. I was going to catch up with I've been away for so long, man. I was going to catch up with AJ because his brother, his wife's family lives in Melbourne. He's from.
Oh, cool.
He was living in New South Wales at that time, but we both got sick that weekend. It was around just after COVID, around that time, and it never happened. I had the flu, and then he drove down and got sick as well, so it never happened. But I was,
Dude, that's great.
I'm going to do a road.
Link up with them.
Yeah, I'm going to do a road trip, and I want to go and see Matrix, but He's up in the middle of New South Wales. Still
Well, Endless is
still
in
a
Tasmania, so you'd have to take a boat.
yeah. Tassie's a beautiful place.
He's
Even
got some observations, bro. Like seriously, he's seen the Southern Cross, G.A. Crooks, at a particular time when it was over the Sandwich Islands.
yeah.
Yeah. So the implications are quite phenomenal if you know your geography. Because there's a few months out of the year where somebody in Tasmania can see the bottom star of the Southern Cross when it's at the 6 o'clock position, when that star is directly above southern Chile. And this is a discussion that's probably going to ruin a lot of people on our side, but you have to stay strong because you need to understand what you're dealing with. So
Yeah, I find it when I start thinking about the stars, when I think of star patterns and things like that, I always revert back to the globe. It's really funny.
Yeah, of course.
Because I can't picture where we live. So the only thing I've been shown with star formations and things like that is from the globe, right? So it's an interesting kind of battle you have with yourself.
It invites all kinds of crazy ideas, within the entire Big Bang Lambda CDM cosmology. They believe in a looping manifold of space-time. It's like, well, what does that freaking mean? Yeah, the people who are Einstein fanatics believe that if you go in one direction, up, down, left, right, bottom, top, north, south, whatever, any direction diagonally, if you go in one direction long enough, you're going to end up back where you started again. I mean, not all of them, but this is one of the topologies that's widely accepted, just as you would on a surface of a sphere. But what if it doesn't measure like a sphere?
Based on the stars, though, right? So you're following a direction from the stars.
It gets crazier than that. No, more like if you look in the direction of a galaxy 400 trillion light years away and head towards it, and then keep going, you'll end up back where you started. So yeah, that idea is already in the popular milieu.
No one's ever done it, though.
No, of course not. It's a mathematical concept. But
this guy's weird.
This guy is freaking weird. But to date, I mean, this is kind of where I would hang my hat on. Right now, nobody's ever produced a 90-degree elevation angle to any star, let alone Polaris.
What does that even mean?
Well, how would you do that, right?
Yeah.
No, you gotta know what it means before you can do it.
What'd you say, AI?
I said you have to know what it means before you can even attempt to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So once you do it, then what does it mean? Right? So how far did I have to go to get there? And then how did I figure out where I was in the first place before I went?
Yeah, but what does a 90-degree elevation angle even mean?
Oh, I mean like directly, precisely overhead. Within, milliradians of precision.
What's overhead?
A star at a particular point in time.
How would you know it's overhead?
Well, just by looking at it.
Oh, okay, I follow. So actually, all you do is, if I orient myself 90 degrees, facing what appears to me to be a star, and it's precisely measured 90 degrees. So all you have is a arrival angle of the light, right?
That's all you have for now, right? And so what you need is a corresponding distance
I know how to do it.
and
I know
an
how to
angle.
do it. I figured it out. So you
Good.
get a board, and then you make sure the board is level, and then you get one of these cobras whose back of their heads are flat, and you lay them down on the board, and if they see a star directly looking straight over their head, the star's at 90 degrees.
Bro, that's better than a bowl of mercury. I think I'll use Peter's head from now on.
Is the star at 90 degrees geometrically, or is it just wired and they're 90 degrees?
Yes, from the back of the head. It's 90 degrees from the back of the head.
Yeah, but optically or physically?
Ooh.
How do you know physically? All we have is optically, dude. Yeah, I'm sure you know that. That was a good rhetorical question, though.
Guys, recently I watched a YouTube video, right? It's like a guy sitting in his backyard and he's talking about the world isn't the same anymore. And a few things that standed out to me was he said they have northern lights in Florida, right?
Yeah.
And when I think northern lights, I'm thinking like Antarctica and like Norway and Sweden.
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Yeah, I never heard about a northern light in fucking America ever in my life,
Yeah, well,
And
here's
he
what's happening,
said
right? The
he
magnetic
said
field
it
of Earth is
happens.
weakening, and the cosmic rays are going to barbecue the Earth, and you're going to be caught up in that. So, good luck.
Dude, the fucked up part of it is, right? I have never seen a northern light, and I live in the north, right? But this guy said
Really?
he has seen a northern light every 15 weeks or some shit. So every 5
You
weeks.
ever? So I've been to Bornholm, and I saw the Northern Lights, and I went to vacation in Bornholm.
Yeah, I probably got high and just fell asleep every time.
Okay.
So
Just use your iPhone. You can see them with those.
Yeah, true. I've done that with the Aurora Australis.
Yeah, you can see it. If they say it's going to be visible, go outside when
use
it's
your
nice
phone.
and dark. Turn your phone on and hold it still. You'll see them.
Yeah. I think most of the time it's the only way you can see it.
I can actually see like when the glow is happening, but because it's hard to see it, if I use the phone, then I can actually make out the details. But I can actually see them from where I'm at.
Really? Wow.
You need to get out more, Maz.
Yeah, that's probably it, huh?
Get out of the basement, dude.
What's your guys' thoughts about the whole tick situation and the guy with the mask?
What the hell?
What? Tick?
I love that series. Yeah, I love that series. It's like a comedy superhero show called Tick. He goes around and beats people up just like a tick.
Ticks and the mask.
Yeah.
What, and infects people with diseases. That's his superpower.
So you can't eat red meat anymore?
Oh, I heard about this.
Oh, don't worry. They've got that covered for years. You haven't been eating red meat. Don't worry.
Oh man, it's so obvious, It's terrible.
Go to any fast food joint. You are not eating anything that wasn't made in a lab.
True. Oh man, it's getting bad, man. My predictions is 2030. Maybe I'm not alive then, and maybe you aren't alive because they're gonna shorten the human race and turn the government into like a one world country, if that makes sense.
As
Far
Bill
into it
Withers,
now.
That's like my most like
I don't know.
conspiracy
I'm a bit more
shit ever.
optimistic than that. I think it's falling apart, but I think everything's going to be fine. All you need to do is have belief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
You know what I
I'm
mean, right?
hopeful too. Yeah, I think that on paper their world domination plans were pretty simple, but in reality, I think they bit off more than they can chew.
Yep.
Yeah, now they got all kinds of shit to deal with, and they didn't expect the internet to grow itself by people that are so smart. They just made their own, and you can't take it really down. I mean, you can take down the DNS servers, but there's people like me out there who are just going to turn it right back on. So
Yep. They tried to play their hand again with these new viruses, but no one's taken it. Even the normies, they're like, I'm not fucking doing this again. Right? It's funny. Even the people that masked up and, during that time are like, nah, not doing it again. Bullshit. Not getting the V thing. It's good. It's actually good to see. Try and fucking lock us up again. It will not
Hey,
work.
bro, I was in Home Depot one time, walking down the aisle, and there was a dude ahead of me. Literally had like a full face mask and a face shield, like a riot face shield. And then as I was walking down the hall, he got on the side of the aisle, put his body up against the wall, like turned his head, like I was a drill sergeant walking through the barracks or something. I'm like, yeah, bro, make way.
My man was
Maybe he was
moving
just.
like it's fucking Uncharted on the walls. What the
Maybe he
fuck?
was
He went
just.
home. He went home and told his wife, there was a guy walking through Home Depot without a mask. I almost died.
This is all
Honey.
great, but what has this got to do with flat Earth, motherfuckers?
Okay, do you want to
Well,
talk about it?
it's just more
Yes.
conspiracies, man.
All right,
Let's speak
who's that?
about how every world government is lying that the Earth is a spinning globe.
Okay, Yellow. We've first got to work out whether they are lying or not. So let's start with that.
Well, 8 inches per mile squared, mate.
Yeah.
So,
So
can
have
you
you
find the
measured
curve?
that before? Have you measured it before?
Of course I haven't. It's unmeasurable because it doesn't exist.
Okay, good.
Yeah. But I don't claim it's flat like most flat earthers.
So what
I
would it
just
be
say it's
then?
not a spinning globe. I just say, from what I know, it could be a super large globe. It could be concave Earth. It could be
Then you would get
insular Earth.
some.
It could be
But then
flat
you would
Earth.
get. But then you
But
would get
don't
some drop
pretend that
over
you know what it
distance.
is.
Dude. So then you would get some drop over distance, right? If it was just a big globe.
Well, we do get drop over distance. It's just
Where?
that it's to do with vision, not actual drop.
Okay, so not.
So we don't.
No, but from our eyesight, we have drop over distance from the human eyesight. Of course we do.
Okay, so not physically then.
I have a friend whose uncle was working for NASA, and I asked him
Oh my
about it.
God.
He told me that his uncle said that the Earth is bigger than what they tell us. Now I don't. His uncle, I think he's like 70 now. I don't know if he's lying or not, but apparently his uncle told him that the Earth, as it's told, is completely a fabrication. The Earth, he didn't say, he said it was curved, but he said it was a different size to what the mainstream is. And I
Okay,
told
so
him about flat Earth. He told me that his uncle said that flat Earth is not real.
Okay, so you're just going off what someone says, right?
No, that uncle working for NASA could be mistaken. But I'm just saying that there is a NASA official, and I saw pictures of his uncle at the engineer. He went to Harvard University for engineering, and he ended up at he was the first oh no, I cannot say because it will give away who he is. But anyway, he was into the engineering, and he said to
He makes
his
bolts.
nephew, no, dude, listen. He said to his nephew that NASA are lying about the true nature of the Earth. That's what I know. And I shouldn't
Of
really
course,
be
but you've
saying
got to
this,
work
but that's
out in
what he
what
told me.
way, right?
Yeah.
Well, we already knew that.
No, but dude, this is a NASA fucking engineer who said that they are lying about the true nature of Earth and the size and shape. And he said that the Earth is actually much bigger, and he said it wasn't exactly curved or flat. He said it was I don't really remember, but he just said it was it was a bigger size to what they say it is, basically.
Interesting.
But his uncle doesn't work for NASA anymore. Actually, he retired when he was in his late 50s. But he was working on mostly satellites, actually, not really rockets. Although he did work on one rocket project, it was mostly satellites he was working
So
on.
which bit did he do? Was he the one that deburred the bolts so he could pass them to the next guy?
He
He's
was
a 5G guy.
he was just
5G.
I don't exactly know what he was in, but
Why
I
don't,
know
why
that
don't you tell us?
he was
Why
smart
don't you
guy.
tell us what you think instead of what someone else thinks?
Well, I definitely think that's a lie. And I definitely think either the Earth is a massive, massive globe, or the Earth is flat, or the Earth has the concave Earth. I don't know.
Or Earth is a triangle, or Earth is a pyramid, or Earth it could be a tree or an alligator, or it could be a
Well,
keyboard.
you
Don't
can
forget
mock
the
me
big
all
ass
you
cylinder and we
want,
live on the
but
top.
you have a fucking picture of the full-on Earth. No, you don't. You only have
Oh
what
yeah,
NASA
I got
does.
millions of pictures of flat Earth, not billions of
No,
pictures.
yes, of course, but you don't have a full-on image of the whole of Earth. No one
You can't
does.
see that
You
The
don't
far.
either.
You can't
the
see that
only
far, even
image
with a
you
camera. You can't see that far, even with a good
exactly.
camera.
I'm agreeing with you if you would listen. I'm saying we don't have the technology to take a picture of the full Earth, and
You
I'm saying
can't
the only
see that
people.
far anyway. Even if you had the tech, you can't see through air that far.
No, if we had a camera, so if we had a camera that could take a picture of the whole Earth, we could see it.
Okay, Yellow, you're missing the whole point. Even if you had the kick-ass camera that could see 10 times what's required, you can't see that far through the air. It's the air
It's
that's
like
the
trying
problem,
to look
not the
through
camera.
water. It's like trying to look
Wait.
through water. Why the sun doesn't reach past 100 meters or whatever it is.
I'm saying that I agree. I've done little tests myself, and I agree that the 8 inches per mile squared curvature is not there. I don't
Oh,
know
cool. What
why
test have you
you're
done?
getting so aggressive,
What
right?
test have you
And
done?
I'm not. I'm trying to tell you why you can't see forever through air is the same reason. Even if you had the best super duper scope above the water and you tried looking down to the bottom, or you were even on the bottom with the best scope to look out and see the light that's at the top of the water, it's pitch black until you get to around 100 meters. Then you start seeing light in water.
dude, you sound like you should be in a Hollywood movie.
Yeah, I know. Everybody tells me that.
Seriously, like
You do have a
they
good
live.
voice, man.
Anyway,
Well, I'm used to talking to people like on a completely different, thing all day long. Then I
my
have to
my
come in here and
my
explain to
my.
people about why things
Okay.
are flat, and it's weird.
Okay, well, my point is this. Look, I'm not an expert on space or on aerodynamics. I studied computer science, but I will say this. I have done my own tests, and I have found no drop by measurement where there should be drop by measurement, physical measurement. So
not a ball then.
Yeah, that's it.
It's definitely not what they say it is. I can say that.
Okay, so yeah, so it's a flat Earth. We're the bottom. Everything's above us, and it's stationary. And then we can continue on with our lives. That's all we're trying to tell you guys. You don't have to worry about the space guy coming down and doing shit to your butt and all that stuff. It's not real. Meteors aren't going to hit your house. Although I still am going to pursue making an insurance company that guarantees that.
Well, hey man,
I
we
will say
need, we
this,
do
right?
need that. We do need that because you
Everyone in this
guys.
feast. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, my bad.
Everyone in this VC is guaranteed to die. And at the end of the day, if you cannot prove the Earth is flat in your lifetime, you're
No, it's already
meaningless.
flat. You have to prove it's a globe in your lifetime. You got a lifetime to prove it's a globe. It's already flat when you're born.
I was told by a business guy, not a scientist, a business guy. I spoke to him about flat Earth. He said it's ridiculous. This was
Well,
on a
yeah, because
train.
he's in business and he has nothing to do with globes.
Well, let me finish. This was on a train ride in Europe, and I said, well, yeah, I said to him, what if they're lying, whatever. He said to me that he knows Donald Trump, well, not him directly, but his associates in business, because they're pretty involved in property and stuff throughout the world. He said that somebody like Donald Trump could just be lied to and would believe it. And he said to me that if NASA is a Nazi organization, which arguably it is, they would probably want to hide land and resources. And he said to me, right, that there are places on this earth that are not really spoken about, which have a lot of oil and minerals. And
Yeah,
I
that's
said to him,
great.
really? He said to me,
But that
yes.
doesn't have to do with the globe, or that's not a flat Earth or globe Earth argument.
Yeah, one's called Australia.
No, when I
One's
brought up
called
flat Earth,
Texas.
dude,
Yeah, one
when I
one of
brought,
the continents is called Texas. Believe it or not, that has all the
well,
oil.
So hold on,
when
what is
I
this guy? What is this guy? A real estate mogul or an oil man?
no, he was
Both.
into property development actually.
Oh, tell
He
him we
was
also
at
got
this.
Canada too. That's full of oil. We're never gonna run. Those guys would be like,
He,
"Come on in, make
yeah.
us the United States,
Well,
please."
no, you're definitely correct, and you're right about the oil reserves in Texas and Canada. Actually, I'm
So, dude, this guy
impressed you
sounds like
know
a
that.
busy guy. You had one train ride with him. He obviously has nothing in his brain, no space in his brain to occupy anything other than real estate and oil. He's not thinking about
Well,
whether the Earth is a ball. He takes it for granted. He's
right,
getting
but
his
no
he's
no
worried about his assistant getting his shirt starched.
yeah, no, dude, you're completely right. I mean, when I brought up flat Earth, he said that's ridiculous. But he did say to me, he said to me that there is land which is minimized, which actually has a lot of resources, and that made me think, well, if they are lying about the Earth, maybe he's right. Maybe there are certain lands that are full of resources which they minimize on a map.
Would you like me to
Yeah,
blow your
yeah,
mind
one's
now? Do you want me to blow
one's
your mind out of the water now? Check this one out.
Greenland.
A few years ago, Japan found 7,000 new islands.
Really?
Never, yeah, not on a map, not on any of your globe satellite images. I wonder why. Because they didn't fly over it with an airplane. That's
Well,
why. They'll be showing up
right.
now.
That's very
Dude,
interesting
that
because
sounds
I remember
ridiculous.
one of the last things he said to me. He said because at the time Trump was causing a stir in Europe, right, especially in the British islands, because he was saying climate change is a bit of a hoax, and he was saying we should dig for
It
oil.
is a
And I was
hoax.
okay. Let me just finish, right? I understand. And he was saying that, and I
It'd
was
take a
like,
long time to finish.
at the time, I was with the mainstream. I was like, we need renewable energy. We're going to run out of. Not. He said to me that Trump knows stuff that I don't know. And I was like, tell me more. And he was just like, yeah, there's tons of fucking resources that haven't even been fucking used yet. He's like, we could go 600 years on just one plot of land's oil for the whole world. And I was like, really? He was like, yes. I was like, oh, interesting.
Oh,
So
that's
I found
because
that
oil
interesting.
keeps making itself. Did you guys know those wells fill back up? I guess you guys didn't know that.
Dude,
But he
what
was
the fuck?
basically telling me that what he was trying to say is that Trump is, how can I say it? He was trying to tell me in a clever way that Trump knows certain things, but he's also not knowing certain things. So Trump apparently he believes in space, he believes in planets,
No,
but at
that's
the
for
same time,
television.
because
That's for television. He's an
Yeah,
actor, dude.
How
no,
many
yeah, I would
dude,
times
say
can you
Trump,
that,
speak?
hold on.
Trump, dude. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's not unique to one person. That I would say that's everybody. No one knows everything. Everyone knows some things and don't know other things. That's everyone.
Yeah,
Quick, go say
right.
Trump. Say Trump again. Go.
So, at the time, Trump was he was doing some well,
Bingo.
his
I got
family
bingo.
Bingo.
was
You
doing
beat me
some
to it.
business in South Africa, but at the end of the day, Trump is not. I wouldn't say he's an actor. I think he's being used and probably drugged at this point. But
Yeah,
no,
man.
Trump is. Dude, you can meet Trump. You can speak to him. There's a lot of
Guess you never
people that
watched
meet
his
him.
Most
television
Secretly have.
show.
definitely can't.
Guess
He's
you never
not.
watched.
He's
You're fired. I guess you never watched his TV show.
Yes, I know. But before that, he was literally fucking
On
making
TV all the
millions
time. Before
on
that, he was
property.
literally trying to be on TV all the time. And he did get on TV.
Yes, but you
Yeah.
guys don't know. They have shit on him. They have fucking videos of him when he was drunk with fucking Epstein doing stupid shit back in the day.
No
He's
one
being
cares.
used. He's being used by them. He's not a fucking Illuminati fucking prince. He's an idiot who's being used. Not an idiot. He's pretty intelligent,
No
but he is being
kidding.
used by them.
It's you guys who think that Trump rules shit that bothers me. We already know it's a puppet
No.
festival.
There's a book. I forget the name that talks about how America is run by the CIA. It's not run
Like
by
you're
the president.
preaching to the choir. You know that, right?
Yes, but a lot of people, like I speak to certain conspiracy people, who say, "Oh, Trump's an actor. He's a liar. He's a Satanist." No, he's not. He's being used by these people. He literally believes the shit that he's been told. Okay, fine, but all
What
I'm
the
saying
hell
is,
did I thought this I thought what the hell does this have to
you
do with the Earth being a ball or not being a ball?
because Trump doesn't necessarily say it's a bull because he's part of a conspiracy. He's been told this and he just believes it. That's what I'm trying to say. There's people bigger than him. He's just someone who's being manipulated, is what
Yeah,
I'm trying to say.
your buddy on the train is the same thing. He's been told the
Right,
Earth is a ball,
sure.
and now you
But
and him are belly aching about Trump
Okay, so in the
instead
real
of
world, there
taking
are
in the
people that
views.
manipulate people, and that's their job is to make things go a certain way. And that's what they do with him. And that's why he gets the money.
right. So Trump isn't the enemy. He's being used by the enemy, is what I'm trying to say.
Good. I'm going to vote for him again as soon as he becomes a dictator.
Even Barack Obama was, he was trying to better America, but he was lied to because
Stop the
the
cap.
CIA run America. Why don't people? There's a book written
So
about
what are
this.
you
The
trying to
CIA
say?
run America. The president doesn't fucking run America. The CIA run America.
Am I in the wrong channel?
The people
No, I
run
think
America.
Please save us, somebody, save us.
God, this
Yes,
ain't
the people,
politics
the
channel,
people,
bro.
yes, I understand the people run
Yellow,
America. I agree.
yellow,
But there's
yellow,
people that
yellow.
lie and manipulate the American people.
Yeah.
It's television.
Great. Thanks for the info.
Guys,
So what are you saying that bad guys exist
Hold
and
on,
they
I
do
just
bad
learned
guy
something
things?
new. You just opened my eyes to something I never knew before. I never knew that the government wasn't really run by who we thought it was run by. My whole world has changed now. I'm not a flat earther anymore.
Shut
Goodbye.
up, man. Dude, just stop it. Let him talk, man. Come on now.
He's just talking nonsense,
Just talking
man.
shit.
Look, everybody knows that people try to manipulate people to get what they want. You can call it manipulation. You can call it whatever. When you see a commercial on TV, that's manipulation.
The people that really run the show think that they're doing a good thing. That's the truth, right?
Yeah, but
Everyone
they're
says, "Oh,
still
they're
trying to,
evil."
but that doesn't make them right. And they're still trying to
Right.
manipulate people
Dude,
to go along
I
with them, right? Even if they have good
okay.
intentions,
Yes.
their intentions
Yes.
are irrelevant.
Yes.
They're going to use rhetoric, methods of convincing people to go along with whatever they
Right.
believe. Manipulation is just ubiquitous across the board. Complaining about one person doing it versus the other is who cares? It's not a problem until you start lying and being deceptive and shit like that. That's when it becomes a problem, when you're committing fraud.
Right. And for most of human history, people well, pretty much every society actually believed we lived on a flat Earth, right? So this is a very new concept. But of a globe, and we're in a solar system, and we're in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's billions of other galaxies, and we're flying away from the Big Bang, and we're stars are expanding and flying, and we're flying, and all this shit. We don't really know if it's true, but one thing we do know is that what we've been told is not necessarily the truth. Right?
Well,
we can agree on that. I'm just saying that I don't say the earth is flat because I have not seen the full earth.
Makes you think it's even possible to see the full Earth.
It's not at the
And how it's
moment, at
seeing
least.
I
it,
tried
how
to
it's seeing.
explain to him, Indio, that you can't see through air forever no matter what, just like you can't see through water and the light doesn't reach the bottom of the ocean.
So we already know you're a glober because how you
I
think
know
about
it.
because how you think about the problem tells me you're a glober. You think that you can
Well,
go outside the Earth and look at it and figure out what it is by seeing it as some
right.
freaking object floating around.
Well,
Who thinks that? Globers think that. Globers think you can leave the Earth and go outside and gawk at it.
Even easier.
dude, I mean, okay, so
Even easier.
let me just respond to
Even
what you
easier.
said.
Let Elijah finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Easier. These these people, like they in their mind, or maybe they doing it on purpose. They kind of lock away the thing that will betray the truth to them. So you're saying you can't see the whole thing, but you do know water is level. So the only reason level would mean something other than level, like equidistant from the center of a globe, is if it were a globe. If not that, then you could be rest assured that the water is flat, so the earth is probably the horizontal plane, unless the one other thing we thought to change the definition of level in the first place. So you can
Yeah,
conclude that it's flat.
yeah.
Easy.
No, listen. I've been on a couple, a few plane rides in my life, and the water was level. I agree. I've not seen the ocean curve ever. So I completely understand your viewpoint.
Key thing is you can't measure it to curve either. Seeing
Well,
itself is inherently
so
subjective.
I went to the beach with a telescope actually, and I was like, okay, it must be a globe. You know, it's what I've been taught at school. I saw a ship disappear with my own eyes, and I said, let me use this telescope. I used the telescope, and I could see the ship again. And I was like, oh, that's interesting because Bill Nye the Science Guy said the opposite. He said when a ship disappears from your eyes, it's gone over the curve. I was like, well, why can't I see it with a telescope?
That
That was
observation is not universal.
right.
Meaning that sometimes you'll go to the beach and you'll see something that looks like that, right? The horizon will appear to cut off the boat, right? Hull first, then midway, then top. But that's not that's not like every time you go to the beach you're going to see that. You'll see that sometimes because the horizon itself is not where the curve starts. Has nothing to do with the curve of the earth, has nothing to do with globe earth. That
You're
idea
saying,
is fallacious.
yeah, you're
And we
saying
know
that
it's fallacious because the horizon itself will move around, even though you don't move around.
yeah, you're saying that the horizon is how can I say it?
It's created optically.
It's an optical illusion, or it's an
It's just an optical
optical
effect. It's not an illusion
not
because
an illusion. Well, it is an illusion actually, because
it's
technically
only
it
an
is an
illusion if you
illusion.
think that it's supposed to be physical.
If you see a transgender and it looks like a woman, but it's not, it's still an illusion. So if you see the horizon and it looks curved,
Am I in dreamland?
Yeah, you're in dreamland.
Because okay, I don't understand what is happening to this conversation anymore.
okay. Let's go back
The
a little bit.
horizon would only be an illusion if you thought that the
Right.
horizon is the curve of the earth, but only looks that way, but actually isn't.
Right.
Okay.
So
But it's not the curve of the earth. Okay. The idea that horizons are created by the demarcation of some geometric figure is just wrong. It just all you're telling me is you don't understand the way seeing works, the way perception works, the way light works, the way light travels through the air. You just don't understand it. And you jump to the conclusion that, hey, this should happen. And if I don't see that happen, it's an illusion. No, it was always optical.
Hey guys, do you mind if I read out some YouTube chats? Because you
That
have
are
a
in our
guy.
chat? Are they in our chat?
Yes, yeah. The
Yeah, I guess so.
YouTube chat. We have Mr. Devon J saying, "This dude believes large bodies of water, which 80% of its depths are not explored, wraps around a ball floating in a space vacuum?" Question mark. And this guy
Hello.
attempts to call out. I can't pronounce this word. Presentum science.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And
Are you really talking about the flat Earth theory?
You're really interrupting rudely.
I'm reading the YouTube chats.
Yeah, I'm talking to
That's
Tommy Wiggles, the
it's
dude with no
so
manners.
I love that's my favorite part of the day when just people just walk in and just are Daria do fat earther.
Someone's got a buzz. How much you been
Well,
drinking,
man,
Tommy?
Holy crap.
you know I was a sailor my whole life.
Where are you?
Yeah.
So you could see lighthouses 100 miles away.
Well, yeah.
Yep, the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, let me address yellow again for a second because that got destroyed. Yellow, the horizon is defined as the apparent line where the Earth appears to meet the sky. It was never physical, ever. Somehow people came along and said, yeah, that's the edge of the ball. That's where the curve starts. It was never that. And they'll say things like ships go over the horizon and all that, but when pressed to say, hey, this geometric horizon thing that cuts off boats, where is it? How far away is it? You're asked for any details. They'll say, well, you can't see it. You can't see the geometric horizon. You see an apparent horizon.
Well,
But
they
that's not the
train
physical
you in the
horizon.
Navy to use a sextant. You know what that is?
Yes, we know what a sextant is.
Right. And it's flat, dude.
Yeah, we know. But I'm trying to explain something to yellow, dude. So y'all was
Okay, and
confused
we
about the horizon.
have. I'm sorry. We
Dude, what is this,
have
like fucking cock blocking hour or something?
we have Unsalted saying the atheists are always hateful and dismissive of those who disagree with them. And then we have Old Horsard saying your confusion is being addressed at Devon.
Yeah, I was just letting
Jay.
Devon know that he was confused, saying just because you haven't explored the depths of the ocean doesn't mean you can't get a grasp on what the surface is. That's crazy, Devon. Jay.
Yeah, that's about it.
He's always
Well,
coping
we
about
know
that.
we know more about space than we do about the ocean.
Yeah,
What?
you two are missing the whole point, though.
No,
You're gonna make
what we know
Professor
about the
China
sea
flip
is
out,
boats
bro.
can float on the sea, so we already know more about that. And we know fish live in the ocean, that we already know more about the ocean than space, so space is fake.
Well, no, actually, no, because we know what's on top of the ocean. We don't know what's down there.
Water.
Go down there.
There's water down there.
Put some weights on.
Well, yeah,
What I think's going to happen to you is you will implode, though. If you put weights on you, you'll end up imploding. You'll turn into like a super thin sausage.
Yeah.
Spaghetti monster.
Turn into a pixel.
Like a McDonald's breakfast.
Oh, those definitely run through me. Shit.
Yeah. No, but
What
he's right,
road
man.
are we going down?
If you go down low, you do implode. That's what happened to the guy that went in the submarine.
Yeah, all they found were teeth.
Oh, you talking about the Titanic? Titan?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
All they found was like a penny piece. So you know what that tells us about flat Earth? Is stop fucking around at the bottom of the ocean. That's what it tells me.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Yeah. My dad is a big water guy. You know, he likes to go diving and stuff. And I asked him like, what is your thoughts about the Titan? And he said he would have went as well. So
I watched
mean,
a documentary on
you
it. I
got
forget
these
what it's
water
called. I
freaks.
forget what that documentary is called. And when I saw them starting to put it together and how they made it, I was giggling because I was like, it's absolutely no way a long tube is going to be able to withstand. You'd have to have a perfect sphere, and you'd better have some other kind of shit inside for binding instead of just wrapping fucking carbon fiber in a circle. Because that shit ain't gonna hold up. It wants to go. It can go. It's strong going the other way, but imploding, that shit's brittle like glass. And I can't even believe that guy and all those people that worked on it couldn't figure that out for themselves. because when I first watched it, then by the time we got to the end of the movie, by the time we got to the end of the movie, or when they started putting stress mics in there, I was like, I mean, you can do that. That's fine for dev, but you're at that point, you may as well, okay, that's not going to work. As soon as you hear it start cracking, you say, nope, that's not going to work. And you do something different.
Apparently, there were people telling them, don't go down in that. It's not going to hold up, you know?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, he didn't want to hear from anybody because I would have been hired over there. I would have been telling people, quit because this is what's going to happen because I'm about to quit. So that they would have been done. As soon as they started messing with carbon fiber and said, we're going to see if air pressure inside can withstand the water pressure from the outside. And I started giggling. Water doesn't pressurize, air pressurizes.
It was the wrong shape, too. Completely the wrong shape.
You can't have a tube. You can't have long sides. That's the first thing that's going to go. And especially having a seam like they did and sealing it up with a Ryobi.
But you're right about the egg shape. Egg shape is good. Have you ever tried to crush an egg when you hold it end to end?
I don't want to get into the physics of it. Anyway, it was just silly that they even thought that could work in the first place. Why do you think they're made out of like 6-inch thick steel?
What's long, hard, and full of semen?
Your mouth.
A submarine. Sorry, it was an old Navy joke. Never mind.
I don't think people wear Old Navy anymore. Do they?
No, I don't.
It's just the gap, anyways. So, Tommy Wiggles, you were in disbelief when you arrived that we're having the discussion about flat Earth. Have you settled down?
Well, I don't quite get the theory, like, behind it.
There isn't a theory. It's just measured flat, dude. Measured flat, and it's not moving. The end.
Yeah, but
at that point, when I said the end, now you should ask questions about what I said to you. It's measured flat, and it's not moving. See, now your time for you to ask questions about that.
Yeah, I've been sailing my whole life.
Well, you should know all about water then.
Around the world.
Yeah, dude. Okay, let me ask you a question. If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No, actually.
Okay. Yeah, so you can sail from port to port to port to port. It doesn't mean you've gone around a ball.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Fair point. But if you keep going in one direction, you will get back to the point that you.
Well, how are you going to navigate that? Tell me how you would navigate going in one direction.
Well, you keep your bearing going on the magnetic compass.
Oh, so then you go in a circle around using a compass. So if you smash the globe down, if you took a globe in your living room and smashed it flat with the North Pole on top and put a magnet there and you put a compass on it and you went around like that, like you're going around the water, guess what? The needle's going to point towards that and you're just going around in a circle, not going around a ball.
Well, what about the sextant?
So now you're going to go in a giant circle because the stars rotate. So what's the next option to go in a straight line?
Follow the birds.
Do what?
Follow the birds.
Yeah, good luck.
Another Navy joke.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, if you want to go to the bar, follow the birds. You'll get to a McDonald's restaurant.
Hey man, I'm not a flat earther, you know.
Yes, you really are, but go ahead.
No, but I'm learning, you know.
Okay,
Listen,
so
I'll
Maz,
vouch for him. Hey, Radwin, he's cool, man.
hey Maz,
I'm not messing with him. I said you really are a flat earther, but go
I
ahead.
know you're not messing with him. He's a good guy. So for everybody else listening, Maz is a good guy.
hey Maz, you were the one that was just reading the YouTube comments, right?
Yeah.
And then remember what Devon J said? This is how this whole conversation started. You reading that thing. Do you and I said, "Hey, your confusion's being addressed. Do you understand his confusion?" Devon J's?
No.
Why don't you read his comment again real quick?
I don't understand anything.
Yeah, you might have even arrived after the comment was read. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go on.
You should read it. You should read it.
Okay, let me dig it up here real quick. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
Devon J says this dude believes large bodies of water, which 80% of its depths are not explored, wraps around a ball floating in space vacuum? Question mark. And this guy attempts to call out pseudoscience? Unbelievable. Well, now I'm confused.
Yeah, I guess you have to read, or like go back in time and kind of
It
get the
makes
whole.
perfect sense.
I don't even know what
I'm
he said
sorry.
on further reading.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
think it was a part
he's
of
all
our
over the cipher.
conversation.
You guys are keeping me from
Sorry.
remodeling my bathroom. You know that, right?
Well,
Hey man,
you can listen
go
while
ahead.
you're doing your bathroom there.
Well, sometimes, okay, you're right, I can. But sometimes you guys make me have to jump in, and that's where I get distracted.
I know the feeling, mate.
That's what happened to me 2 hours ago. Someone said Earth was donut, and I said I had to get off the YouTube where I was listening in secret and join the
Get
fray. That's
on
what.
and get in there and start talking about donut Earth, and you still have to have curve on a donut Earth.
No, but
Donut
I've
Earth
been
is crazy.
sailing my whole life, and the Earth is flat. I think it's flat.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
You're funny,
But
Tommy.
then again, it's round at the same time.
No, it's not. Actually,
How do you
can't
get
be
there?
both.
How
That's
did you
called
get to that?
cognitive dissonance, Tommy Wiggles.
Yeah, but if you leap from one direction, you end up at the same point.
Okay, dude. Time out. You're confusing traveling directionally. You seem to be inferring that means you're traveling in a straight line,
No,
the
you're
same
in a
direction. Well,
going
here I'm
in a
doing it now.
circle.
Hey, when you're
Yes.
standing on a deck of a boat and you don't know what time it is, just roughly, how do you know which way you're moving?
Well, I ask the dolphins.
So what you do is you just look up and you can see where the sun is at. You should know approximately where you're at, and if the sun is on your left, you're heading west.
Well, I told you, use the sextant.
You need to use a sextant. You can use fucking common sense, actually.
But if the Earth is flat, how do you end up in the same place?
Because you go around. Okay, so since Lake Erie is flat and I can go around the whole lake, it's over to Canada and back, does that mean I went around a ball?
Don't go to Canada, man. It's a shithole.
It's fine. We already don't tell them, but we already took it from them. We're just letting them think that they're Canadians still because they like hockey and all that shit. So the people in Quebec that we got to worry about. The people in Quebec want to go. They don't want to go to France, right? But they don't want to be in Canada either. So we got to figure a way to cut that section off and float it out a little bit.
Now you're talking about Quebec.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to cut that off. Let them have their own. They can have their own. They're going to have to buy oil from us. It's going to be expensive. They're going to be paying like $25 a gallon in Quebec for gas.
We'll return the Nordiques. We'll give them their hockey team back.
Yeah, they're gonna keep the Maple Leafs, man. We don't need them.
We'll bring the Expos back, the Nordiques back.
Yeah, I liked all that stuff, but they wanted to be their own thing. So go ahead. I'm not even going to talk about it anyway. I lived there for 6 months. It was just a grand old time. And luckily they're not mean to Americans, but if you're Canadian over there and only speaking English, you're a hillbilly and all kinds of shit.
Dude, my auntie's a Canadian. She's completely insane.
Well, that goes with people like from Britain and everything. All you people are insane. Americans are actually the only people that are sane. So just keep that keep that to yourself too. Don't let anybody hear that.
She tells everyone on her own.
My man said my auntie is from Canada. She is insane.
That is the best part of this whole thing, where I don't mean to blanket statement, but all these people who are non-Americans, they all come in here to tell us how dumb Americans are. And we're dumb because we don't believe the story the Americans gave the world of this space travel thing. I can't even wrap my mind around that.
Because we don't believe the American stories. We're the bad ones because we don't believe the spook stories that the spies told us.
It's crazy. It's opposite world.
They're called spooks for a reason because they're like ghosts, and that's what the nickname is. That's what NASA is. They finally have classified it as an intelligence agency. So now they're really going to get away with shit. Now we're going to see aliens walking around soon and all kinds of crazy stuff.
For real. Oh my God.
Does anyone know who Admiral Byrd was?
No, I didn't know him.
North Pole.
I graduated with him, but I didn't know him.
He was big in the flat Earth theory.
What? Are you still alive?
Not after that drop.
My man had a cardiac arrest, man. Oh my God. Heart attack. What a character, man.
Matrix, man, you said you were going to bed. You were leaving last night. You were still in here.
What was that? Last night? Yeah, I ended up staying for a little bit longer. Not much longer, though.
Last night was a shit show, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Timbo said he heard it, dude. He's like a bunch of weirdos in here. Oh, yeah. They were special.
Hey, man, what time is it over there in Australia?
24 minutes past 7. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, it's pretty, it's not that late.
No, that's in the morning.
No, that's in the morning, mate.
Yeah.
That broke him.
Over here, it's 10:24 in the evening.
Yesterday. See, I'm a time traveller. That's one of the privileges we get. So next time, Mez, if you
Admiral Byrd, he flew over the North Pole, South Pole, first man to fly over the Arctic, both of them. And
Oh man.
he reported some weird stuff.
Yeah, I saw that on I read something about it and then I watched a YouTube video about it. A guy who flew an airplane through the thingamajiggy.
The hollow earth.
So what's your thoughts about
Hold
that,
on,
man?
I thought you said that Abner Bird was a flat Earth proponent. Now you're talking about a hollow Earth.
Well, he was a pilot for the U.S.
I've watched
Navy.
his interviews and the radio broadcast. I could draw you a picture of what the old man looks like.
Man, you can't draw a picture of him, man.
Not only was he a, not only did he fly planes, he also was the admiral of a fleet of ships.
That's right.
Wow.
It is interesting. The Navy has a whole bunch of planes, but it's like, where are? I don't know. Go ahead.
I want to explain, like, this is crazy because guess what? I'm like the admiral, okay? And some of the things I do at work, I don't even know what the fuck those guys are doing. So what? I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not meant to know what they're doing.
I know it's getting done right because it's being done exactly the way we're planning it. So I don't care how they get to it. See?
Hey, can you still see the sun in UK?
No, it's nearly 11 o'clock.
I bet if you look out to your northwestern sky, it'll still be a little tiny bit light. Just a little tiny bit.
No, I'm way down on the south coast.
I don't care.
If you want daylight, you got to go up Scotland.
Yeah.
You know what?
England.
Professor Triangle. I think maybe that might be an Ohio thing because I've seen, even though I was 4 hours south of you, I've seen that thing where I've watched the sunset to the west, and throughout the night you can see it northwest.
Well, if you go,
I can watch it almost all night long.
Yeah,
I can watch a glow almost all night.
To sunset to sunrise. I've witnessed the exact same thing. And
Yes.
it makes you wonder if it's an Ohio, like the Ohio region.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's why I'm telling you guys the way when I'm driving, because my compass says I'm going exactly east when I'm going along the lake, and the sun is coming up over the lake. That's to my northeast. That's where it's blinding me in my face, where I can't put my visor and my glasses just aren't good enough. And everybody wants to do 90 miles an hour on the shoreway. And I don't get in accidents, but people like to get in accidents at that time of day because it's blinding.
Over here, if you go far enough north, you get what they call the Northern Lights or aurora.
Oh, you get those here in Ohio. You get those here in Ohio
Fantastic.
too.
Can I interject for a second? So Ronald Shekelson is from Detroit, and usually he's done it a few years in a row. In the summer, on the summer solstice, he can see daylight until like 10:30 at night, looking northwest.
Absolutely,
I've
I'm
witnessed
telling
the
you.
exact same thing.
We're gonna be getting that here shortly. I'm gonna fucking get my drones going again.
Yeah, I fly drones.
I don't have enough time for them, and because I don't like the way they're made, that I'm probably gonna make my own kind of drone, a little bit beefier, lasts a little bit longer. I don't like the 25-minute battery life.
Oh, you can do that?
Since all the mega brain giants are in here right now, what does that mean that Detroit is north of both of anywhere in Ohio, but it seems on the same latitude, longitude. Why is it on that same longitude they're seeing the moon, the sun? How does that cannot help the globe idea of a spinning Earth? If you're able to witness the sun, the light from the sun travel northwardly after it's set in the west. Why does it have? It must have to do with that longitude.
Check this out. I didn't know that was something weird till I mentioned it in here, because my whole life I've known that all the time. Never put two and two together. No, in the summertime when we know it's gonna stay light late, that sky will stay lit for hours.
When the northern lights kick off, they can really get going.
Another thing that's strange, speaking of regional phenomena or whatever, yes, you were talking about having glare, Dr. Triangle, but in Massachusetts is the only place I've ever seen where there are signs that warn you of the glare. So the glare is extreme there. More extreme glare than I've ever seen anywhere. I mean, we're on a ball, and this is a 93 million mile distant star. Why?
Well, what they did where we drive now, they put this gigantic long, probably a mile long piece of dirt. It's about, I don't know, got to be 16 feet in the air. So we're not getting a reflection off the lake at the same time and getting double whammy slammed in the face.
For real.
That area is not called Dead Man's Curve for nothing. Look it up. Dead Man's Curve, Cleveland, Ohio.
Why they call it that? I guess you just explained it.
When you come around the corner, you can't see jack shit.
Oh.
It's a hairpin turn, also almost a hairpin turn. It's definitely a 90-degree angle, almost at, I don't know, I take it at 70. And you're supposed to take it at 35, but I go with traffic, so.
Yeah. Hey, microphone echoing? Because I can hear my own stomach on the fucking stream, which is crazy.
Maybe drop and
Anyways.
rejoin because you're not echoing through here.
Okay. What's your guys' thoughts about them dropping the government in America dropping the alien files or whatever?
Awesome. I want to start weeding out the weaklings from the smart people. So get it out there.
Well, my opinion, having worked in America, I lived in Philadelphia. I worked on the shipyards over there. And whatever you think they're doing now, they're 50 years ahead, basically.
Have you ever seen
We already
any
saw the new
light?
technology that they're flying around that you guys think are light show drones. Some of them are. That's the new technology. Guess what they've harnessed? Guess what they've harnessed, everybody? The ability to manipulate electricity in the air with a machine. Wow. Who would have thought it was possible?
Well, Tesla thought it was possible 100 years ago.
It was. They were doing shit a long time ago, dude. They had
Where
blimps. They had
where I used to
blimps
work,
in the
Einstein was
1700s. They were flying
conducting experiments
dirigibles.
to make ships invisible.
Yeah, nobody even cares about that.
Yeah.
You don't need an
Wait,
invisible
can
ship.
I
You just need a drone to fly over.
can I trip
No, they
you
were
guys
making
out?
ships invisible.
Really invincible? Invisible? Wow.
Invisible.
Invisible. He's an invisible boat earther.
Yeah. Invisible,
Hey
not
man,
invincible.
Okay, go ahead, Maz. You're gonna trip us out.
so you guys know about the Eiffel Tower, right? Um, so basically, I don't know if it's true. It could just be some BS. But I saw a guy saying the Eiffel Tower was like a Nikola Tesla experiment that basically was supposed to be a big ass antenna to get like electricity from the sky. Um, like free electricity, right?
Yeah, go on YouTube and look up a guy who takes a drone and takes copper wire up in the air and measures how much electricity there is. Go and watch it. And he gets shocked while he's doing it because there's electricity up there. He just has the drone holding it up there to get the electricity down the wire to him. Like Ben Franklin. Remember Ben Franklin flying the kite with the key on the end? That's not a made up story. That shit is real. There's electricity in the air. They stopped telling you guys that story because it's free.
Where do you think the northern lights come from, man?
I don't. The north.
I don't know.
Well, it's electricity hitting our atmosphere.
I already know how most of this shit works. I just can't prove it, so I'm not going to talk about it.
All right. Well, I can.
Well, explain it, please.
Well, northern lights is electricity hitting our atmosphere. It's quite simple, really. If you got to come through the atmosphere, you create friction, which is a vibration. When that happens, you give off sound and light, right? Hence, the northern
I'm not
light.
sure. The northern lights is electricity. Wow.
Well, yeah, well, magnetism plays a part too.
Well, why is it like always colorful, like purple and green and?
Well, good question. That's because what do we see on the spectrum? Colors. RGB. Red,
On the
green, and
spectrum, there's
blue.
a few globers that are on the spectrum. Anyways, guys, I'm going to bail out. Have a good one. Peace.
It's red, green, and blue, right? When you bend light through a prism, what do we get? Anyone?
I'm sorry.
Where'd he go?
Hello?
Hello?
You get a rainbow on the wall.
Right. So that's what we see. That's in
Well,
our
not so
spectrum.
much of a rainbow, but you get the colors of the rainbow on the wall.
But you know, there's a lot going on that we can't see.
Yeah.
Because it's out of our range.
Are you a believer in different dimensions?
Yes, absolutely.
What made you believe in that, if you don't mind me asking?
See, I'd be what you call a skeptic, you know.
Yeah.
Until I joined the military, and I started talking to people. They were telling me stories and stuff, and I was like, "No, man, that can't happen." But then, you know, I got interested, so I started doing my own research.
Yeah.
So that's how I got into it.
How far back did you start researching this stuff?
Well, that would have been 24 years ago now. Probably longer.
Wow. So
26 years ago. Something like
wow,
that.
man. That's incredible because I'm only 23.
Oh, right. I'm 44, dude.
Wow, that's beautiful, man. That but that's just how humans are, If there wasn't people like yourself or the guy who wrote the book or the website you might have looked into, I wouldn't have been right here because I like to read about that stuff and look into
Well,
that stuff,
I was going through here and I saw flat Earth. I thought, let's see what these guys are about, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a flat earther.
No, but I'm open to ideas, dude.
Right. Yeah, me too, man.
The more open-minded you are, the more you kind of pick up on things. You're like, yeah, something's going on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's incredible, man. I just find life life itself is just fascinating to me. And it can continue and continue and continue on being a mystery, right? I don't think we're gonna figure it out ever.
So
You know?
how did you, if life is so mysterious, which I don't know if that's exactly what you said, but in a sense, I mean, I agree. Wondrous, mysterious, this and that. How is it you are able to get so pigeonholed into this idea that the Earth is specifically this thing that they show in the textbook?
Well,
How can you
Well,
have
I
that
never
both
said
ways?
that.
What?
I never said that.
Well, I thought he just asked you if you were a flat earther. You said no.
Well, I don't know what Earth is, so
Yeah, neither
I
do
have
I.
never been to space.
But I'm privy to the surface of the Earth, as you are.
Right.
Well, I grow my tomatoes, you know.
Yeah, me too.
I don't care what shape it is.
Oh, I thought you said you were open to ideas. Have you ever grown green
Well, no,
zebras?
I'm
Green
joking.
zebras,
I'm
and
just fucking about.
I can't tell if it's old Navy humor or not at this point,
Well,
Mr.
yeah,
Wiggles.
you take it with a bit of salt, you know.
No, I was just asking the other guy, anyways. It's weird. It's weird to acknowledge the wondrous nature of Earth, yet live your life in the brain space of some story that was concocted by man. How did that happen?
Well, that's right. And you've got to separate. You hear all kinds of crazy stories. You've got to separate the bullshit from what's actually real.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling Mads.
Yeah, man. I'm kind of just learning.
No, I'm not trying to put the screws to you, but I just heard I don't know. If the Earth presents itself as being flat, you're aware of the wondrous nature of Earth. That would be wondrous if the Earth were indeed flat.
But
and
dude,
not.
we got
How is it?
satellites up there.
Yeah, there's things in the sky. I mean, they invented flight 100 years ago. But the idea that just because there's something in the sky means it's in orbit around a ball,
They've had balloons for a
complete.
long time. Haven't you guys ever seen pictures from the 1800s where they have zeppelins all over the place? They've always had things floating
Yeah,
in the sky.
I
Yeah,
saw that.
always. Yep,
I did
always
watch
had
a
things floating in the
documentary
sky.
about that.
That
What?
was scary, actually.
You know why they can't do that anymore?
Well, it's fucking liability.
Yeah, because there's airplanes in the way, and we'll be able to go. You can go wherever you want in a blimp.
Well, the big thing about that is they wanted to sell gas, right? Oil and air is free, right? You have a fire and some air, and that's
That's
how
right.
you.
And during that same time, they
Well, when they filled up with something like propane or even worse.
well, that was
Isn't it
that was the
hydrogen or
Hindenburg
something? I don't know.
Another what do you call that?
IOP or whatever.
Yeah. Just let's
But
get there. We're gonna put an end to blimp flying here. Get this. We're gonna make a newsreel.
Since I guess we're in tinfoil hat land, not this one I'm about to say, but the next thing. During the same era, those when the big name guys got together and said, "Oh, all this oil is dinosaur bones and prehistoric ferns." That the fossil fuel, they coined that during, But the guy brought up Eiffel Tower in the first place. I've gone down the rabbit hole of all these towers were just anchors for the blimps, and then a lot of these
Absolutely.
old. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Well,
we
hell,
still
yeah.
have. I've already seen them. I got to try to get good pictures. They've tried to cover up some of these buildings in Cleveland to make it look like we built these buildings, and then I started noticing that there's no way those buildings came from like 1937 because those buildings are down the street, and the ones that I'm looking at look like shit you guys see in YouTube videos. Like these are just. I've always wondered how do you make a pillar like that, and who puts it up? Because I've never seen it put up here.
Excuse me.
Right, man. I watched this video, man, talking about the old buildings, and they said the only objects they had, I mean, tools they had was a hammer and nails and a fucking ladder,
And
and
a
they
lunch
built
bucket.
these crazy ass buildings, like the White House, and the pyramids, and the fucking all these
They
crazy
still don't know
buildings and
how
shit.
they built the pyramids. They still don't know how they did it.
Right, and buildings in America and buildings in fucking
Or flat
Dubai and
Earth.
shit.
Yeah, on flat Earth and all that.
Yeah, man, and it's like, what the fuck? Did they have a sculpture to make this big ass fucking 75-foot uh column? Like who made that? You feel me? Did they just chisel it out? Like what happened? Yeah, so I was
By the
watching a
way,
bunch of that
going
stuff.
back to blimps for a minute, you know who were big supporters? Walt Disney was a big supporter of blimps. and Howard Hughes. They love blimps.
I didn't know that.
Fucking Walt Disney, man. That bloke was a lunatic.
And now his head is frozen in fucking Disney World. Be revived later.
Yeah, that's the point,
Oh yeah, I
right?
heard that. He got
Ask Ted
frozen.
Williams how that worked out.
Well, I hope it. Yeah, good luck.
Hey, do you guys know if you can go see his head, like his brain? Or is it like private, like only family
Well,
can go
if people,
see his.
if the trend continues where less and less people go to Walt Disney World and Disneyland, they'll probably bring that out, have get the lines
Right.
back to where they need to be.
Right.
Bro, they put Walt Disney's head on display, bro. You know I'm going.
Well, Ted Williams did the same thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Walt and Ted's heads were in the same facility. But they lost Ted Williams' head. The freezer broke or something.
Well, he couldn't afford to get his whole body frozen, so he just got his head frozen.
He didn't have the increment.
I don't know what they were thinking. They were at that time they were envisioning an era of like cyborgs right around the corner.
If you get your head chopped off, you're not really thinking, are you?
I mean, you have a bunch of these guys who die, and when
Well,
they
hold on,
die, they
dude.
want to go into this cryo freezer.
Yeah, they didn't remove their head until after they died. So who knows what type of thought is in your brain after death? But
how do you expect to be able to be reanimated?
they were very hopeful individuals.
Yeah. Very optimistic.
Yeah.
Or shit, if you were rich enough to have the option, I mean, would you?
Well, I get my whole body frozen.
No, I'd call it a day.
I saw Elon Musk saying that the new chip, the brain chip, I forgot the name of it. The
like
Neuralink.
Elon Musk doesn't even know the name of it either.
Neuralink?
Yeah,
Download
he said that
your
it
brain
can.
into a chip.
Yep.
I am. I'm working on that.
That's so
You
crazy.
know what I've
Again,
done? I've donated my body to medical science.
Awesome. So have you go watch the movie Soylent Green? Thank you, by the way.
Talk about McDonald's breakfast, man. Soylent Green, eh?
No, I would say that's more their lunch and dinner menus.
Hey, man, there's ham, right?
That's why they have those going away homes people go to. You know, when you go in there, it's just a matter of time. That's when they get everything ready.
Well, the hospice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think they call it the hospice. It's where you go to get ready to die, man.
Man.
What, hospice is? You never heard of hospice?
Hospice.
Sounds like something you put on chili.
Hospice?
Yeah. You never heard that before?
Yes.
Like a care home.
Yes.
Everybody in the world knows what that is. 6-year-olds know.
Well, guys,
it's about the saddest topic you could bring up.
Right.
Well, actually, I didn't start.
How did we go from blimps? We went from blimps to hospice. How did this
And
happen?
I even keep saying like flat Earth every now and then, and nobody hears me.
Well, I'll talk about
Earth is flat and stationary. Triangles prove it. That's why my name is Professor Triangle. Come on in.
Okay.
Let's have a talk.
Well,
You
let's
know,
talk
you
about
know what
flat Earth theory.
Okay, good. I'll shut up with my. I was going to continue on with the nonsense. Yes, get back to the flat Earth, please.
Yeah.
Why do you always? Why do you always have to throw that theory word at the end of it? Is that?
Well,
What is the
I
flat Earth
thought
theory then?
I thought we were talking about Soylent Green,
By the
and
way,
I
my
had
crazy
What?
girlfriend's gonna arrive in a minute.
The guy who keeps saying flat Earth theory. What is flat Earth theory?
I have no idea. I'd like to know.
Well, first off, to classify it as a theory, you're probably subconsciously selling it short. It's as simple as you're a seaman. It's as simple as the water. The water's flat, therefore we couldn't be on a water ball.
The end.
it is as simple as you are a seaman.
That doesn't explain anything to me, dude.
Well, no,
That's
that
because
should
you're
explain
brick.
that it's not a theory.
Yeah, you might be brick, dude. You might be too old for you. You might just be programmed and not deprogrammable now. You just like a different model. I can't deprogram people. Dude, there's certain people I cannot deprogram anymore. They're just a certain model, and I haven't figured that one out yet. I'll get to them.
No, if you go in the same direction, you will arrive where you left from.
Yeah, but now you're doing it again. You're insisting that traveling directionally is traveling in a straight line.
Yes.
You can't go in a straight line on a ball. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Remember, we had the whole conversation about if you run around a track, you've not run around a ball.
I remember that.
Fair dinkum.
It must be a curve to do that.
A flat, a circle. You've gone in a circle, not a ball.
No, ball.
No, circle. Is the track a ball?
Well, no, of course not. But you can't throw a compass off. North is north.
And traveling west or east would get you in a circle.
So we agree.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
No, no.
That's how do you hold a compass out when you're holding it? Do you hold it above your head?
You can't hold it sideways. Wouldn't work on the side of a ball. The compass would only work on a flat surface. Maybe he really never worked on boats.
I think I know if I did or I didn't.
Well, if you did, you would know how a compass works.
Well, yeah.
How come
it sits
on? Yeah, how come it sits?
in New
How come the
Zealand
compass
or
on a
in
boat
England,
sits and rocks back and? Are you gonna talk
works.
through me? Are you gonna talk through me? Go
Yeah,
have a
you will.
shot.
All right, let's get back on track, Tommy. Where'd you go? Tommy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
How old did it get old real quick when the Who came out with that song? That opera? Anyways.
Guys, I have a very stupid question. Where does rain come from?
Where does what come from?
Rain?
Rain?
Yeah.
The clouds?
Where does the clouds come
It's that
from?
shit that Prince makes, dude. It's purple. Purple rain, get it?
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Hey.
You're a very strange individual.
Who, me? Who are you talking to?
The guy, you know who I'm talking to. Oh.
God damn it.
Dude, you want to hear a real weird one? My crazy lady friend's about to arrive.
Yeah.
She's West Indian. She's like proper. Come on, little Rasta.
So she flew to England over the flat Earth then.
Dinner. I used to work as a chef.
Oh, really? You used to work as a chef?
Yeah, I also made moonshine for the guys on the boat.
Wow.
Potato skins?
Made moonshine? It's fucking dope.
Yeah.
That's
We were over in the
impressive.
Middle East, so alcohol,
vodka.
not allowed alcohol. So I was like, well, I'll just see about that. All I
That's
needed was
amazing.
yeast, sugar, and a bit of fruit.
Hell yeah.
Amen to
That was enough.
Bet you many of people went blind off that shit.
Nearly.
200 proof.
But
No, that's wood alcohol.
actually, I got in trouble. That's another whole nother story.
They make you walk the plank?
Sort of. I can't go to the Oman anymore. I'll be arrested on
Oh,
sight.
you have a warrant? A warrant?
Yeah.
Just make it vodka, dude, not rum. Not rum. Different than a pirate.
I actually came up with a pretty good drink, you know.
Amen to that, man.
They were
Hey, you
very
should.
upset with me.
Do you still brew?
Well, yeah, at home, but I mean, I could do it here. It's just don't do it in the Middle East.
What kind of fruit do they have in the Middle East?
Well, I was running the galley, so I could order in all the food for the crew, and I used to use mango, passion fruit, and coconut.
Wow.
And it was actually quite good.
So it was kind of like a pina colada moonshine.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You sir a
Wow.
genius.
But problem is, word gets out. You know how it is. People talk.
Yeah.
And my boss called me up and he said, "Look, you got to come back to the office." And I was like, "No, we got to finish the job." Yeah. He said, "No, seriously, get off the boat. You got to come back."
So you had to take like a fucking life lifeboat
Well,
and
no, they would
escape.
have arrested me, and I would have been, yeah, they would have locked me up. So they sent, yeah, they sent me a flight to get me home. Well, Malta actually. I wouldn't
So hold on, all these tales of sea travel, which I guess I admire / envy it. You know, I guess it would have been nice to cruise around on the seas for a period of my life. But all this time that you were seeing the Earth as a globe, you were drunk?
No.
That's such a
I
lie.
wasn't actually.
No.
That was contracting work. It's different from the Navy. Contracting work, you can do pretty much whatever you want, you know. And they pay a lot better too.
What was the paychecks like back then?
Good. And it's tax free.
Awesome.
In the Navy, there's a lot more discipline. But contracting is, you've got guys from all over the world there, you know. We had Americans, Italians, guys from Germany, guys from Australia, New Zealand, like, you name it.
Like the A-Team.
No, contracting.
Yeah.
You never knew who you'd be working with, you know. Our job was to,
Where are you from, my friend? Just out of
say, look,
curiosity.
you're looking after this boat for the next trip they're doing. So we would shadow a boat, and if anyone interfered with that boat, then we would step in.
Are you an Aussie or are you a Kiwi? I'm still figuring out accents.
I'm from the south coast of the UK.
Yep, I knew
I
it.
grew up in
That was my
London,
third
mate.
option.
But I'm from the south coast.
What do you mean you knew it? You were asking him if he was from New Zealand or Australia. He said UK, and you go, I knew it. Anyways,
I did know.
I couldn't help.
It was my third option.
I was wondering too. Yeah, I guess that is a good third option. So, wasn't the king in the Royal Navy, or was he?
Well, not really, sort of, but not
But
really.
on the books, he was. I was just wondering if he had any mess
book.
hall hijinks with them. I
Well,
guess not.
he went through the practice course.
He gets to go around with a little medal. But no, he's not a Navy. He's got no respect from us.
You know, back in the day, man, especially here in Denmark, man, you had, the king. You know what I mean? Like, he always rode first. He was the first front line, you know, front line. And they don't do that anymore. You know, nowadays, the front line is the nuke button, the big red button, right? That's the front line nowadays, which is really, really scary.
Hey, Maz, have you ever seen the Stanley Kubrick movie Paths of Glory?
No.
You probably like that.
Maz, you had your own king over there, who I didn't know about. Guy called Martin.
No, we have Christian.
Martin Luther.
What? Muffin Luther? No, that's a
Yeah,
different guy.
Martin Luther King, baby.
Oh no, I'm from Denmark, man.
I didn't know anything about him.
I know Martin Luther King. Yeah, he was our president for a time. Great guy. Greg got killed by the FBI.
No, I'm from Denmark, man. That's funny though.
Haas, are you as bad as determining Australian versus Kiwi versus British accents?
No, I agree. It's a fun game. I do pretty good with it. What? Yeah. Don't get hot. I shouldn't even have said anything. It was a wise ass
Where's
remark.
India from? He looks like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, brother.
I do look like Hulk Hogan. Thank you for saying.
You wear a lot of yellow.
What?
I said you wear a lot of yellow.
I love wearing yellow.
Yeah, that's a good color. It's like a
You calling me yellow?
force field.
He's like a fishing lure.
I love wearing yellow. I don't love it as much as my handlebar mustache, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Dude, I bought a Halloween costume like Hulk Hogan once.
Yeah, what year was that?
I look badass, baby.
Yeah, brother.
Did you eventually tear off the costume after a few of your moonshines?
After a few beverages. No, but I did make an idiot out of myself dancing.
Do some leg drops.
It's not as bad as a friend of mine.
Yourself.
A friend of mine got a caribou and got it back on the boat.
hit it, trying to hit the
One of the
breakdance
funniest things
moves.
I've seen. Everyone's riding it up and down in my galley.
Probably one of my most cringy moments in my life was at a pub, right? And I'm dancing with this old ass woman, and it's like a birthday bash. So there's a legitimate fucking DJ like scratching and like putting on EDM music and shit. So it was fucking. It was turned
Hey, I
up.
got a question for you guys.
Okay, good. We have a question. Let's get back on track. We're at a discotheque and embarrassing moments at discotheque conversations. So yeah, who's got the question? The guy who's at the beach?
I don't have a question. I mean, technically it's a rhetorical question, but do you see that mountain right over there? It's White Peak, snow covered. I mean, you don't see it? Oh, fuck.
You
It's hard
sound
to
like
see. I
you're on a
took a
mountain,
picture.
brother. I'm sorry. I can't hear.
Hold on. I took a picture. I'm going to put it in side chat
Looks like clouds. Oh
I
wait.
can't see your mountain. Try harder.
It's hard to see when it's far away, you know? That's what happens when shit gets further away.
Can't see your mountain, Chief. Our copy.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. I'm posting it. I'm in the wilderness of Alaska right now, and I'm trying to have some fruitful conversation.
Yeah, well, you should be able to find a mountain.
Yeah,
Hey, shut up. Click on that photo in the side chat.
Zoom in. You see that big ass white mountain? I'm sitting right. That picture was taken right from where I'm at right now.
That's a cloud.
No, it's my camera quality. Zoom in on the
Yeah, we
fucking
see it.
picture.
Yeah, yes. He's screenshotted it and posted it in the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah, that is Redoubt. That is a volcano. It's known as Redoubt. It's over here in Alaska. That right now, from that photo, that is 78 miles away by line of sight. Now, I don't have a picture of it, but if I pan this
Are
way,
you
right?
mentally unfit?
No, I'm not. But do you see there's this close mountain here, and right over here there's this other one, and the isthmus is right in the middle. I'll post a picture later in side chat. I need to take a better photo, but right there, in between, is Mount McKinley, Mount Denali. It is 174 miles away, and I can see it with my naked eye right now. That should not be possible. I'm on sea level. You see the ocean right in front of me. I'm sitting on a rock on the beach. I'm probably 12 feet off of the ground. And I'm seeing 174 miles away in the clearest weather that I've ever experienced. I traveled up here just specifically to see if I could see these things. How do I see a 20? Listen to this. A 20,000.
I can actually see it now, dude.
No, you don't see it on my camera. I know my quality's not
No,
good enough.
I
I
can now.
screenshotted it. I did a screenshot with your finger pointing, and it's in the chat.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Right there, at the tip of my
Yeah,
finger
I see
right
it.
now.
I
That's
see
the
it.
tip. That's the tip of Mount Mount McKinley. The tip is Denali, 174 miles away from right where I'm at. I just checked Google Maps.
It looks very level to me.
So it is. I'm telling you, out here.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Do you see this whole mountain range right in front of me? That's all about 40 miles away. I can see the shoreline. I can see the fucking shoreline.
No,
40
dude, I
miles
see
away.
it now. I see it.
40 miles away and I see the shoreline. How is that possible? I see a mountaintop. Okay, I get this. Now hear this. Use your flat earth calculator, whatever you want. That mountain's 174 miles away from me, okay? I'm at sea level. Let's just say I'm 12 feet above sea level. I'm sitting on a rock right now. Here's my shoe. You can see I'm sitting on a rock. That should be 29,700 feet of curvature covering. That mountain is only 20,000 feet tall. How can I see it?
Sail over there and see what your altitude level is.
Here, I'll tell you let me open up my compass. I'll tell you my altitude right now. I'll take a screenshot and send it to you if you want, if you think I'm on a lake or something.
Well, hold on, dude.
Is this the first time somebody's brought up actual
I believe
evidence?
you, man. You got no reason to lie to me, but
Tommy, think about Tommy. Think about what you're saying. He's feet away from the water, so if he gets in his boat, he'll be at sea level. And when he arrives over there, he'll still be at sea level. That'll be his elevation 0.
Yep.
No, going up the mountain.
The mountain's too far away to see, according to science, but I'm looking right fucking at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
This is awesome. Somebody actually at the site making the observation. This is incredible. Go ahead, Ross.
You know, I did all the measurements too. I'm out here in the Kenai Peninsula, the northern Kenai Peninsula. Nothing around me. I'm on the ocean right now, sitting here. I'm so happy I have service. I thought I was gonna have to take up all these photos and like come. I will. I still took a bunch of photos. I'll be coming back.
Bloody Alaskans giving us all jip.
Camera quality is a little shit, but it's okay. We can still see.
I have one bar. I'm sorry. I have one bar.
No, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, if you screenshot.
No, dude, I like your mountains, man.
Yeah, take some. Anyways,
I think that would be a good fishing spot.
Off of standard sea level, I'll take it. Oh, I'm at negative 30 foot elevation. It says I'm at negative 30, so technically I'm below the sea level of what this is saying. Let me send you my compass right now and show you what it's literally saying.
Dude, if you got a fishing rod, I think that'd be a good spot.
Shit.
Crazy.
Dude, where's Jedi? Where's Indio? Where's fucking Triangle Man? Get him in here. Where's Flat Earth Batman?
Oh, I love Flat Earth Batman. I've talked to him a lot. You guys can see I'm at the 60th degree hold on, I'm trying to take a photo, but I'm retarded and I can't take a screenshot.
Ross, get him in here. You're a mod, right? You have the connections.
Well, most of those people are here. Everyone already knows there's flat.
Get him in here.
Yeah.
Look, he's seeing something he shouldn't be able, or he should be able to see something.
Oh, this isn't the only time I'll be here. I'm going to be starting working up here for 6 months out of the year. So, you guys, I'll be on here showing a lot more by like plane flight. I'll show the start and the stopping of the gyroscope. I'm going to be starting to like try to do a lot of real life tests in this chat and in the main server to kind of give, firsthand evidence that this world is flat. There's no way it's not. Right now I'm at 72 degrees north. The sun rises once a year and sets once a year. It rises in the summer and it sets in the winter. It is daylight 24 hours a day. Right now it's 2:21 p.m., so it looks pretty normal, but there's the sun, and the sun will move across the sky over there, and then it makes a circle. You can see it make a full circle all the way right back to where it starts. You can sit there and watch
Where
it
you
for
at again?
24 hours.
Like, where are you at? What beach you at?
72 degrees north. I'll tell you what my coordinates are right now, just so you can put it in if you want.
He's up in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
Alaska. You see the Russians over there, bro? You see
Oh, no, they're over there beyond that landmass. That's the other side of the inlet, way over there. And if I was on that land over there looking out, then yes, I could show you Russia.
Do you have a telescope? Or
it's not clear enough today. It's really clear. That's why I can see readout right there, but it's not clear enough. It's probably like there's probably 30% more clearness that can be gained on today's date. It's clear enough to see about 100. It's clear enough to see 200 miles. Past 200 miles right now, it's not clear enough.
Wait,
You have too much
so
interference.
you telling me you can see Russia?
Not right now, but right now I can see Denali, which is 174 miles away right there. Boop.
Well, when it's clear.
Denali is Mount McKinley.
The frightening thing
when
is
it's clear, you can see Russia.
There are spots in Alaska where Russians are the 40 miles away.
Yeah, there are spots. I'm not that close. Not that close to Russia right now. I'm probably about 400 miles away from Russia right now.
No, but there are spots that close.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is right now I'm about 400 miles away, not 40 miles.
Yeah.
It's not clear enough of a day. The clearness in the sky is what matters.
A lot of Americans don't realize how close Russia are.
Oh yeah, no, I could probably like get out a telescope and have a Russian friend get out a telescope, and we could probably sit there and stare at each other and wave, you know? This is all clay, this is all glacier melt that's happening right now. I rode the four-wheeler out here. It's about a 3.5-hour drive on the four-wheeler to the nearest town.
What, your quad?
Yeah, the quad right here. I'm walking up on. I came out here just for this because of how clear today is. It's so utterly clear. I can only see about 200 miles, but that's better than normal. Normal, you can only see about 40 to 60 miles, which is still incredible. You shouldn't be able to see more than a few miles according to science, you know? It's incredible. It's an experience I think that every person should have.
Yeah, man.
I'm almost at the North
That's
Pole, you know?
awesome.
It is 62 degrees outside, and I'm from the mainland down in the lower 48, where, you know, like 90 degrees is really hot, you're sweating. Up here in the North Pole, 62 degrees, I'm sweating. I'm in a t-shirt, you know what I mean? Like, I am sweating my balls off right now. It's hot out here. The sun is so much closer locally than it is when you're down closer to the equator. The heat and the temperature influx, the air may be 62 degrees, but that sun beating on solid objects, like these rocks are hot. They're heating the water from low tide, you know what I mean? Like, that sun is closer here. There's no doubt about it. There's no way you can have 62 degree air and 140 degree rocks. The heat is much more direct.
Anybody see any curvature there?
No, I think that's what he was saying. Hopefully, I don't know if he dropped. Hopefully, he makes like a panoramic of that and posts it.
All right. Well, there's always next year.
Back to you, Tommy Wiggles. Well, Maz or Lolo's here. Lolo's been listening for a while. Hello.
Hello. Tell us why you believe the Earth is a sphere.
What's up?
Me? Time zones.
I'm done. All right, it's over. GG.
GG's,
that
man.
proves it. Yeah. We're all going back to
But
the
hey,
boat
man,
now.
I thought that was very infomercial. Getting to see those mountains. Well, I didn't see them, but I guess you guys did. Pretty cool stuff.
Well, yeah, I screenshotted one of them. It was sort of there were moments of his stream where he was panning. It was very clear. I screenshotted one of them when he was pointing to distant peaks. Yeah, but maybe he'll diagram one. He said he's gonna. That's what he said. He goes, this is the first of many. So who knows?
Yeah.
Well, to begin with, I couldn't see jack shit. And then he panned the other direction. Then I could see them.
I mean, you saw the mountain, right?
And he was also mentioning seeing the shoreline of out in the distance. Yeah, hopefully he'll label one and post it.
Talk about flat Earth. Denmark is completely flat. We don't have any mountains or anything like that, like mountains and stuff. They don't exist in my country. So my country is basically flat. Which you would know if you have been to Denmark. It's
Have you ever
sea
have you
level.
ever have you ever seen Denmark spinning?
I have spinned in Denmark, but I've never seen Denmark spinning.
Yeah, that was his embarrassing disco tech story, which fortunately got interrupted.
I used to have a girlfriend with flat boobies.
Did you find out she had a dick?
Thankfully not.
Also,
that was our sailor humor for the hour. Well done, guys.
talk about
Zodiark.
sailor humor.
Yeah, Zodiark. Since you're new, you just entered. It seems Tommy Wiggles he's hung up on the idea that if he travels in the same direction, he'll end up in the same place. Therefore, Earth globe. Maybe.
Oh boy.
You could get through to him on that one because that's where he's stuck right now.
Well, yeah, prove me wrong.
Okay,
His
where
ship
did
is
you
beached.
travel from? Where did you travel from?
If I keep going north, I'll circle the Earth and I'll come back to the same place.
Have you done that?
No?
You know anyone who has done that?
Well, no, I don't know anyone that's done that, but that's not the point.
But we have to test it. We have to test the idea.
Well, let's get Greta Thunberg and put her in a boat. She'd probably do it.
W. Greta.
Man, how about we throw you on a boat?
No, I'm
and
serious.
you like the new Napoleon.
If you keep going in one direction, you'll end up in the same place.
We need evidence that that's the case. There's no evidence.
Well, wouldn't
Well,
you
yeah,
like
I don't know anyone that's done it, but
wouldn't you
so I can't
eventually
prove
like
it.
hit like an island, and you would have to like go to the left, and then like go around the island, and then go straight again?
Well,
He's
that's
talking about an
true as
airplane.
well. Yeah, you're gonna,
Right?
you know.
Are you not talking about an airplane?
Yeah, let's go with an airplane. If you keep going around the world, you come back to the same place.
All right, who has done that? Where did they start from? You have to give us where they started from.
Well,
where they
I don't
ended.
think anyone's done it, but
And why do you believe it?
well, what about the rockets?
Okay, rockets in a vacuum.
Satellite, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Have you ever thought about rockets in a vacuum? Like, you don't see any issues with that at all. Okay.
Well, you tell me. What do you think?
Okay, but you've never heard of like the debate about rockets not working in a vacuum. You never. It's not familiar at all.
Well, I've never done it. I haven't got a clue.
Okay, basically, the Globers.
I know how to sail.
Okay, so Globers believe that rockets work in a vacuum because of the third law of motion. But when you actually demonstrate a rocket in a vacuum, the rocket doesn't move until the thing actually hits the wall of the container. So you can't even demonstrate an open vacuum anyway, so it's cooked either way, but
Well, you want a rocket to move, you need a thruster.
okay, can you demonstrate a rocket in an open vacuum on the floor of the, or sorry. Yeah, just demonstrate
Well, how do you want me to demonstrate it?
What?
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
Whoosh is not a demonstration.
Set fire to something and watch it go whoosh.
Demonstrate it.
The whoosh is
That's a rocket, man.
That is amazing.
Wow. Whoosh.
Don't forget, I'm a genius. You're talking the Wiggles.
Are you drunk?
That is the funniest shit ever, dude. Oh my god. Whoosh.
You know what? That's crazy. Is that kind of reminds me of Dune. Remember in Dune, it was Shun.
That is so funny.
Wow, dude. Whoosh.
That is so funny to me, dude.
Whoosh,
I'm
Arthur.
sorry.
Well, if you don't know how to go whoosh, you're not gonna travel into space.
You're funny, bro.
Dude, that shit is fucking funny as shit to me, dude. But I've also had a bunch of liquor and some weed. So that might be the reason.
I quit smoking a year ago, dude.
Congratulations, man. Did you start on
Cigarette.
edibles? Oh, cigarettes.
Do you guys have like a map of what you think the Earth looks like if it's not a globe?
The problem with that is the size of the Earth is unknown. So if you, I mean, we can give you like, see that's probably, yeah, we can't really, no. Nah. That, like, any map that we come up with would be like a straw man, you know, because the size of the Earth is unknown. So
Which pole is at the center of the Earth, if any of them? Like, if either of them?
and see, now you're assuming the Earth has a center. What's the proof the Earth has a? Oh, you mean like the center of all the continents? Is that what you mean? Yeah, there's, if the size is unknown, then obviously you don't know where the center is. So that's cooked. I don't know what.
Whoosh. Dude,
Yeah,
that's
they
like
don't get
the
it.
anti.
I'm sorry, I had to go. Sorry, I mean, like, if it's a circle,
No,
do
it's
you
not
think
a
it's
circle.
you don't think it's a
It's a
circle?
flat. The word flat is not a shape. So the shape, the actual overall shape, nobody knows that.
Okay.
Nobody.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I know this is kind of like cop out or whatever, but like basically just to be clear, it's not the things we know for sure. There is no Earth curvature anywhere. It's not spinning, it's not rotating, it's not going up, it's not going down. It's basically stationary, except for maybe like earthquakes, but you know, that's not the whole Earth, so that doesn't even count anyway. And then we're not floating, like we're not in outer space floating in a vacuum, at least without a container. So if there is a vacuum, you definitely need a container. Otherwise, we're not floating in outer space. It's all a lie.
Do you guys think like historical accounts of circumnavigations are like just falsified, like Magellan or something?
But that's what the
straight?
last guy was saying. Just because you can sail from port to port to port to port doesn't mean you've traveled around a ball.
Well, okay, well, presumably if I just go in one direction and end up back where I started, what other
Now
kind of
you
shape?
have the same problem thinking that traveling directionally is traveling in a straight line.
What other way would it be? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a perfectly
where I
straight line.
disagree. It is. If I keep going north, I'm going to come back to the same place.
We need evidence.
That's been done.
You need to be specific. You need to give us locations. Like, give us the route in the chat. Post the evidence.
All right. If I leave London and go north, I'll be back in London.
That's a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, that's a big F.
Yeah.
You need to actually test that. You have to test that.
It wasn't a straight line And Magellan himself didn't survive, but members of his crew did. Can I copy this? Sorry, I'm trying to get it from Britannica.
Okay, so he traveled. They traveled in a circle.
I'm freaking my
Yeah.
account is limited. Look up Magellan's Voyage and find the Britannica page. I can't send messages for one day.
Wait a second.
It
It's a
is
globe, it's not a
traveling in a
straight line.
circle, but around.
There are no straight lines on a ball. So he couldn't. There's no way he went straight, even if yeah. So.
Well, what about Columbus then?
What about him?
Well, he went around the world.
All right, let's post his route. Post it in the chat. Let's see it. Give us the proof. Go ahead.
Well, look it up. I don't know the route.
It's 1492. Columbus sailed the oceans blue. It's not. He went around the world.
Yeah, didn't he just go from like
coast to coast?
Yeah, I don't think he went through America. Like, do you think he went outside the other end of America when he arrived in America? Is that what you think?
I don't know.
And when he returned, did he also go around the world?
I don't know, dude.
Okay,
right, well
you
then
brought
there's
him
no
up.
evidence then. And there's no evidence.
Yeah, well, he went around the world apparently.
Oh, you need
According
evidence.
to the narrative, he went from Europe to North America back to Europe.
All right. What about the Vikings?
Which one? Name the Viking that?
Okay, give me a hard time here.
Give us a specific location
Right.
where the Vikings originated from. Give us the location.
Columbus.
Give me the locations for where Columbus.
Columbus did go around the world.
That's a claim. Where's the evidence?
Look it up.
Oh, you said okay. So if someone told you Santa Claus is real, you think then the burden of proof would not be on
Well,
them?
I mean, if you looked up, is it going to say no? Whereas if you look up, is Christopher Columbus real? Is it going to say yes? You know that, right?
Well, that's a good point as well. Yeah.
Just give me the route. Give me the location.
By the way, God isn't real, mate.
Which God?
All of them.
It's funny, something that you're so certain doesn't exist that you would bring it up. But let's carry on, Sailor.
As you were.
Jinx, show me a Coke.
I like that. Which God? All of them. It's all bullshit.
Okay, why did you derail the guy who brought up Magellan, who's since left? So never mind.
Yeah, let's get back to
Magellan
reality.
is a lot cooler than Justin Bieber, kids. I mean, if he didn't circumnavigate, what did he do? Straight line again?
Again,
he did sail around the world. I'm sure.
Again, Taurus. Do I have to go through this like I did with Mr. Wiggles? If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Well, you've already said that to me.
Not you. No, I'm talking to Taurus because he's stricken by the same confusion as you are. You were.
Wow.
I haven't got confusion. We just don't agree on certain things.
No, we agreed. You said a fair point when you figured out that running around a track doesn't equate to running around a ball.
Fair point, but doesn't mean I
running
agree
around a
with
ball
you.
would be running around.
Running
Anyway.
around a ball would be running around a ball. Running around a track like these circumnavigators did isn't running around a ball.
That's not
Well,
circumnavigating, is there?
I heard he
It's just making a circle.
circumcised the world with a 100-foot clipper.
You can circumnavigate a flat plane.
No, circumcised the world.
No,
You can't
you're
say
with a
sailor
100-foot
humor. You're
clipper.
like you have to wait another 45 minutes for your next sailor joke.
Oh yeah. All right.
Give us the location of Magellan's route. Go ahead. Name exactly where he started and ended.
Name 5 Magellans. That's what I thought.
I mean, he can't. So
Jamiroquai,
Ontavious. The only person who traveled around the world was Epstein, guys.
Those dudes on the ISS do it like 8 times a day.
All right, how do we test the ISS?
How do we test it?
How do we verify it? Yeah.
You can see it with a telescope.
So if I see something in the sky, therefore what?
It goes over every 45 minutes.
I mean, you can see it.
In the sky, therefore what?
No, you don't see something. You see the ISS, mate. It's like the shape of the ISS. If it was the shape of the Batmobile,
but how does
it would
that
be the
prove
Batmobile,
anything?
wouldn't it?
No, it looks like a star, but it's moving. Every 45 minutes.
I see something in the sky. You say it's the ISS. How do you know it's the ISS?
Mate, it's got like the wind sails on it. It's got the solar panels on it. You can actually make it out. I'm not talking about a little white dot.
You can see it. Yeah.
You can see
okay,
it,
so you verified that those things in the sky are solar panels?
I did, yeah, with a telescope. My dad showed it to me when I was a little kid.
Can you
I've done
post
it
the
since as well.
demonstration? Post the demonstration of this. Let's see.
What, of someone seeing the ISS with a telescope?
And this and verifying that there are solar panels. Yeah, post it. I want to see it, honestly. That'd be interesting. Verify the ISS from the floor.
Did you not know we could do that?
So you don't have any evidence?
No, I'm pulling it up, but like, did you just not know? Like,
just post the evidence and we'll take a look. Relax. Take a look. I'm not denying anything.
I mean, dude, you could easily look it up yourself, but I'm posting it here now.
All right, let's see.
I'm working out that you boys are all about the evidence.
They're all about the evidence. They love the evidence. I mean, who doesn't? That's why
They
I just
love
posted it.
their evidence.
This is what I mean. Like, this doesn't look like a star, bro. This is what I mean. Like, look at this thing.
It goes.
It's not the Batmobile, is it?
Well,
it's
for
the
you,
ISS.
it would go every 90 minutes. You can look up. You'll see it.
Yeah, there's a whole website. You can actually coordinate it to see it with a telescope. Like, there's a bunch of hobbyists. You know, they do shit like this. They use ham radios to talk to the ISS. They look at it through telescopes. Like,
okay, so this at 7. I'm looking at 7 minutes and 36
are you slow,
seconds.
dude? It's in the thumbnail. What do you mean? Like, it's the ISS-shaped object. Yeah.
That
it goes over every hour and a half.
So you can determine just from this that those are solar panels by looking at this image right here. It literally just looks like white and black lines. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. It's just white and black lines moving through the sky. Really?
If you
it's so small,
go on their website,
see, how do you know that's a solar panel?
Go on the website, enter your location. They will tell you what time it's coming over.
Yeah, it's so cool. Like, genuinely, there's a whole, you know, You just need a telescope. You can even see it with the naked eye. It just looks like a star, right? But if you get a telescope out, you can make it out. And the reason I'm saying they're solar panels is because I'm taking what NASA says the ISS is, right? But then I'm looking with my own eyes and I'm seeing these solar panels, right? I'm seeing the
No,
ISS
they
shape.
when you actually look through that telescope, which in the thing that you actually like the evidence that you showed me, it literally just looks
Are you
like
saying we just see
black
a
and
white
white.
square?
I see black and white lines. I see what could be. It could be what I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm saying,
Dude, forget the
in
solar
the
panels. It's the
telescope, it
ISS
just looks like.
is the larger point. It's the larger point. That is the ISS. I mean, bro.
You
What
really
else is
think?
it? I mean,
Here,
genuinely, what
look
else
at
is it? Is
this
it a funny
in the
looking rock?
chat. Wait. I honestly, like,
Hello,
just
guys.
based on this, what I just posted in the chat.
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
determine what this
What
is?
else is that? Is that a funny looking rock to you? Like, what is that?
Just looks
What
like
do you
black
think
and
this guy's
white.
seeing?
It looks like there's a bunch of bright white lines. Then there's like
Okay.
vertical, or I would say 90-degree lines that are much less visible, like more faded. That's it.
Okay. So what do you think it physically is, though? I know it. The image right here is a bunch of pixels, but what do you think that is that he's seeing through his little telescope?
You can't. That's the problem. You can't verify what it is. So you're just looking at black
I'm
and
saying, what
white
do you
lines
think,
in the
though? I
sky.
mean, it's clearly not
You
a
guys
rock,
mind if you guys
right?
take a
It
break
lines
from
up
what you're doing so I
perfectly
can
where
pray
they
for you
say
guys?
the ISS is going to be. What
I'm
else
not
could it
making
be? I mean,
claims on what
genuinely.
it is. I'm just looking at something in the sky that looks like
What
black
else
and
could
white
it be?
lines.
Yeah, what else could it be, bro? Like, name something else in the sky that looks like that.
Wait, are you
Why
guys
should we
Aliens!
talking
make a
about
claim
It's
UFOs?
when
aliens,
you are
man!
trying to verify
It's
something?
them
Why should
damn
we make
It's
aliens.
claims?
Them
It's fucking
crazy
aliens.
goddamn aliens!
Got
Do you guys
giggly
mind
bean.
taking a break from what you're doing so I can pray for you guys?
Pray for
You
us,
did this to me
man.
the other
Yeah,
day.
Yeah. Pray,
Oh,
your prayer is better in
All right,
silence. Thank you, Mr. President.
all right. So
lead
nobody
us,
wants me to pray.
Padre, lead us.
Hey man, do you
No, I beg
go
you
to
to do
like
what you need to do, and if you
BDSM
need to pray,
videos
pray
and
on.
start
Get
praying?
on with it!
Hold on, dude. The whole thing, tourist, of what else could it be? What else could it be? What else could it be? Well, how about it's not a tin can with people in it?
No,
Yeah,
it's
That's
sure.
what
What else
else
is
aliens,
it
it?
I
could
told
be.
you.
Yeah, you can tell me what it's not. What is it? I mean, genuinely.
Don't be so naive, dude.
It's aliens!
see some white and
I
black
mean,
lines
what
in
is
the
it? I
sky, and
mean,
you
what
assume
is it?
it's the
Like, just give me a
ISS.
theory. I'm not gonna like hold you to it. Just like, what
All
could
you're
it be?
doing is you're looking in your telescope and you see a bunch of white and black lines that you can't even verify what. Like, you don't even know if it's a solar panel. It could be anything. You just see
Yes,
black
you
and
Well,
white
can.
lines in the sky,
Hey,
and
we've
that's it.
only
tourist.
got one black astronaut
Yeah,
on
what is
there.
it then? What am I
Hey,
seeing?
tourist.
What am I seeing?
You don't know.
Tourist.
Hey,
Point.
dude.
Tourist. They
Hey,
You don't know what it is.
invented aircrafts over 100 years ago. It could be
Oh, you think it's a
anything.
plane, huh? So you think it's a plane? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the
Is that what that
Russians
says?
We
built
don't
It
have
it.
could
to
be
make
any
any
sort of
claims.
aircraft.
You don't have to make claims. You're the one who has to prove. You're the one who has to verify it. You said that you can see it through a telescope, and all you
Yeah, I just
showed
verified it with my own eyes.
black and white lines. That's all you saw. Didn't see anything else. No
Yeah,
solar
are you
panel.
fucking slow? Like, if you look at a
No, you
skyscraper
No,
from
are.
a distance,
you have
You're
see
the
not
the
slow
you
one.
have
skyscraper,
not
that's
verified
a
it.
white rectangle.
You don't know
Dude,
what it
you've
is.
not verified it to be anything.
So hold on. If I look at the
What
Burj
is it
Khalifa
you
from a
was
distance, and it
improving
actually looks
everything?
like a needle from where I'm standing, are we saying it's not actually a building because from far away it's
No,
small? Is that really the level we do?
you can go take a tour of that building, no problem.
Right, that's the issue. You can actually go there. That's the problem.
Balls to your building.
You need to think of an analogy where you
You
cannot
can go to the
travel.
ISS, bro. You just gotta be an astronaut.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we've only got one black astronaut up there anyway.
Why do you believe them, though? Even if
I mean,
something's
dude,
in
I've
the
seen
sky, that
a
doesn't
rocket
mean
launch.
the Earth is a sphere.
I've
Like,
seen a
wait,
rocket launch
what
with
does
my
the
own eyes.
ISS prove, though? Like, I'm confused. What does it prove?
Well, they've been growing weed in space.
Yeah, they're doing absolute zero experiments up there.
How does it prove the
It's
Earth
cool,
is a
bro.
sphere, though?
It's
How does it
sci-fi.
prove the Earth is a sphere?
Well, we can't even agree on the fact that it exists yet, so I can't even go on to the next stage of the argument. Like,
Did you hear
Okay.
about the girl that went mental and sabotaged the toilets?
how many of you had, bro?
Enough. Yeah, so what are you saying? Since we won't play imagination like you're playing imagination, you must exit the conversation. That's crazy.
I'm not playing imagination. I've seen this with my own eyes, right? I can verify it with my own
Yeah, but
eyes.
listen to yourself. Hold on. Then you went to saying I've seen a launch. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna play your game. You've seen a launch. Okay. Have you seen a launch that's let go of a satellite? Let's just say you have.
I have, yeah. It was a
How do you
SpaceX
know? Yeah, how do you know you see a launch and then next week someone says, "Hey, look up, there's something going across the sky." That came out of the launch that you saw a week ago. Do you think that's reasonable?
That's not what I'm trying to prove, though.
So what? Yeah, but why did you mention I've seen a launch then?
Because I'm talking about like the strictest basis for fundamental truth that we can hope to find is our own human. It's our own senses, right? And you
Yeah,
can
but you're
verify with
using your imagination.
But
You're
like your
saying
senses can lie.
I see rocket go up in air. Therefore, we're living on a globe. That's nonsense.
No. I'm saying ISS, therefore globe. I mean,
how does the ISS
No,
prove
that's lacking logic.
Blob, yeah.
You're making a leap there.
Well, I mean, you say it's a kind of aircraft, like it's not emitting any.
I said
so it must be a
you
blimp.
said what else could it be? What else could it be? My initial answer was it's not a tin can with people in it.
Okay, how does it necessitate a
it
globe?
is.
How does the ISS necessitate?
Do you understand what the question "What else could it be?" means? Like, and that saying what it isn't an answer.
It could be anything.
Problem is you don't know what it
I got
is.
a
That's
complete
the issue.
misunderstanding of the question. When I say "What else could it be?" and you say it's not this, you're misunderstanding the question.
You're failing to prove that you're failing in the first place to prove the thing that you think it is. You're just stating that's what it
I
is.
just proved it, bro. Just proved it. Like, what do you mean?
All you did
No,
was look
you
through a
didn't.
telescope. You did not prove the Earth is a sphere. That's all you did.
No. This is the ISS existing, bro. This is forget the
Okay, how
sphere
does
for a
the
split second.
you see
It has to
something in the
exist in a
sky?
certain way, right?
Because you can see it.
So what? It'd be physically identical to, say, a drone at going 350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet, and that's 7
I
feet
mean, look,
long.
you think it's
What
a
did I
dawn
just say?
pass.
What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say?
So you don't.
Yeah. So
you
actually,
don't stand
listen
by
to
what
what
you
I
said.
said. It would be visually identical to something at 40,000 feet, going 350 miles per hour, and 7 feet long. You can't tell it's in space. You can't tell if it's going 17,000 miles per hour. You can't tell if it's orbiting the Earth. You can't tell from looking at it if it's doing those things. But that's the way it has to exist to prove the Earth's the globe. And what Old Man Hoss is asking you is, how do you know it's that, dude?
I mean, dude, I can look. I'll find you a video. You can actually hail these guys on a ham radio, and then you can measure the radio signal. And the distance shown is not 4,000 feet or whatever you just said.
40,000 feet. I said visually identical.
40,000. Yeah, you can measure.
How can I tell from the ham radio it's not
that,
at
like,
40,000 feet?
children up to
How
the
can I tell?
ISS, and you can
How
measure
can I tell
like
from the
what the
ham
bounce
radio
back
that
is.
it's not at 40,000 feet?
Because, dude, microwaves have a set speed, so you just calculate that based on how quickly the signal returned. It's pretty basic. I mean,
Okay,
and it's
who
not
did that?
40,000 feet.
Who did
Like I
that?
said, bro, like
But
there's
who did
like
it?
multiple schools that have done it. There's hobbyists that have done it.
You're
one.
making
There's
shit up for
Name
us.
one.
Stop it.
I can say NASA, but you'll say it's not NASA. So I have
No
to
one's
like pull
ever
out these
done
fringe.
that.
No one's ever hailed the ISS on
No
a ham
one's
radio.
ever timed the time of the signal return, dude. No one's ever timed that shit. You just made all that
Yes,
up.
they have. What do you want?
Okay,
What do you
show
mean?
us.
Of course, yeah, of course they have.
Yeah, let's see the evidence. Go ahead, post it in the chat again.
Yeah, post the test where they talk to the ISS on a ham radio and time the single round trip to determine how far away it was. Let's do that.
Yeah, we can do it easily, bro. I mean, it's just
Can
like
do
the
it.
delay.
We want
isn't
who
it?
did do it. I'll just say, yeah, we did it, and it's only at 40,000 feet. I'll just make it up too. Fuck it. Why not? You guys gonna make shit up, so will I. Yeah, I did that, and it's only at 40,000 feet.
You can make stuff up, dude. Like
Yeah,
just
like
take
you.
entry. I'm not making anything up.
Okay, then who did it?
I'm looking at this video right now. I'm just waiting to for the link to post.
But
Okay,
dude,
so
you have to.
they timed it. How did they time it? What did they do to time it, Torch?
Dude,
Don't waste our time.
there's like a whole website about contacting the ISS.
What did
through
they
amateur
do,
radio.
tourist? You see what you want? You
They
want
used the ham
to
radio,
elephant
like, what do you
hurl,
mean?
and then have us
They used the
looking for
ham
your
radio.
evidence. We're not going to go
Relax,
look
all
for
good,
your
dude.
evidence. You're going to just provide it.
Yeah, you don't have to look for it, bro. I'm posting it. I'm waiting for it to send. Like, my Wi-Fi is just terrible.
Okay, that's great. What does it show? Describe it to us. What did they do?
They contacted the ISS with a ham radio.
Okay, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the time, so we can determine the distance.
No, because you disagree that the ISS doesn't even exist. So we need to prove it exists
It
first
doesn't
before we can
exist
even
in
do anything
space.
else.
No. And talking on
Okay,
a
well,
ham
let's
radio
see.
to somebody, you can do that for 10,000 to somebody that's 10,000 miles away. You know that, right?
Well, this is the thing.
That you can
You're
talk on
saying
ham
that it
radio.
exists,
I
and you
can
say,
talk to
"Oh,
somebody
it's
in
direct."
Russia from Boston.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so how does that
Where are you
prove
right now?
talking to
We're probably
I'm in
quite far
Boston.
away right now doing exactly what you're talking about.
How does talking to somebody on the ISS prove that it's orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour and 250 miles up? Simply talking and hearing a voice on the other end.
I mean, dude, what's the speed of a radio wave? What do you
Jesus
think it is?
fucking.
Oh my gosh.
How did they time it, tourist?
Yeah. He's dodging.
It's not a test that you time, bro. It's just the delay, isn't it? Like
The delay of what? The time delay? It's not a test of time. It's
Yeah.
just a delay. Are you a retard? Like fucking for real? You fucking people, dude. Like
You can
it's
call me a retard all you
unbelievable
want.
the shit that comes out of you guys' mouth sometimes. I feel bad for your fucking parents.
I mean, why can't you just tell me how fast a radio wave is? Do you know? Speed of
The
light.
speed
no?
of light
I
is
mean,
300,000 meters per second, roughly.
Yeah.
How did they time it though? Did they use Doppler shift? Did they just use a
forget timing
pulse?
it. Are you admitting they are contacting the ISS now?
No, I'm admitting they're talking to somebody on the radio.
But if it's not the ISS, then the argument has no point.
There's no ISS in outer space. That's the thing you're trying to prove. Just having someone on a radio that of a certain frequency and talking to someone doesn't prove that they're in outer space or orbiting the Earth or any of those things. You're just hearing a voice. And because we can talk to things very, very far away, it doesn't even necessitate that they're in their area.
And Taurus, don't forget your original argument for substantiating this tin can space lab with scientists aboard was, what else could it be?
Genuinely, though, what else could it be? Do you have an answer?
I did give you an answer. What was it?
A drone at 40,000 feet. You think it's a drone? Because we can go into that.
Yeah, it could be a drone at 40,000 feet going 350 miles per hour.
go
It could be a
into
drone
that.
at 80,000
Yeah, okay.
feet going 700
Oh,
miles per
that's
hour.
great. That's great. Would you show me a drone that could pull that off?
That can fly at 40,000 feet at 350 miles per hour?
Yeah,
A
consistently.
global
And I
hawk.
mean, and this
A
thing,
global hawk.
because this thing, right?
A
No,
global hawk.
hold on, because this.
A global hawk.
Hold on, we can.
A global hawk.
Well,
I heard you
how do
first
you
time,
even
dude.
know? How
You
do you
wanted the
even
drone,
know?
a global hawk.
No, so hold on. You say it's going that fast. This is
Well,
ridiculous,
how do
right?
you even
Because
know it's the
someone
same
I did not. No, listen, really
on one
closely.
side of the world,
I said
and then
it
because
would be visually identical. Visually, just looking in the
okay,
sky and
you're
looking
not
up and
hearing me
seeing
out.
a light go across the sky.
Yeah, you're not hearing me out.
These look, something that is at 250 miles per hour, going 17,000 miles per hour, is 300 feet long, would be visually identical to an object at 7 feet long,
Okay.
350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet. They would look the same.
Yeah, I follow you, bro. I have a counter argument.
Okay, then don't say
you
that
would
I
let
said
me
it's
say.
going that fast. What I said was it would look the same.
I heard what you
can't
said.
tell how fast it's going. That's the argument. You can't tell where it is.
No, so hold
You
on.
can't tell how fast it's
Okay.
going. You can't tell
Do
what
you
it's made out
even
of.
care?
You can't tell how big it is.
I'll just leave, dude, if you want to just wax poetic, like, or I can give
No
my
one's
argument.
waxing
You know?
poetic. I'm stopping you from trying to straw man, okay? In addressing what's
Yeah,
actually
I'm
being
trying to give
said.
the argument, bro. I'm trying to give the argument against it. Like,
Okay,
come on.
tell
Like,
me how you know that it's at 250 miles up,
was what I've been trying
17,000
to
miles
do.
per hour, going.
I know. I know what your argument is.
Okay, so show the evidence that it's your claim.
No, forget, dude. Hold on. You were just. I'm allowed to respond. Let me respond. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do it right.
Fine with evidence.
Now. Yeah. Okay. So you have to listen.
Ask
Feel free to
ChatGPT
pick this
more
apart
shit, dude.
once you've heard it. Do you want me to stream my screen? I'm not using ChatGPT or anything, bro. Like, I don't believe in using AI.
Post in the
like,
chat. You can post it in the chat.
Well, hold on. Let me say the argument first, right? Yeah?
Go ahead.
This shouldn't be this difficult.
Yeah, say the argument. Oh.
Okay, so let's say someone in England sees the ISS through a telescope. The ISS then completes a full rotation of the Earth. So you can have someone in America or in Africa verify that it's now over there, right? Your drone would not be able to circumnavigate the Earth several times in a day, which you could independently verify with just 4 guys with telescopes on different points of the Earth. Let's be real.
Yep.
Like, how is
shoulda.
a drone constantly what with solar panels? Let's be
Coulda,
real.
woulda, shoulda.
That's what I tried to ask you. Who says it's even the same thing? If you're standing out in your backyard and you say, "Oh, there's this thing," the screenshot that you sent us, there's that thing. It goes across the sky, and then 3 nights later you see it again. Who's to say that's even the same thing?
No, I'm saying within one day,
That's just in your imagination.
Want to hear
you
something
could
funny
prove
for
that a
us?
guy in Africa and a guy in England that it's clearly gone from A to B.
No, it hasn't clearly
and then your
gone to
drone is
A
not
to
gonna be able
B.
to do that. No?
It's not clearly gone to A to B. So, for instance, in December of 2017, we looked up Track the Station. We looked up ISS transits in Ingersoll, New Zealand. 31 times in 1 month they saw the ISS. But if you listen to Don Pettit, he says we pass over the same area once every 11 days.
Yeah, I never said the same area, dude. I said if you go from point A to point B, you can just prove that it's doing faster than a go.
And what
Let's be real.
all Haas said is you don't know if it's the same object.
What, it looks the same, it's following the same trajectory.
Dude,
What
you're
else am I
filling it in with your imagination that when you see this thing in one night, from then until when you see it again, it's been orbiting around the Earth that entire time. That's in your imagination.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, is that the way to test that would be to simply get someone on another side of the planet to be like, yeah, it's on my side now.
You have
and
no,
you know, a third
you have no
person says, yep,
information
see
of
it
how
here
it
as
got
well.
there. You can't even validate whether you're seeing the same thing.
I mean, it's on
So
the
here's a
exact
funny
same
thing,
trajectory.
Taurus. Did you know that recently in the astronomical journals that just published last year that they went back and they looked at photographic plates that astronomers had taken
from the 1940s, before satellites existed. Want to know what they found? Satellites. So how'd they find satellites before satellites existed? Oh, because they looked up in the sky and they saw a little dot. And from that little dot they saw, they did a calculation and said, this thing's orbiting the Earth. But there was no satellites yet because it was 1947.
Hold on. You're saying they found satellites in 1947 in the atmosphere?
They looked at old photographic plates that were taken from between 1947 and something like 1953 or something, and they called them transients. They were satellites that appeared to be orbiting the Earth like a satellite before satellites exist.
I mean, I would love to see the source for that.
It's an astronomical journal.
So you think? So you're saying, hold on, it's these it's either like pre-civilization like satellites.
No, I'm telling.
Or UFO.
Look, bro, you're confusing it. You're confusing the argument. You can't tell from simply staring at the fucking sky whether something's orbiting the Earth.
Well, that's why I said you need like 4 people at different points around the Earth, but you could do it.
Get your 4 people.
4 people in telescope. Easily. I mean,
all you need is imagination.
You just think it's a drone, bro. I mean, it's someone would.
I didn't say I thought it was a drone. I said it was. That's the third time you straw man my argument. The third time.
Someone would have just.
I said it was
out of the sky.
The argument is you can't reach the conclusions you're reaching from simply seeing a dot in the fucking sky.
It's not a dot. Did you not see the video I posted?
Oh,
it's like the shape of the ISS. Wow.
Okay, so how do you know people are on that?
Some lines.
Flinging water around.
So I posted the paper. I posted the paper in the journal. It's in the journal Nature. So yeah, go ahead. Have at it.
Lines in the sky
right here
is proof of an ISS, bro. It's over.
Yeah, you see that dot on that photographic plate? That proves the Earth is a globe. That dot right there. I don't know which dot. Pick a dot. Pick one of those dots. Prove the Earth's a globe. This is how silly your argument is. The only thing that can prove the Earth is a globe is to measure curvature. Anything other than that is just horseshit.
What, with a ruler? Come on.
Childish.
I mean, come on.
It'd be better than staring at a fucking light in the sky.
I know you guys are tired of hearing about the ISS. I know it's like what everyone brings up, so I'm happy to
No, it's not what everyone brings up. It's a joke. Why do we care about the ISS? It's a story you heard. You looked up, you saw a fucking little light in the sky and reached all sorts of conclusions about seeing a light.
Are you seeing the same video I posted? Like, this isn't a dot. This is like, it looks like the ISS through a telescope. You can like visibly
it also looks like
modules.
Darth Vader's fucking TIE bomber, dude.
Not
Here, I
even,
got some ISS photos.
Yeah, it does look like the Star Wars.
It looks close.
Again, Tourist, I'll ask you, how do you know people are on that thing?
He doesn't know.
So you admit it's at least there, right?
No, dude. I'm going with that. You said you captured this image by yourself, correct? I'm going with the screenshot that you posted as being a legit thing you've seen in the sky. That's what you told us. How do you know that people are on it? So how does this? Is this? I think you know the damning nature of answering this honestly. Well, so because I can get someone over in Germany to look at it at the same time. How do you know people are on that?
It's like it just means nothing. Like, what do you mean? You admit it exists.
How do you know people are on it?
Doesn't, but you're not giving us any evidence that exists in the way you think. So here's video. This is overlaid 30 frames of video of the ISS transiting the sun. Why is the ISS flopping around like that? How do I know that's
I mean, that's
ISS?
one photo.
That looks like Darth Vader's TIE fighter.
I mean, dude, that guy could have easily just knocked his telescope to get that exposure photo.
Then the
It happens
sun
all
would
the
be
time.
messed up.
Nope. The
What
sun's
do you
too
mean,
bright
no?
at that level.
He
Like, the exposure
overlaid.
has to be
So
so
this is a
incredibly
bunch of
high.
frames, bro.
Dude,
This is a
he's
bunch of
pointing it
this
directly
is a
at the
bunch of
sun.
frames from the same video, overlaid to line up the sun.
Yeah, dude, he's pointing a camera directly at the sun. Can you imagine the exposure level he's got that on?
It's a
Right,
solar filter.
of course, you're not going to get sundrift.
It's a
You're not
solar
going to get
filter.
sundrift.
It's a solar filter.
Yeah, he's not like, you know.
First of all, it
This
was
is
a
a
she.
photo. This could be AI,
It was a
bro.
she.
I mean,
It was a video. It was taken with a solar filter. Okay.
Well, you know,
They,
how am
they
I supposed to
overlaid
tell
the
that?
frames to line up the
Posting a
sun.
photo.
And when they did so, yeah, I'll post the video in a second. So when they did so, the ISS wasn't in a line anymore. It was bouncing around. Now, if it was refraction or any other thing you could think of, then neither one would line up. They'd both be blurred.
I mean, dude.
And
This
here
is
it comes.
photo with no context.
Here
It's
it
not
comes.
linked to an article. It doesn't tell me like what the
I got the
telescope
video. I'll
ticket
post it
was.
right now. I'll post the
The
video.
settings of the camera.
I'll post the video right now.
You know, feel free. But like at the moment, I don't have to. You know, it's a photo. It could be fake.
This is
the shit I posted.
This is a bunch of frames. There's a bunch of frames from video that were overlaid. It's not a photo. They created an image with it, but it was a video. And if the camera was moving around, the sun would also be blurry.
Need to post
so here's just the total cope now.
Yeah, it's a TIE fighter, bro. Sure.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
it proves
sure.
it. We can see it.
Yeah.
We can see it.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, dude,
it's
it's
45. It's
allowed-
giant, and it's halfway to the sun, so it's 45 million miles away. And it's the size of Jupiter. No, it proved it, dude. I looked at it. Proved it. Proved the Empire's real.
I don't get what I'm being. I can't see it.
That your critical thinking is feeble at best.
I'm just looking at the chat right now, dude. Hold on.
Of course.
Yes, Zodiac. Yes, the thumbnail image. Yes. I mean, yeah. Can I put no? What do you mean? You just posted on what? Well, the one you just posted. That's fine.
Yeah. Seeing
Can I
this.
post the video, or do I need to keep looking? It's here somewhere.
Okay, so I see some white rectangles and some white lines.
Yeah, I know, dude. Yeah. So you think it's a bunch of white rectangles? Can you point me to a white rectangle in real life? Like, what is a white rectangle?
I see white rectangles connected by a white line.
Yeah. No, I follow you, dude. You're
bigger
describing,
box.
You're describing the image, yeah. So just what do you mean when you say white rectangle? Do you think that there is such a thing, really, as just a white rectangle? Like that doesn't exist.
I'm describing what I can observe.
Yeah,
not
sure,
what I can claim, not making up stories about what I see. I'm just describing
There's a black triangle, so there's a black triangle, so I don't think they'd have any problem with a white rectangle.
You're talking about B2. I mean, I can say, yeah, it's a B2, isn't it? It's not. It looks like a triangle, whereas you're saying it's a white rectangle. What is it? I'm saying a B2. It's a
That's
B2.
all I
Well,
can verify.
dude, again, why won't you answer the question? How do you know people are on it? That silences you.
What do you mean? Like, why would that silence me? Like, you're just.
Well,
you have
how
to agree
do you
it
know
exists
that there's people on it?
We have to agree it exists first before we can even go there, bro.
Dude, we're trying to get screenshots of it, blurry or not blurry. How do you know that there's people on it?
I don't know, dude. I mean, look,
we already agree.
Either.
We already agree. There's something in the sky that people call ISS. There's also one that's in a pool at the Neutral Buoyancy Center. There's also one at the Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas. So there's 3 ISSs, okay? We agreed
I
that
know.
there's a thing
I
that
know about
exists
the one in the
that
swimming
people
pool. Yeah.
call ISS. The question isn't that. The question is, does it exist orbiting the Earth at 17,000 fucking miles per hour?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, fully.
Okay, what's the evidence for that?
Like I just said, dude, 4 guys with telescopes could prove that.
But you don't have that now. We want the evidence that exists now.
What's the evidence of the 4 guys with telescopes? Go. Post it in the chat.
Imagination land.
Well, look, my main argument, if you'll let me get it out, is
You don't
that
have an argument.
All right. Well,
You
I
have an
said if you
appeal
let
to
me
the
get it out.
future. Your evidence is maybe someday in the future 4 people will get together and make some observation and prove the thing I already believe. Why do you believe it before you have the evidence?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, bro, you can see it with the telescope. I've seen it.
Right back to the beginning,
You're
like a
doing
fucking
it again.
NPC. Holy
Now, what is
shit,
it?
dude.
What is it you're seeing? Are you
And you
seeing a
can't
tin
prove
can
it's anything
space lab with
else.
people on it?
This
thing
dude, you
you're
can think it's a
seeing.
drone. I think it being a
This
drone is more ridiculous a claim, personally. Than it
okay,
being
dude.
what?
This thing you're seeing. Do you know it's a space lab with scientists on it playing with water
Big square
in it?
stuff.
You think
Yeah,
a drone is more ridiculous claim than a 300-foot long tin can going 17,000 miles per hour?
Yeah, easily, bro. I genuinely think that your
Because
little drone
that's
example
normal,
makes
right?
zero sense. Your
Drones are
little drone
not
example
normal.
makes zero sense.
Tin cans going 17,000 miles per hour are normal. You're
I mean, you can
crazy,
keep
bro.
calling it
You're literally
tin can.
a cult member.
Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah.
Just listen, tourist. Just so
All
you
right, dude.
know, look through a telescope, and all you see is some white rectangles and white squares connected to other white squares with some white lines.
Yeah, you never
That
answered
does
me
not
when I
prove
responded to
that
that,
what
though.
you are
You never
looking
answered
at
me.
is the ISS. That doesn't prove anything.
But so, you actually never fucking answered me. I said, what is the white rectangle then?
How would he know?
That's
What is
what
it?
we're trying to prove.
You
That's
don't
the
know.
whole point.
So why am I
Yeah,
meant,
you
why am I
don't
meant to
know
take
what
you
it
seriously
is.
if you don't even have a model you're going off? You're just purely being a contrarian.
No, we're making claims. We don't make claims about what we don't know. We're not. You're the one making the claim. You're the one who's saying,
Okay.
"I do know this,"
Okay, well,
but
you
you
can
don't
say
know.
I don't know. I just have to listen to you or
dude,
freely
you're being
admit that you
worse.
don't know.
You're being
Yeah, and you're
worse
going to
than a
claim you do
contrarian.
know with no evidence.
If the Earth is
Well, you're
flat,
saying
then
no
why aren't
over,
we
multiple
And we did give you an alternative
scientists, multiple
hypothesis.
amateur
That
radio
it's a
people,
TIE fighter.
telescope people.
If the Earth is flat, then why aren't we
Yeah,
flat?
you can believe it's a TIE fighter, bro.
It's a TIE fighter. I got the same
You can
evidence you
believe
do.
it's a TIE fighter,
Yeah,
bro.
and I'm using the same evidence you're using.
It's a free country. Dude.
Yeah, and I'm using the same evidence you're using.
No,
Nothing.
because it's a fictional thing from
Yeah, it's a
Star
TIE
Wars.
fighter. I like that answer better.
You think I'm using a fictional thing from Star Wars?
No, using a
Of course
fictional
you
thing
would.
from NASA.
You've got 2 brains.
All you see is some white
You're
squares.
using a
but
fictional thing from
Star
NASA.
Wars.
It's just a different source of fiction. That's the only difference.
Star Wars.
Seeing white squares through a
Okay.
telescope is
Never
not
trust
enough,
NASA
bro.
because what they saying ain't right. They lying right to your face and they mock us in plain sight. Is that what you're trying to say?
You have a
You trying to say
NASA
you can straight
tattoo or
up see the
something?
wires and the
Getting
green
triggered.
screen pictures and the water bubbles floating on
This
the
is where he
spacewalk
falls
mission?
apart.
Hey-oh. Back to Earth, space cadet. Back to Earth.
You're an NPC
Is that what
loop
you're trying
back
to
at the beginning.
What are you trying to say? It's detestable. I refuse to be another vegetable.
Rock back and
Suicidal
forth.
garbage would to me be unacceptable.
All right, go catatonic.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe someone come loosen the straitjacket a little.
Dude, you're being the polar opposite of a contrarian.
How does the
What's
How can
worse?
you believe in a
globe? How does it
pole?
necessitate?
A flat earther.
Tourist.
You literally
Fuck
said
is a
something
polar
going
opposite? That doesn't exist.
17,000 miles per hour is more plausible than a drone that you
hold
can
on.
build your fucking self.
Yeah. Your little. Feel free to build a drone yourself that can do
The
that.
only
Feel
thing
free,
you
but
know about something going
and what
17,000
is
miles
this?
per hour is good old fantasy. There's no connection to any reality
Stop
that you've ever
stuttering, bro.
experienced.
This guy said polar opposites a second ago. That's hilarious. You don't believe
There's
in
no
polar opposites.
connection to anything going to
Yeah.
17,000
Fucking
miles
Earth.
per hour that you've ever experienced.
That's my
Okay? But you think that that's more plausible
word, bro.
than a fucking drone. It's absurd, dude.
Yeah, dude. I don't think a drone just endlessly without landing just hit the Earth all today. No, I don't think so. Nope.
What do you mean
Personally,
endlessly?
though, it's my
How
belief.
long
It's
can
free
a global
speech.
hawk fly?
Oh yeah, please show me it fucking landing.
How
Yeah,
long
feel free
can
to
a
show me the
global
ISS
hawk
landing
fly?
for a little bit.
You're breaking up, bro.
What can? Is it infinite? Is it infinite?
Has the ISS been flying infinitely?
Does it land? Does it take pit stops? I don't think so. I don't think so, bro.
Well, you don't see it constantly, do you?
Yeah. Do you think it's
Yeah.
landing when you don't see it? Do you think it's stopping off at a
I
Shell
think
gas
when I don't
station?
see it, I don't see it, and I shouldn't draw
Well,
conclusions about what it's doing.
Yeah, the important part of that
Yeah,
is you're
sure. So yeah,
convinced,
you
dude. The
possess
important part of that is you're the one
object
that's convinced that it's always in orbit, just by seeing it every once in a while.
No, that's hilarious. Hold on, don't interrupt that guy because he was just saying he doesn't possess object permanence, which is fucking hilarious to just admit. You think when it's gone, you just accept that
Yeah,
you don't know
that's
what it
a
is and where it is, and it might not even
ridiculous
exist.
straw man. Ridiculous.
Yeah. You don't possess
Desperation, dude.
object
Absolute
permanence. It's like something
desperation.
you learn intuitively as a child.
Yeah, that's
Come on,
right.
dude.
Nobody claimed anything about object permanence. I don't draw
You just
conclusions
said
about
when you
where it
don't
is.
see it anymore.
About where it is, dude. You're straw manning what I said.
Yeah, Tourist, it's you who's falling for the magic show.
Okay, Taurus,
yeah.
you know the Soviets and the Russians have rockets that are nuclear powered that can fly indefinitely.
You think
They're
so?
nuclear powered. They fly indefinitely.
You think so? I mean, okay. So you think it's a nuclear powered
Apparently,
rocket?
the United States government thinks so. I think so.
All right. So
the Russians have
where's the
demonstrated it.
rocket trail?
The
If
rocket
it's a
is
nuclear
nuclear
powered rocket,
powered.
you know.
It's nuclear powered turbojet engine. The engine itself, the turbine, is powered by a nuclear generated electricity, and it can
that's what
fly
the ISS is.
indefinitely. So until the radioactive material does not emit enough radiation to power it, it will fly forever.
And does it emit a trail?
It probably depends on what altitude. Because it depends on how much water
if
vapor's in the air.
If we're supposed to believe that the ISS is a nuclear missile, it's kind
We
of
are
just going around
supposed
the
to
Earth
believe.
for a bit.
Nuclear powered.
Feel
So how many straw men can you fucking really stack up, dude? It's pathetic.
No, dude, saying it's a
Especially
nuclear
when you're-
missile.
especially when you're
Nuclear
an-
powered is not a nuclear missile.
Dude, a nuclear submarine is nuclear powered as well. People
But
don't
it's
call
not a
them
nuclear
nuclear
missile.
powered submarines.
Okay. Now, there's different forms of nuclear power. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's nuclear power that heats up water, that spins an
Semantics,
electric
bro. This is just
turbine.
semantics.
But
Like, you just
there's
wanna wax
no, it's
poetic.
not semantic. There's nuclear
It is. You just
power
like
that
waxing
directly. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Who asked?
There's
bro?
nuclear
Like, who
power
asked?
that directly creates electricity from the energetic particles that fly out of it. It isn't like
who
heating up
fucking
water then
the
spinning a
little
turbine.
nuclear power
So of course you got to interrupt me again because I'm cooking your ass.
Yeah, sure.
You don't understand anything. Your ignorance is what propels you. You said
I think you got to look in the mirror on that one.
no, your ignorance. Hey, dude, it can't fly for that long. The reason you said that is because you don't know about any of this shit.
The argument given is that it's a TIE fighter. What do you mean I clutch my pearls?
All you did was
No,
when
the
we say it's a
argument was,
TIE
so
fighter,
straw man again. The argument was there's just as much logical justification using the same argument in the same form as your argument to say it's a TIE fighter.
Yeah, no, dude, because you could look at when that technology came out, and the ISS has been there before that technology existed, hasn't it?
Before what technology?
Perpetual nuclear-powered missiles that are able to
It was developed in the
circumnavigate the Earth.
60s. Good try, though.
So hold up. It's a nuclear-powered missile that they're using purposefully.
The power source is nuclear fuel.
And they've like dolled it up to look like the ISS, you know.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
You saw with white squares, you didn't see anything else.
You got to be a fucking moron, dude. How many
It's not very
straw men can you
aerodynamic, is
do?
it?
How many straw men can you do, really? Imagine if you actually had an argument, you'd actually address my arguments.
No, I see what you're saying. You're saying it could be a missile, I guess, yeah.
I'm saying is the claim that something can't fly around for that long is
Hilarious, though,
baseless
that, like, you're
and not based
using
in
NASA
reality.
for this
It's just based in your
NASA
ignorance.
claim. Your one claim is
Repeat to me
from
what I
NASA,
just said,
which
Taurus.
you already don't agree with.
No, repeat to me what I just said.
You
I had
said
to
from
restate
NASA.
my claim, dude.
Well, dude, I'll say it in full, verbatim. You said that the American and Russian space programs in the 60s developed a type of nuclear-powered missile that can perpetually
I did not
circumnavigate the
say
Earth.
anything fucking like that.
Really?
I didn't even mention any American technology.
You absolutely did, bro. I mean, let's be real.
You fucking
Just rewind
lying
it.
shit. Word American never came out of my mouth. Lying sack
Neither
of
did
shit,
Miss
dude.
Hall.
It's like they mentally they fall down like a flight of stairs, right? And like they start accelerating as they get toward the bottom, and it's just like more and more desperation. Every time they bounce off the stair, it's like, I'll just say something even more absurd.
All he saw was some white squares through a telescope. That's it. He doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, proof the Earth is a globe. Squares in the sky. Nobody cares if you fucking leave, Taurus. You just lied. We don't talk to liars. There's no point. Good game. You didn't even start. I'll unmute you for one reason, to answer one question. I want to know the answer to old Haas's question. You think we'll get an answer, Haas?
No, but I love hearing him stall. I love to hear the words that arrive when he's avoiding it. Simple question.
Maybe he has those 4 people with the telescopes, right?
You saw him peeking out the window. Just say so.
Yeah. Like one will, hey, what hand did they wave with? What hand did they wave with from the cupola?
So, Taurus, we're back to on the same page of this blurry thing, blurry or not. How do you know the people are on it? That's all.
How do I know that people are on it?
Yeah, explain that bridge.
I would say it's from the NASA broadcasts of them getting on the rocket, going up, the live streams, them radioing back down, them talking to school children.
So just wishfully connecting the dots of the narrative.
Then, I mean, they also land in the ocean, right? They get picked up by like a boat.
How do you test the broadcast? Or how do you test the broadcast?
Dude, that's
weird. There's the answer.
Well, if all it is that you accept the narrative as gospel in its entirety, how then can you sit here and be sure of when you look up in the air, that's what it is?
I don't accept the narrative as gospel. Like, I'm aware that NASA is
that's
lied
what
a
you
lot.
I asked you how you knew people were on it.
Look, I have no, like I said, I know people are on it from like the NASA footage and then the corresponding footage of them landing in the ocean from the boats that pick them up, right? And then you could also say like their transmissions from.
Okay, how do you know that footage of
the
them
video recording
floating around is being documented from inside that thing you're seeing in the sky?
Well, it's corroborated by them going up in the rocket and then coming down into the ocean.
Good loss. Yeah, you're the one that's falling for the magic show.
Yeah. Okay. That's all right.
Okay.
That's all right. I mean, look, I'm under no illusion that an organization started by like Nazi scientists is, got some shady shit going on. I'm not saying that they're like, squeaky clean. That would be ridiculous. It's like literally started by Werner von Braun. Like, but I think one can take it too far. The skepticism.
Well, you've taken it to the limit with the acceptance of it. Blind acceptance. This because of that because of this.
Yeah, yeah. Call it what you want. Intuition, blind acceptance, ignorance. Call it what you want, dude.
You said there was people on it because you saw the broadcast. Can you post the evidence of that?
Well, no. I made a few points, right? Like the launches, them landing in the ocean, right? Like there's a few third parties that help with that, like coordinating their landing.
People in all those or not?
Well, there's people in the pod that lands in the ocean, right? Like that they open up, yeah.
Can you post that one? Post that one.
Okay, well, how do you think dude?
I mean, dude,
how do you know the pod that lands in the ocean was the thing you were seeing in the sky 3 weeks ago?
Well, this is the thing. It's not in isolation. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, as a group, these all point towards one thing, right? The launches, the broadcasts, and the landings are part of a 3-act structure. The 3-act structure,
like
isn't it?
One
wouldn't,
big pill.
You wouldn't just
Got
take episode 6 from Star Wars and say this is Star Wars, would you? Like, come on. You need 4 and 5. Like, you need the liftoff, the broadcast, and the landing. So yeah, it's a package deal.
Post all 3. Let's see it.
Yeah, but dude, just because a womp rat is the size of a ventilation shaft doesn't mean that the Death Star is real.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, we can say green screen glitches, maybe. I see the skepticism there,
What?
but.
Or are you just pulling like things out of a bag now? Oh, you're probably referring to the chat. Yeah, I don't know, man.
You just saw white squares through a telescope and then said it was the ISS. That's all that happened.
Yeah. Anyways, when you arrived, you were the one acting like we were the absurd ones, but you've proven yourself to be the one that's just lost in this acceptance of a media package, basically.
I mean, how absurd is it to be anything at all, really?
What? All right. How does the ISS necessitate a globe? Let's hear the argument.
My argument would be that, like, it's clearly not got a method of propulsion going on. It's not like attached to hydrogen like a blimp. So if it wasn't in orbit, it would just fall out of the sky, wouldn't it? So
how does that prove the Earth is a sphere, though?
Well, orbit, right? Like the word orbit implies sphere, doesn't it? So the orbital mechanics is that it's actually falling constantly, like into the Earth, but it catches itself on the edge, and that it stays in like geostationary orbit, is what they call it, right? So,
but orbits, not ever. Orbits doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere, though. It doesn't.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that if it wasn't in orbit, like in a not affected by gravity the same way, it would just fall out of the sky, wouldn't it? Like there's a large chunk of metal that would just fall out of the sky.
That's okay. So this argument is about if the Earth was
Yeah,
flat,
I'm talking about the gravity of the situation. Yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth was flat, what do you think would happen to the ISS?
If the Earth was flat, it would just fall into the Earth, wouldn't it?
They
would never have got it up in the first place.
You can have something in the air above a flat surface. Why is that impossible? That's not impossible.
Well, no, it would just fall back down, wouldn't it? The whole way it stays in geostationary orbit is because it's constantly moving. If it just stayed still, it would just get pulled into the Earth, wouldn't it? Like if they were to pull their thrusters in the opposite direction and make it so they really weren't moving anymore, they would just be pulled down towards the Earth. The only way it stays afloat is because it's falling constantly and then catching itself on the edge of the Earth and just endlessly getting re-pulled back into the gravity as it's falling. It's awesome, bro. Like you're starving yourself with some crazy sci-fi stuff.
Wait, hang on a second. If something is in the sky and it's moving, that does not prove the shape of the ground at all.
You lost me there.
Well, dude, I was about to say the same thing. You're seeing an object move across the sky, therefore it must be in orbit around the Earth. Is a massive leap of logic.
Well, no, I'm saying
it is some sci-fi stuff. It's Arthur C. Clarke.
I'm trying to say that because there's no obvious, like, there's no propulsion, there's no like jet stream.
Because what else could it? Because what else could it be, right?
Well, it's showing no evidence of propulsion, right? It's not aerodynamic. It's not a plane. It's not a drone. It's not a blimp. It's a giant hunk of metal. Like you just said, it's a giant tin can, right? So if it wasn't in orbit, it would just fall. It would fall and crash
what else
into the.
Could it be?
It would fall into the. It would just crash, kill everyone.
Wait, just to be clear, what you did in real life is you looked through a telescope, right? You looked through your telescope and you aimed it at something in the sky. That does not necessitate that the floor beneath your feet is a sphere.
Yeah, but my argument though is that, like, because it's orbiting, it means gravity exists, right? And it's using gravity to stay afloat because it's falling constantly. Otherwise, it would just fall out of the sky. It's not. When I look at a plane, I'm not thinking to myself,
hold on a second.
Not falling out of the sky, you know?
Can you directly test the ISS to know that it's being affected by gravity?
I mean, sister is right. She's not even lying. But, like, sorry, say that again.
Mic check.
You physically conduct a test in real life directly on the ISS to verify that the ISS is being affected by gravity.
It's being affected by gravity.
Yes.
I don't know, dude. Me personally, no, I couldn't give that to you. I don't even know how I go about. You know, for me,
claim,
it's
right?
being affected by gravity. Everything is affected by gravity.
That's a
you and me
claim.
right now.
That's a claim.
It is a claim, yeah.
Can you prove it? If somebody told you that Santa Claus, hold on, stop.
Smarter men than me have come up with a bunch of equations to like make sense.
If somebody told you that Santa Claus is affecting everything, would you believe them?
Yeah, sure. Can you show me like a mathematical equation that proves Santa Claus exists? Right? Like I can show you mathematical equations like designed by Newton that have been, you know, stunningly accurate to the rotation of planets. Is there anything you can show me like that backs up Santa Claus? Do you have like can I see Santa Claus with a telescope if I look at the right time?
Newton did not verify the entire universe.
I mean, look, hold on. I'll be so real. If I could see Santa Claus with a telescope on Christmas Day, I would believe in Santa Claus. I would, because if I saw him flying across the sky, then I fucking would, wouldn't I?
If you just saw a bunch of tiny squares that you assumed was Santa Claus, you wouldn't believe.
No, but if I could make out Dasher and Vixen and Prancer and the lot, right, and I could see he's there with his big sack on the end, like I can see it. I can make sure it's blurry, but I can see like, yeah, that's fucking him, all right. Then I'd be like, fuck, dude, you know, he's out there.
Okay, but if it was just a bunch of white lines, then you wouldn't, right?
Well, Santa doesn't look like a bunch of white lines, though, but the ISS does.
Okay, so if you have a bunch of
sleigh does.
So if you have a bunch of red lines, green, red, green, and blue lines, would you believe it?
No, the rails of the sleigh are like silver that would appear white.
I mean, you're right.
Is that Santa's sleigh that you showed us?
There would be two white lines, maybe, if it caught on like the moonlight. Perhaps you are right.
If you saw a bunch of silver, red, blue, and green,
was this on December 24th, late at night, that you saw this?
Well, this is what I'm saying. If you saw like on December 24th, you saw like through a telescope some
Santa,
some red lines.
You'd be like, bro, that's fucking him, right? You'd be like, dude, I've just seen it. But you can't see that, can you? Like, I know there's.
I would not believe it based on some red lines, though.
He'd get shot down by Russia, but you know.
Yeah, just wait till Project Bluebeam kind of comes in, man. It's gonna be all over that shit.
It's just that there's no clear evidence of propulsion or how else it's staying afloat.
You wouldn't get shot down if you're carrying gifts.
You think? I mean, dude, Israel would shoot Santa down in a heartbeat. They wouldn't give a fuck. Israel would be like, he's entered our airspace, he's gone. There would be no Christmas anymore if he tried to fly over Israel. And probably America too. I don't think America would be too happy with him in their airspace. Like, they shot down that like balloon the other day, you know?
Well,
Well,
how
I'll
do you
tell
know
you
the
what.
ISS is being affected by gravity?
Well, like I just said, there's no other method of propulsion that it's using. It's
So
not
what else
catching
could it
itself
be?
on the
Is your
wind like
argument?
a plane does, you know. It's
What else
not
could it be?
using
Is
a
your
jet
argument?
engine. It's not attached to like some hydrogen blimp sort of thing. Like, you know, it's none of those. So
What else could it be? Is your argument?
well, no, what else it is that it's in orbit. It's in geostationary orbit.
Hey, buddy,
No.
tourist.
Yeah,
Hello.
space trips.
I posted something for
Hey,
you.
dude.
You see how there's orbits that don't happen just around globes? I tagged you. It's called quantum levitating, and you don't need globes to orbit things above surfaces, buddy.
Are you trying to say that on a flat Earth model, the ISS actually could still work?
No, I'm telling you that what your argument is false flat because you're saying that it cannot happen any other way, but it does happen other ways.
Well, it's not using that, is it? It's catching itself.
How do you
Like
know?
it's falling.
They call it they call it electromagnetic tethering, where one part of the device is pulling towards the floor and the other part of the device is pulling towards the
I know.
sky, and it
Dude, what you're describing is the
tethers
type of
and it
magnet
locks in
technology
place
that
in
people
the
have been on.
magnetic field, and it moves across above.
I know, dude. What you're describing is it's like a type of science fair magic with magnets that like they talk about running the monorail on, right? Like
Magic. This is not
a
magic,
secondary.
buddy.
Hold on, dude.
This is
You
not
need a
magic.
secondary
Hello,
magnet.
not magic.
Yeah, dude, come on. Media literacy. I'm not actually calling you Gandalf. Come on, let's be
You
real,
said
right?
you said this is magic. It's not magic.
Yes, yeah, I know.
Magic.
I'm not
Listen, magic
actually
is the
saying
claim
it's
that you
magic, yeah.
have that the
Yes, I
magic is
know,
what you're
dude. I know
claiming
what
about the
magic
sphere.
is.
Listen,
Come on.
the magic is
Come on.
gravity is magic. The Earth being a sphere in a vacuum of space, that's magic.
Okay.
That's magic. Sure.
I think Gandalf is more akin to magic, right? I mean, let's be real, but
I'm showing you a real world example of something, and you are going into Lord of the Rings talk. Like, why are you doing that?
No, you're showing me basically magnetism, which is that you need a secondary magnet below the other magnet to make it float, right? So, you know, that's clearly not what the ISS is using, a giant fucking magnet. And they've also proved this can't work. Like, this has been the dream for ages to make flying cars off this type of magnet technology, but like you need strict monorails to run it on. Like, Japan was doing a train off this type of shit, right? Like, this is a type of technology, yes, but you can't suspend something like in fucking space off it. Like,
So
you just
you are
can't.
appealing,
It's a
you're
retarded
appealing
argument.
to incredulity. You're incredulous. That's why you cannot
I'm
believe it.
incredulous.
It
No, I
cannot
mean,
happen.
dude, like some
Therefore, it
extremely
doesn't
smart
happen.
Japanese scientists have tackled this, and they could get a good train out of it. But there's no
What I'm
space
showing you is
program.
an example of something, and you are denying it, hand waving it.
I'm not denying it. I'm saying it requires a secondary magnet on the floor. Like, that's what it is.
Well, okay. We have a floor. We have a cold medium above, right? It's super cold up there. That can be verified. And also, there is electromagnetic tethering that have been demonstrated as well above, way high above.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, but you still need
what you've been calling
the magnet
listen,
on
you've
the
been
floor.
arguing for satellites. You've been arguing for satellites, and the original satellites were designed to work this way with electromagnetic tethering. And now you're denying all that as well. Why are you coughing? Why are you coughing, bro? Are you okay?
I'm not trying to deny the original Sputnik test, dude. All I'm saying is that they're not using flux pinning to keep the ISS in the sky. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, they're not using something that you don't know of, you never heard of, and now it cannot be that because you said so.
I've heard of this shit, bro. I just said, like, this is like a piece of technology. They've used this to make trains. They've made flying cars out of this for a long time.
And also they use it to put things in orbit or put it above and lock it in the electromagnetic field above.
First, can I ask you, if the Earth were flat, do you agree that you could have something flying over it in reality? Like, do you agree that that's possible if the Earth was flat? You could still have an object in the sky flying above it.
Yeah, you could have a plane, yeah, but if it looked like the ISS, like, it would just fall out of the sky, wouldn't it?
If it looked like the ISS,
I mean, would it not? Like, it's not aerodynamic. It's not got like a balloon attached to it. Like, What else would it
Look,
do?
this is not aerodynamic. The ISS is not aerodynamic, dude.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's not aerodynamic.
Not
So that's
everything
it.
has to look like a plane in order to fly, though.
Well, no, I mean planes don't just look like planes for the fucking fun of it. Like they look like planes because that's what they need to look like to fly.
You could have something in the sky that does not look like a plane over a flat surface. That's
Yeah,
fine.
like you can if it's got a balloon attached to it or like it's a drone maybe, but there's no balloon, there's no like propulsion, there's no like missile stream, there's no jet stream.
Wait, how do you, based on looking at some white squares through a telescope, you're concluding that there's no propulsion, no balloon, no, what else did you say? No jet stream?
Well, no, I mean, dude, all the other evidence is just like, NASA themselves and then like different news agencies and private space companies that have verified it. Like the Chinese have verified that the ISS exists, right? So surely be a conflict of interest there, like, right? But like, there's multiple space programs across the world.
How did you test the Chinese? How did you verify the Chinese? Go ahead, tell us. What have you done in real life to test the Chinese? What have you done in real life? What have you done in real life to test the claims that are made by the Chinese?
You can try to lock me down on the Chinese thing. I don't think they're that trustworthy, the Chinese government. You're not going to catch me saying they're goody two-shoes. Because it's about the conflict of interest, isn't it? How they're a rival nation state that are actively waging hybrid warfare on the US. So they wouldn't really want to just like kowtow. Well, they are. What do you mean? They are. They've said we're waging hybrid warfare on the US. Like they've been saying that for like 10 years at this point.
No, you can't verify their claim about the ISS. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, sure. I'm not trying to say their claim of the ISS. I'm trying to say that it's more about the conflict of interest, how they're a foreign nation state who's waging active warfare on the US. So they agree on this for some reason. They're like, fuck it, dude. We'll just say the ISS is
okay, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You went outside, you looked through a telescope, you saw some white squares, and you came to the conclusion that you.
I mean, look, hold on. Do you think I saw it randomly? Do you think I was just like looking out my telescope and I saw it just randomly appear like by luck?
No, the first time you saw it on the TV, that's where you believed it. You decided to believe it because you saw it on the TV. That's the first time, and then you just went outside and you confirm your bias outside when you grabbed the telescope and you looked up. You confirm your bias right there and then.
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying.
You were told it would be arriving in the night sky at this area and this time. It'd be better for your argument if you had seen it randomly. But go on, since it's flying around all the time, that is. How you can't see how I just don't see after all this. You just can't admit to yourself that you're making a leap of logic by assigning all this space lab with people in it orbiting the Earth just because you saw something in the sky. Do you not see it? You're making a leap there.
Well, I mean, dude, it's a lot more than that, isn't it?
Well, I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, it is a lot more than that. You already believed it, even before you said that you checked it. When you grabbed the telescope, you already were believing anything that you see. It could have been anything, and you will still believe the Earth is a globe. You could have seen anything through the telescope, and anything that you see in the sky will point out to your bias that my belief is true.
You don't even know me.
Are the rest of the chapters going to be as nonsensical as this last chapter?
I mean, dude, how absurd even is this entire dialogue anyway?
Well, you brought it up.
You already tried that gambit.
I mean, just
failed miserably. You already tried the absurdity gambit. And it was you making the absurd claims.
The absurdity gambit. I mean, look,
the absurdity gambit that seeing a drone is more absurd than seeing the ISS.
To me. Yeah, I said to me, in my opinion.
That's crazy, dude. You did it again.
Drones are way easier to see than the ISS.
No, it's that it just never lands. Then no one's ever seen it land. Like if it were a drone, it would have to get refueled, wouldn't it?
Do you see it go out of your field of view? Are you seeing it 24/7, or are you just seeing it and seeing it disappear?
That's
what I mean. See it land. See what land?
The drone, the supposed drone that is the ISS.
Drones and airplanes land all the time.
Exactly. So why would, like, show me it landing? If it happens all the time. Like.
Show me it orbiting the Earth.
I mean, it is. It's in that video I linked to
It
the
is,
chat.
because I said so.
No, it's in the video.
Oh, so the full orbit's in this video. You can see it go around the Earth.
No, you said orbiting. You didn't say completing a full orbit.
Okay. What can I see? What does the video show before I look at it? What does it show?
It shows a guy with a telescope looking at the
You
ISS.
can't see if it's fucking orbiting the Earth from a telescope.
Okay, dude. I mean, okay.
Just say what it is, tourist. It's a light. It's a light moving across the sky.
I mean, it's more than a light. Like I said, like with the naked eye.
It's a guy. It's a, as you called it. It's a white rectangle moving across the sky.
The shape of the ISS.
You gave the game away, and Gemsy pointed it out. You already believed it, and you proved it yourself that you already believed it when you made a sociological argument that about the Soviets or the Russians in the United States, and that the Russians would have ratted out the United States, which is just your subjective, opinion about it's your subjective opinion about social matters, about what this group of people would do to that group of people. It's just nonsense. You don't know what these people would do. You don't know any of them.
I grow bored of your just endless contrarianism. I would love to hear like.
It has nothing to do with contrarianism. It's pointing out you have no knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
And it's funny that you characterize your lack of knowledge as my contrarianism.
You know, I just find like I get it, radical contrarianism, but
there's nothing. That's a shtick, dude. Your little narrative shtick isn't going to work.
That's your shtick. What do you mean? I'm not a contrarian. I actually like believe certain things.
Yeah, you believe things that there's no basis for, other than your feelings.
At least I believe certain things. Like, there's no basis for God. I believe in God. There's no basis for like Jesus's divinity.
There's a basis for believing in God. There's plenty of basis for that.
Fine, but I believe in these things anyway, right? You don't believe in fuck all. You're just contrarian.
You're talking about. You're saying that you can predict the behavior of what people would and wouldn't do of complete fucking strangers. Yeah, they would do this.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, it's okay. Like, my brother's
is that an educated guess?
Contrarianizing, like,
what is your opinion based upon about what they would or wouldn't do?
I feel like I could say, you know,
what is their opinion based on about what they would or wouldn't do? You have a real hard time answering questions, don't you?
Who? Someone possessed by now? Who?
Well, let me ask you: are you here to figure out what the truth is, or are you here to just try and win an argument?
No, I would love to hear like your own thoughts and opinions on the flat Earth. Genuinely,
the Earth is measures flat, and it's not moving.
Me. That's what I find more like mentally gripping from the flat Earth.
How is that mentally gripping? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. It's tough. I know.
Look, hold on. Sorry for over talking you there, but like I understand the kind of essential argument that pretty much most things that you do in life are a leap of faith, and like you assume based on structures of authority, right? Like people will assume a scientist is right without really reading the paper they wrote. And we do this like every single day. Like if you sit down in a chair, you're assuming based on your own senses that it's not made of like cake, right? And it's actually made of what it looks like. So like I understand this sort of like the radical skepticism. I do understand.
It's way worse than that. Most people believe in some scientific crap, right, that they heard, which isn't based upon A, anything a scientist ever said, B, not based upon any actual science, scientific experiments, scientific observations, or anything. It's just a narrative. They think that there's my magic science guy out there that proved all the things that some newspaper claimed the scientist proved. But when you look deeper into it, no scientist ever said that. No scientist ever did anything. It's your credulity that's the problem. Why are you interrupting, dude?
The ISS is real. Like, let's be real. There's scientists who have thought the Earth was round, right? Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
dude, like Newton, Einstein, like any scientist on the ISS, they're all PhD doctorate.
Newton wrote more
like,
about
dudes.
alchemy than any other subject. Newton died from drinking mercury. He also played with dolls.
Okay.
And
Like,
died a virgin.
Look, the Roman Empire was constantly lead poisoning themselves. Does that mean that like everything they did can just be completely written off? Or
No, it doesn't. But you're like making these appeals as if somehow these people have some special knowledge. Newton didn't know if the Earth was a ball. He had no way to know that.
You just said like there's no scientist who says that. I'm just saying, what about this one?
He said Einstein.
bro,
Can you post us Einstein doing like a scientific? My bad. Einstein was Einstein a scientist?
You missed the key part, the evidence part. The evidence. Newton had no evidence the Earth was a ball. He can believe whatever he wants. What was his evidence that the Earth was a ball?
I mean, dude, he wrote a few papers on the subject. I don't think he just like based it
But
off
what?
vibe.
Great, he wrote papers. Who cares? What was his evidence?
I mean, dude,
See, this is exactly what I just illustrated.
Determine, like,
is that
light refraction and gravity. You literally like designed different methods to, conduct light refraction tests. Like he wasn't just out there like vibe checking.
It doesn't
like,
prove
let's be real.
How is that evidence the Earth is a ball? Taurus, you just literally proved my
Dude,
point.
this is just the endless contrarianism. Like I get it.
There's nothing I'm saying that's contrarian at all.
I understand it
it's
doesn't.
Just,
like
that is just spin. You're just trying to salvage. You're getting cooked.
You
and
can
that
say
your
that, right? Like, I'm not even
conclusions.
really trying to argue with you. Like I see the argument. That's hyper-skepticism.
Nothing I said is skeptical. I asked you a question. You have no answer.
Sure, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't. There is no you can't independently verify it. There's your answer. What do you say to that?
No, you don't even know what that Taurus. What I say? I said the problem isn't that.
You said
the problem is that people don't know anything about science. They don't know anything that any scientist did. They don't know anything about the evidence that was gathered for the scientists to reach the conclusion they did. I asked you, what's the evidence that Newton had? Because you brought him up as an example of that the Earth was a ball. And you are proving my point by not providing the evidence that he used. You just believe a narrative, have no idea what the information is that supports that narrative. Not whether you looked and found it yourself, even what it is at all.
All right, dude. All right. Like, I know if I do go out of my way to go find some Newton shit, you're not going to believe it anyway, so...
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro.
Hilarious. He's saying Newton.
It's genuinely true.
India points out you don't even know what you mean when you say Newton did this or did that. You don't even know what he did, and you're just saying Newton did something.
Yeah,
you don't even know what it is.
I can find
You don't even know what I referenced, bro. Like, you think Newton didn't come up with an equation that scientists to this day...
An equation. Science is empirical. It's based upon evidence in the natural world, not equations.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Is science not based upon experiments? Taurus?
Taurus, did you just learn that?
They just write down an equation and just go, hey, we have an equation.
What do you
don't
think
need to do anything else.
Squared is, bro? Like, that's a fucking equation. You know that, right?
Does that equation, whether it's true or false, or whether it models reality, does it have to be validated by experiment or observation?
Yeah. Do you think he just vibe checked the second law of motion, or do you think he actually had some basis?
Oh my god! How does the second law of motion prove the Earth is a globe?
No, you just said
I just said
we're
what?
not trying to prove the Earth is a globe. We're trying to prove that Isaac Newton employed the scientific method. That's what we're currently arguing.
He didn't employ the scientific method, and he admitted it.
Let's get to the proof the Earth is a globe. Then let's move on. So go do. Let's get to that.
Well, that's what I say, dude. You keep trying to bring it back. Like, forget that. Like, I would love to hear an actual.
What's the proof the Earth is a globe? What's the proof the Earth is a globe?
Zodiac, forget it. Let's say I acknowledge the skepticist argument, and I take in radical.
It's not skeptical. There's no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, but like honestly, in good faith,
there's no evidence to be skeptical of. You're trying to get a free one that there's evidence that's being denied. There's no evidence.
Okay,
you deny. No, because this is just narrative bullshit. sitting there listening to you say you're skeptical of the evidence. There is no evidence to be skeptical of.
I'm
You haven't
trying
presented
to
any evidence. You present the
come around
narrative.
your
Claims
argument.
are not evidence.
I'm not trying to
When
make
you
it
have
Tourist,
evidence, I'll be skeptical of that.
Oh, I'm agnostic right now. Like, I'm fully agnostic.
Do you
Could
have
be
any
anything.
evidence to be skeptical of that you can present?
Yeah, you yapping about what you believe is not evidence for what you believe.
Yeah,
Tourist,
you're right.
don't you
Let's
know
say
that?
I'm completely agnostic and I'm aware of
It's
that.
evidence about your mental state. That's all it is.
You're
Yeah,
agnostic,
so
so
let's
you're
just
not a
say
globe
that.
earther?
And believe me,
Yeah,
I am not
let's
skeptical about
say-
your mental state.
That's what I'm saying, Zodiac. That's what I'm saying.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes, that's what I mean when I
So-
say, let's say I'm being agnostic
okay.
and I raise the skepticist like argument.
So can you say out loud that you do not believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe, bro. I think it's flat as a disc, right? Like, let's move on. What do you think about that?
A disc? Nobody said it was
Oh
a
my
disc.
god, dude! I'm trying to agree with you. Like, I'm trying to get like what your own belief on the
Okay,
subject.
so you do not believe the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
Based. Honestly, based.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Jack.
I mean, just look outside your window. Do you see a globe?
Flatter than a flapjack. I'm about to flat smack Globers. Get your bags packed.
Finally, bro.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Yeah, lesson
Finally,
one.
bro.
No curvature to be found. How can it be a
Lesson
ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson
Base.
two.
So you're agnostic, dude.
Half the Earth is covered in flat water.
Why are we just letting this guy go on like this? Like, really?
Yeah, what happened, dude? I thought you were agnostic.
Oh, he's finally telling the truth.
Lesson three. Take a look at the stars you see.
I don't think
at
I've
night.
heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth in the entire
all
time
your
I've been listening. No, I haven't heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I was listening.
Wow, that's a freaking harsh indictment, dude, because Mick is very diplomatic and forgiving.
Wow. I've gained the ire of Mick.
No, he's not the ire, the evaluation that you're dishonest, dude. he of all people is very he gives the benefit of the doubt to people saying things and just presuming they're fucking honest.
And they do, Indio, you know the worst part? I was asleep half the time.
You're wrong every time?
No. I was asleep half the time, but I could still suss it out. Alright?
You are asleep.
It's like I'm a psychic or some shit. Like, dude, you're full of shit, bro. Quit with this fucking rambling nonsense, man.
Look in a mirror, genuinely.
Look in the mirror.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
What am I gonna see?
What
am I gonna see?
Say those words to your fucking self,
Yeah,
dude. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, I don't want to look at myself in the mirror, dude. My fucking beard's all messy and shit.
I didn't need to know that.
Is there a
Well, you
silver
told me to look in the
lining?
mirror, like, if it had any value to what I'm saying.
I'm fucking ask.
Right?
Like, genuinely.
What I've heard come from your fucking pie hole, okay, this entire time is nothing but weaselly nonsense.
Okay. Weaseling out of things is what separates us from the animals, except maybe the weasels.
You see what I mean, right?
Okay, we can't access the ISS, so give us something that we can actually test that prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm agnostic, bro. I think it's flat as a disc. Like,
No, even better,
Oh
tourist.
my
Can you
God.
just come to your senses? Be honest and admit that you don't
No, I
know what you're talking about. Can you
understand
just
the
admit that you don't know what you're talking about, tourist?
Sure, dude. I
And he
don't know what I'm
contradicted himself.
There you go.
Lindsay,
So
did you hear him
there you go, a
contradict himself?
concession. He doesn't.
Sure, so
All
can
this
I
time, he
hear
doesn't know what
now?
he's been talking about.
Sure, dude. I'll concede immediately, but like, what's your opinion? Like, any opinion, any real belief at all? I'm excited to hear it.
Okay, when you go outside, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Talking.
I was saying, I mean, like, what's the point, man? Like, not 10 seconds ago, he contradicts himself, and now he concedes. Like, where's he going?
I've been
Is it
saying
over
this whole
yet?
time, I understand the skeptic argument. I do get it.
Why do you keep calling it a skeptical
It's a type
argument,
of
man?
philosophy. It's a type of
Not a
philosophy.
skeptical argument. You have no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, I
How
mean
about
your
that?
argument. Hold on. I mean your argument that the Earth is flat. I understand the skepticism of that argument, which is like the hyper skeptic. You can't trust any source of authority. You can only independently
Yeah,
verify.
straw man. Keep piling it up. No one said that. No one said any of those things.
Okay, well, let's hear anything you believe then, if that's the case.
I don't believe things.
Exactly. So you're a contrarian, like I said, like a hyper skeptic.
No, I'm a direct realist. Meaning,
a direct realist.
yeah, that means I go out, I make observations, and that's how the world is.
So hold on, you
when I
do
go out and I
believe
see the
that.
Earth is flat and I detect that it's motionless, I just assume that's what it is.
Okay, so you do
It
believe
looks
so.
flat because it is flat, and it's motionless, feels motionless because it's not moving.
Okay, great. So you believe it's motionless. You believe it's flat. you
Believe? That's what I
There's a
experience.
tree outside your house. Yeah.
That's what I experience.
That's what we experienced. Yeah.
What do you mean
When-
believe?
what-
I know it's that way.
Well, no, you believe it to be that way.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Taurus, when do you experience the globe in real life?
When do you experience anything, dude? You're locked inside your
Oh,
brain.
When do you experience
You're
everything?
locked
You're
inside
real.
your
Brain in the jar,
everything is
Zodiac.
crazy.
In 10, 9, 8.
What?
Taurus, when you look outside your window, can you describe the shape of the floor without, obviously be generic, don't dox yourself. But when you look outside, can you describe the shape of the earth that you see?
I mean, dude, I'm in London. Like, I'll just say that. But like, so I can't see shit because it's like a metropolis. So I don't see a horizon line or anything.
You can't see the floor, the streets or anything? You can't see the
He can
ground
see
at
he
all?
can see all the buildings that are parallel to each other, level, flat, horizontal, according to water levels and the orientation of the whole city. Is evidence that it's not a sphere because there's no curvature between the buildings. It's all
Let's put
parallel.
this dude on ice and deal with Eskimo Greg because he's talking nonsense in the chat. Eskimo Greg.
What up?
Okay, you said, how do you think GPS works? How do you think it works?
Positioning. Satellites rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how it works, dude. How does it work?
As they ping your location.
Nope.
Like tower.
That was
Nope.
a rage quit.
You have no idea how it works. You've made up something in your head about how it works.
All right, I'll go.
So that's very funny.
I'll
that you're
figure it
sitting
out,
here
but
calling us science deniers when you don't know the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. GPS uses a technology called trilateration. It's not two-way communication. Your GPS receiver doesn't talk to satellites. It gets there's a Rhinex message that has a timestamp in it, and it takes that timestamp and gives you the time of flight and tells you the distance to wherever the transmitter is. And if you have four of these,
GPS
you have overlapping circles, then you have overlapping circles, and that will give you a position. The grid, which that puts you on, is something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system, which puts you on a
know nothing
tangent
about
plane.
what you're talking about.
I'm describing GPS in detail of how it works
He
technologically.
doesn't want to hear it. He
satellites
doesn't want to hear it.
orbiting
He
Earth.
doesn't know how it works, but he doesn't want to hear how it works.
The
I'm
thing is, dude, is
explaining
that
to you.
you
I
do
have
believe that there's a tree outside your house. You believe there's a tree outside
Tourist,
your house.
we
That's
move
what I'm
on
trying
from
to say.
you.
Shut up,
Tourist,
Taurus.
just mute yourself, Tourist, for now. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. Eskimo. What is differential GPS, and where are those beacons located? You have no idea how any of this shit works. Like I said, you made up in your head how you think it works, but it's literally just made
You're
up.
just making up shit in your head
You
because you
can
don't
fact check
understand
everything I
science.
just said. You can fact check everything I just said. But you Google it and try to figure out what you believe, why you believe it, ex post facto. You know what Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is? It's how your GPS receiver. That's your coordinates. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. You know what that's not on a globe? You know that's on a plane? Because the coordinate is up, down, east. When you see it, after coordinate conversion, it'll display it in latitude and longitude. Oh, he bolted.
He's gone with the wind.
Tell us, Eskimo. Tell us, Eskimo Greg. Tell us more. But I want to hear more about how we don't understand science and how all the scientists agree and how this and that and the other thing.
Sounds like
here
a
goes. Brown Recluse is going to be a fucking retard too.
A short version of
Let's
Tourist.
not get insulting, Indio. Let's be nice.
Yeah, well, stop being a dummy, dude.
I'm just trying to talk with that guys about the scientist claim that the other guy was talking about, man.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth scientist or a flat Earth scientist. That
What would you call,
qualifier is just arbitrary nonsense, dude.
What would you call a scientist that believes in the flat Earth and a scientist that believes in the globe Earth?
Their beliefs are irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about in chat. How is it irrelevant if that's what we're talking about?
It's irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about.
To what they believe.
How are their beliefs irrelevant to what they believe?
Dude.
No, the Earth being flat is not determined by beliefs.
There's nothing. There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
A scientist who believes in the flat Earth would then be a flat Earth scientist.
There is. Look, there's scientists that are flat Earthers. Yes.
I disagree with that claim. If you can provide evidence, I will.
Dr. John D.
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. He's a freaking professor that teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Dr. John D. What's his last name?
Okay, and now that I've provided somebody, now what? Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No, and that's not. That was never.
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
No, that was never my claim, dude.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because that's what was being discussed in chat. I joined into a conversation.
Why is it? But why does it? What's the point?
What do you want me to get into?
Bro, you don't get it. There's also mechanics.
The existence or non-existence of so-called flat Earth scientists.
Again,
what
regardless,
does that tell us about the world?
That the scientist beliefs does not dictate the shape of the Earth, right? I agree with that. That again, that was never my claim. I was only engaging with what was happening in chat. I didn't create the topic. I was simply engaging.
If 99% of the scientists in the world thought the Earth was flat, would you become a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, then it's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
So I'm just engaging with what's happening in chat. I didn't make the topic, guys.
Okay.
Any other Globers want to step up? Who's ready? Who's ready to defend this?
You said it more than once. The guy said you have no science. And then you went to scientists. Scientist isn't science. Scientist is a human practice. It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean they are doing science. So think about a geneticist. He's doing science in a particular field. But if he says the Earth is a globe, that isn't a scientific claim. And even if it was, but that being said, the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim in the first instance, because it's a claim about the shape of something. That is geometry. So when you claim the Earth is a globe and that's based upon science, that's a category error and it's nonsense. The reason you guys do this is, see, what I'm doing right now is exposing propaganda. The reason you do this is because science in the modern day has taken down this whole other meaning, where it doesn't mean the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It means truth. It means we can't debate this. It means this is an unquestionable truth. That's why you guys use that word when you say Earth is a globe is proven by science. You don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. You just want to say the magic word science. And then all else falls to the wayside.
Exiting through the back door. 1, 2, 3.
India, what science do you use to measure a 2x4?
You don't. I use a tape measure.
Why are they so hung up on science if it's a question of measure?
Exactly.
All right. Is there anyone else here that?
Like I said, the reason they use that terminology is the propaganda. That's all it is. It's just a rhetorical technique.
What was the quote from, what was it, Tesla? Somebody said that basically science has become mathematicians just figuring out equation after equation. Yeah. Can't remember the quote directly.
Go ahead, Zodiac. You go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anyone here that is believes in the globe? Okay, never mind. Carry on, guys. Go ahead.
I believe it was something like modern scientists have foregone the scientific method and built mathematical equation on top of equation and are left with no relation to reality. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that why there's a word called pseudoscientists? Like, there's a confusion. I mean, not a confusion, but
I don't know. I was listening to that guy earlier, but I couldn't come off mute. It was kind of funny. It made me think about how easily millions of people were convinced by the broadcast on radio of War of the Worlds that we're being attacked by aliens when he was talking about the ISS. I'm like, people can be shown the propaganda and the pomp and circumstance from a source in which they believe is an authority and can believe something that's complete fiction. I was just thinking about that when the guy was talking about the ISS and all of his
You
claims.
know, that's funny. It's like stuff like that got memory hold. All that stuff is just it's like it's lost. So like people in their 20s and in their 30s, they don't know anything about that. And it's not taught to them. They don't even know it even that those events ever happened in the first place. It's like
I feel like that was
this it's like modern society is more like, oh, just pay attention to what's happening right now. Don't think about the past. Right? So, you know, the particulars of how we got to where we are, they just like pretend that they never happened in the first place. But I want to read something from Al-Rabi's sites, Electromagnetic Theory, which I think is quite funny. It's a quote from there. It says, "It was once told as a..." Now, this is a person that invented calculus, vector calculus. So he knew a lot about mathematics. "It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad, and he mistook the symbols for realities as M for the moon and S for the sun." And that's how these guys are. They think the variables in the equations are actual physical things that exist in reality.
way to put it, and pretty simplified. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Globers often conflate math and science. I mean, those are two completely different categories, especially even in education, right? They don't conflate the two. It's math and science. It's not one in and of the same. But going back to the War of the Worlds broadcast, I feel like that was one of the first litmus tests for once they started to get into space exploration, right? Like, what would people believe? Would people believe that this is even possible? Have we convinced them enough that it's a globe that we can move forward with the next step in the operation? I feel like there's a lot of litmus tests that they do. The pandemic being one of them.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Yeah.
Look, if the Russians invaded the United States and were like, and took over our airwaves and were like, we're invading, we're declaring martial law, everybody stay in their houses and don't go to work, nobody would have listened. Right? Fuck you, I'm grabbing my gun, I'm going to work. Like, who the hell are you? I don't care if you're invading army, I don't give a shit about martial law. You can't tell me what to do, I'm free. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, don't go to work, stay in your house. Flatten the curve. Everybody's like, okay.
Yep, it's a great way to usher in the new economy, right? Shift everybody to working from home, right? The new normal. Everybody's in the new normal. We're all stuck in our little boxes that we live in, and we're working from home. And now they're trying to push everybody back to office. So when people become complacent in the 6 years that they've spent in their home, in their workplace, that they had to uproot themselves and change their whole routine because they were told that the pandemic was happening. Now they're being told to shift back to the office. And if you don't comply, then guess what? Don't worry. we've already replaced you with AI. You don't want to play the game? That's cool. You don't want to come back into the office 5 days a week? Guess what? You could just see yourself out the door. It's an easy way to get people out of the workforce. Contemplate whether or not AI can actually replace them, and the people that remain are just stuck there building the AI that's going to eventually replace their jobs. It's a perfect shift for the economy.
It also injected billions of dollars into the industries of biometrics and all that stuff, and really, it took off running. It was a good reason to really develop those systems further.
Contact tracing. Snitch on your neighbor. Take this test to prove that you can function in this society. A lot of things implemented for sure.
All I know is our ancestors are rolling in their fucking graves calling us pussies.
I remember when it first happened, and it was like the great toilet paper shortage. And I thought to myself, I was like, so this is when the 3 seashells get invented.
That's funny. I didn't listen to any of that crap. Now, I would put on a mask if I had to go in the store because they wouldn't let you in otherwise, and I didn't feel like starving to death. So just out of necessity, I did that. But I didn't do any. I'd never been tested for COVID or any of that crap. Didn't play that game.
You have to put the mask. You don't want to be arguing. You don't want to be arguing with every Karen, every corner.
Yeah, the toilet paper thing's hilarious.
Especially in Boston.
Well, if you were in I was in small town, America, and if you didn't have your TV or your internet on, like you wouldn't even known anything was different.
I know that.
Yeah, because all the toilet paper was gone. Of all the necessities in life, people go for the toilet paper. You can literally just spray your ass and wipe it off with a washable washcloth.
It's funny though, to a degree. It's like, out of all the things I really need to think about, because I'm never working again and never leaving the house again because some idiot on the TV said not to, and I just decided I'm going to do what they say and ruin my own life because of a talking stranger. But I can go out for a little while. What should I get? Toilet paper. It's crazy, dude. Like, out of all the things, that's what you grab?
Yeah, no. India,
There's probably still people right now with like a warehouse of toilet paper going, I'll use it eventually.
Yeah, India, not the food that would then lead you to eventually need the toilet paper. No, not that.
Come on, they do both food.
You can replace the toilet paper shortage with a bidet and a washcloth. Problem solved.
You could do what they do in like Somalia and just drag your ass on the ground.
Yeah, that's what dogs do.
That's what dogs do.
Somalia do. I'm not making that up. My friend was stationed there in the army, and he said, "Oh, they just drag their ass on the ground and throw sand up there." Like, okay.
I was recently in the Philippines, and they have little sprayers by every single toilet everywhere that you go. Little bidet sprayer things. Little handheld ones like you used to have on the sink back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. That's convenient. No, I mean the whole thing with the pandemic thing is like how little they had to do. I think of it like this, right? You have a horse, and you couldn't control a horse with just your arms, no matter how strong you are. But if you have reins, right? Little bit of pressure on the reins, you can make it go in any direction. You can make it pull thousands of pounds or climb a steep hill. And that's how they were, a little teeny tug. And they made the whole society make a radical change that was against its own, which should have been against their own survival instinct.
But that's a domesticated horse, because if you get the wild one, that stuff is not gonna work until you break his soul.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that was probably the same thing with the pandemic.
It's wild how this relates. It wasn't just strangers saying this thing. It was a man with the label of scientist in a lab coat. It's this belief, this unquestionable belief in things given that label that allows these sorts of things to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like Fauci or any of those guys that the public was like, oh, Fauci said it, I better do it. I think it was like the government when the government said it. I think it was when the public officials were like, you really got to do this. I think that was kind of like, it was like what actually motivated them to listen. And I don't think it was like a thing where like, I'll get in trouble if I don't. I don't think that was like the motivation, the penalty. I think the motivation was just conformity. I have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Suggestion. Yeah, the suggestion that they will say if you don't do this, you are like a grandma killer, like an old people killer. They say that they use that wording, and the people are like, if I don't do that, then I'm gonna affect my loved ones or whatever, right? So people convince themselves basically.
Well, I remember people
that type of argument.
I remember people not even doing it to kneel down to the government, but to do it to obey the WHO. They said the World Health Organization said so. I must do this. It's like, hey, we're in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy.